Hello everyone and welcome to the Selenium Full Course by Intellipaat. Automation testing industry has become one of the fastest growing tech industries in India thanks to the increasing need for a faster and more reliable software. Not just that, modern technologies like AI, cloud, DevOps combined with the need for high quality software solutions among different businesses are accelerating this growth further. But let's start with the obvious question. Why should you learn Selenium? Well, according to the skills report published in the Business Standard, the demand for testing skills in India has skyrocketed by 12%, with Selenium topping the charts. But that's not all. If you were to go on Google right now and search for Selenium automation testing jobs, you would find over 7,000 plus job listings just within India. Now I know what you're probably thinking. What about the salary? Well, according to Glassdoor, the average base salary for a Selenium automation tester in India ranges from 5 to 10 lakhs per year, with an average of 7 lakhs per annum. Keep in mind that these numbers can climb up even higher with the amount of experience and expertise. Sounds good so far? If the answer is yes, then starting a career as a Selenium automation tester could be a great option for you. But at the end of the day, it's not just about landing a job, it's about building the right skills, and that's where this free course comes in. We have partnered with the top 1% of industry experts who have carefully created this course after a thorough market analysis, keeping a beginner Selenium tester in mind. So you don't need any prior knowledge to get started. If you complete the course by watching this video till the end, I am confident that you'll have enough foundational knowledge to get started to apply for entry-level jobs in Selenium automation testing. But before we start the video, let me walk you through the concepts we'll be covering in this course. We'll start with an introduction to Selenium, where we'll find answers to what is Selenium and its components. Next, we'll understand the basic concepts of Selenium, such as Selenium WebDriver, IDE, RC, and Grid in detail. Moving forward, we'll revisit some of the core features of Java, such as OOPS and exception handling. Next, we'll move to the hands-on part where you'll learn how to set up and install Selenium, followed by working with Selenium, some advanced techniques and tools that are commonly used within Selenium. We'll wrap up this course with the top interview questions, which will drastically increase your chances of getting a high-paying tech job. So without any further delay, let's dive right in.
Selenium is an open source framework for automating web browsers. It is used for testing web applications, performing automation tasks, and scraping data from websites. It supports multiple programming languages including Java, Python, C# and Ruby. Selenium consists of several components including Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, and Selenium IDE. The Selenium WebDriver is used for automating browser interactions, and the Selenium Grid is used for parallel testing on multiple machines or browsers. The Selenium IDE is an integrated development environment for creating and running Selenium test cases. The key advantage of using Selenium is its ability to simulate real-world user interactions with web applications. This helps to identify potential issues and bugs in the application before they become a problem for end users. Selenium also supports multiple browsers, making it easier to test web applications on different platforms. This helps to ensure compatibility and reduce the risk of issues arising from differences between browsers. Another advantage of Selenium is its large and active community. This community provides support, documentation, and tutorials, making it easier for developers to get started with Selenium. Additionally, the open source nature of Selenium means that it is free to use and can be modified to meet specific requirements. In conclusion, Selenium is a valuable tool for automating browser interactions, testing web applications, and scraping data for websites. Its ability to support multiple programming languages, browsers, and its large community make it a popular choice for developers. Whether you are testing a small personal project or a large enterprise application, Selenium can help you get the job done quickly and effectively.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Now we will start our sessions. We'll have a short understanding what you covered in core Java. So in core Java, to work with core Java, first of all, you need to have a software, right? You have to first install Java. You can go with the standard edition. That is a very basic Java. We don't need advanced Java softwares. In market, you have some IDEs available. IDEs like integrated development environment. So some of the IDEs are Eclipse. You also have IntelliJ. Also, these two are the mostly used editors for working with projects. Now, on this editor, you can fully create a project and keep all the details of your project, run the programs and see the output with the because it has its own GUI. So either any of this editor you can go with, whichever you are comfortable. Both of them will have somewhat similar GUI, the look and feel. So Eclipse is completely free editor and IntelliJ is a licensed one, but you have a trial version for 30 days. So we are going to do here a combination of Java with Eclipse. Install Java and Eclipse for you. Then you may find Eclipse after installation, this icon, and where I would start the Eclipse. So in short, I'm just, as anyways, we need a project to work, right? So I'm creating the project. So this is the place where Eclipse got installed and I'm launching it. So this is the GUI of the Eclipse where on the left side, you can see a couple of projects are already created. We'll create our own project. So to create a project, I go to the file option, new. You may find it directly here, Java project. If you don't, you can go with project option and from there choose the Java and Java project. Next. You have to name the project, give the project name. I would use as so this is my project name. Where this project will be saved on the Eclipse, this is the default path. Eclipse gets by default installed on the C drive users folder. So in this place, in this workspace or in this folder itself, one more folder for your project gets created. So you can choose this or you can also browse for different location if you feel necessary. So I would use the default location. Then when you're working with a Java project, you need to give the Java files to this project because that is a JRE, Java Runtime Environment. So might be you have already discussed these points. These files are required to write the program and run the program. So I need, as you have installed Java on your machine, it gets installed on the C drive, you know. On the C drive, maybe in program files or program files x86, you'll have Java within the folder Java. This is my Java software JDK. Now this JDK has couple of all the files required for, and this path I have to give over to this project. So you have three ways to give the JREs. If I want to select the JRE from my installed software from my machine, you have to go with the second option. Second option says that projects JRE means the Java software and it's a JRE which is installed on your machine, select it. So when I click on this drop down, whatever you may find here, either JRE or JDK, whatever you see here, just select. Okay. And then the rest option, project layout, this as it is, I keep it, no worries. And one more point, you need to make a note that module info. Might be module info might be selected. We don't need actually this point. For working with Java will not create any issue, but later when you start continuing with Selenium, module info will block the Selenium files, the libraries. That's the reason we should avoid module info to the project. So either if you remember, you can unselect this checkbox, or if you keep it and create a project, you'll have a project created here. When you expand the project, you'll have the source file and the JREs, which got selected or used for your project. Within the SRC, module info is there. So we don't need it. So you can delete from here. Okay. So you have your project right now. And in the under this project, you can create multiple packages. Like as we say, project contains modules. Same way, here the project will contain packages. We call them as package. Package are nothing but modules only of your project. So within SRC, you can go for packages. As many packages you will need, you can create. I can name the package sales package and make sure package info is not there. If it is selected, you have to delete it. Make sure you remove it. So I don't add package info, one package. So within this package, you can keep all your Java programs or Java classes, we call. So each class is nothing but the logic for each requirement. So if you're working on a project, maybe something e-commerce project, in e-commerce, there are a lot of requirements. Searching the product, filtering, discount, adding to the cart, payment, all those are nothing but different requirements. And each requirement, you can write its logic as a different, as individual Java program, right? So you can add multiple Java classes within the package. So within your project, within the package, you are creating a program. So I would go for like calculator. So calculator is my class name. So there are some naming conventions as well, standards of writing the code. So they say that always the class name in Java should start with capital. It's not an error where if you start with smaller case, but it's a coding standard of Java. So always the class name should start with capital. If you have something other word to attach with it, you cannot give a space. You can attach that second word as well to the same continuously, starting with again capital followed by smaller case. So calculator program. So this way you can name the class. And then in Java to execute the program, it's compulsory you need a public static void main. We call it as a main method. So you can include the main method finish. So it shows you the template of your class, and the class is always saved with .java file. If you can see in the project hierarchy, .java. Now here you're good to write whatever logic you need. This is the command line. So when you say calculator, calculator has different tasks like addition, multiply, division, anything, right? I can write that code continuously in the main method, but that's not the way to write. Because if I write in the main method addition logic, you can run only over here. I cannot call this method or this logic in some other place of the project, correct? Code reusability is not found if I write the logic directly in the main method, right? So in Java, we have a concept of methods, creating methods. So creating, as these methods are created by us, They are called as user-defined methods. So you can create a lot of methods in this program, in this class, and the method structure, you can keep method name should be there, simple bracket, body for the method, and output of the method must be mentioned. If there is no output, we keep it to void. Void indicates no, you're not forcing this method to give some result. You can just run the method, but you're not forcing it to give or return some value. So that is what meaning is void. Okay, so this is the basic syntax of a method. Now, if this method you want others to access it, you can everyone to access from the project, you can keep this method access modifier to public. Okay, and here within the simple brackets, if needed, if any input to be passed, you can provide the input as well. This is the place for output, and here is the location for input. In the form of parameters, you can give the input. Now here you can write the logic of add, right? Now add logic, adding what? Some data you need. Now that data you should keep in some memory and use it for calculation. Now here comes into picture variables, correct? So variable, suppose n1 is a variable holding some number, n2 is a variable holding the next number. So you want to add these two numbers. So when you use a variable is a memory space, right? Where you're storing some number value. But you need to, in Java, we have a syntax that whenever variable comes into picture, you have to declare stating that what type of data this memory will hold. What type of data this variable should hold, you have to declare it first and then give the value, means initialize the value. So declaration stating which type of data is, as it is a whole numbers, there is a data type called int. So you have couple of data types like int, float for decimal numbers, char for character, string for multiple words you can store, boolean for true or false storing. So you have Java data types. So as per the data, you have to declare the variable. So here also you have a whole number. So you go for the int. Two numbers you have, just write the logic. After adding the two numbers, you get some result which need to be stored in some memory. As the added value is again a number, so integer res. Now if you want to display this result, you can ask for the printing statement. So there's actually you can, for printing something, you no need to write the logic, because Java itself has some couple of classes in it and methods in it which can help you to display the result. See, these classes are created by us. These are user-defined classes. But Java itself also has a lot of classes. They are called as predefined classes. And as we are creating our own method, this is user-defined method, even Java has a lot of predefined methods stored in some classes. And Java also has predefined variables as well. They are also called as fields. So we can call them for our need. So there is a class called system dot. From the system class, we have a field called out, which is a variable, predefined variable. From this out, you can find for a method printing. Printing, just print or a print on a new line. ln means on a new line. See here, when you see this drop down list, this first word is a method name. Why say method? Because it has a simple brackets. Okay, method name, colon, after colon, whatever you find, that's a output of that method. And this method belongs to which class? print stream class. This is again a predefined. Okay, this is the meaning of this sentence what is presented over here. So println, I can just print some text. That's your output of this method. So the code is already compiled. There are no errors at all. The red cross is nothing other. This is a warning. Okay, it is just a warning. It says that RES, whatever you calculated, is not used. Okay, if you want to use this RES, here I can, along with this statement, I want to display that result also. So concat, this is a joiner. This plus sign is a concat operator, the RES. RES should not be in double quotations because this is a variable holding data value. And this is just a text which is printed as it is, right? So we are good to run. As you right click and run, you expect to see the result. But in the console, I don't see any result. The reason is because when you run the program is executed only this one. This part is executed because the JVM comes to run the program and JVM will run only the public static void main. And within public static void main, nothing is there to run. But we were expecting addition. So by default, your methods will not be executed unless you call for run. Therefore, I must call this add method over here to then only this logic will run. Right? Clear so far, team? Now, as this method and these variables also belong to this class, you cannot just call them because Java is an object-oriented programming language. So you must create a reference for this class, an object for this class, and that object can see everything, variables, methods, main method, anything, whatever you have written in the program, everything can be accessed with the object of this class. So in short, object is a pointer to that class or a reference to this class, instance to that class, right? So how to create an object? Take the class name. Object should be created in main method. Class name, and you can give any object name. Actually, object name we recommend to be same as class name. Calculator. So I keep the same name as class name, but you see it is a smaller case everything. Why we keep it same name? Because somewhere in the project later, they see this name, they understand that this is an object, but object for which class? By the name, it gets very clear. Okay. So as this object comes in, you need to give a memory space for this object to stay. So as you want to allocate a memory, we use a new keyword. And who does this object creation process? The constructor. Constructor, there is no constructor at all. You don't see any constructor here, but then too, every class will have a constructor. Default constructor will be there. So, and constructor name will always match with your class name. So I take the class name and simple bracket. So this is my constructor. And this is the object. As object is ready, you can use the object dot. And now you see from your class, these last words are class names, right? So from your class, you could see the variables which it holds. Add method also is available, which I'm calling. As you call the add method, during the runtime, JVM first creates the object and then calls the method add. Within the add method, whatever is there, it executes and you can see it is printed out. After that, the control comes back to the main method and stops the program. Right? This way it happens. And Not only one method, as many methods we need, you can create, okay, in the class. So separately, one more functionality, subtract, multiply, you can create, right? So on top of that, you have studied looping concept and conditional statements. Conditional statements means where you want to check some condition, whether it is true or false, whether some number is, whether you have signed in or not, whether you have logged in or not, some things you want to verify, then proceed ahead for execution. So to check some value, you need to use a conditional statements. So if else, nested if, okay, if else if, so multiple conditions you can use as per the requirement. Then looping is something where you're repeating the code for a couple of times. In if else statement, you check the condition, and in the loops, you run the code, that same code, common code for couple of times. Okay, so in the loops also you have different types of loops, right? While loop, do while loop, for loop, for each loop, or enhanced for loop we call. So I believe those points you have discussed, right? Okay. So now, as you understood some basic things of core Java, now you need to also learn some more things from core Java, like exception handling. Then comes collections. So under exception handling itself, how to read data from properties file. And also read data from Excel. So these 2 points also will include while handling the exception, okay? Because this we need it in the automation ahead. Then we will see what are the collections. Under the collections, list, collection, set collection, we will have a discussion on that. And also you can just understand what is also a map. And after this, you need to also be prepared from your end the concept of IO strings. So this is also important, IO string classes, file input stream, file output stream. So some part of this IO stream will come into the properties file reading and Excel file reading. Okay, so this you can add it here. So this much is enough for a core Java. And even in core Java, multi-threading also comes as one of the feature of Java, but we no need to know multi-threading. It's more for a developer. So for a testing, I don't need any multitasking. So threading concepts not necessary for us. Okay. So this much we have to cover and then start with the Selenium automation. First of all, we should know why we are learning core Java, why we are learning Selenium. So to start with all this, you should know the reason why you are learning this. Because you want to get into the job profile as a tester, correct? You want to be a tester, first of all. Now, tester means what is your job role? You'll be testing the projects. Now, testing the projects means nowadays what are the most happening projects? It can be any type of projects, and we see basically more of like in the app online applications you can see the projects. Everything is going online now. Maybe some time back, which was offline or a desktop kind of thing, also getting converted into online. So every application client require, application means what? Some expectations of client. That itself is the application. That itself is a project. That itself is a product. Right? So as a tester, you find, you get an application which has certain requirements. Now these requirements as a tester, I understand and test it. But how you people work in a project, with whom you will be working, you should also know that, right? So every project which comes into the industry has to go through some of the steps or phases, which is called as a SDLC phases. You all know what is SDLC? Okay. So every project should go through this life cycle. That's a project development life cycle, correct? Now, what are these phases are there in the, what is the life cycle of a project? First of all, requirements are there. So requirement gathering would be there. Then the team would study the requirements first. So that is called analyzing phase. After analyzing, after they study, they, once they say, yes, this is good, we'll start the work, means they have to make some layout, some diagrams, like you do a paperwork. Okay, that is called as a design phase. They design the project first. Flow diagrams, UML diagrams, flow charts. Okay, they can write some pseudocode, HTML code, then make the project design. Once the design is good, they start the coding or development. After the development, when the requirement is ready, that comes for the testing. Once development testing, if any bugs are there, closing, everything completes, the delivery and the maintenance of the project will be there. Maintenance of the project. These are the phases of SDLC. Any project will go in this way. Now, who does the requirement gathering? In your company, business analyst will be there. He works on the requirements. He brings all the requirements from the client and documents, prepare a document. You can call this as a FRS document or SRS document, system requirement specification document, or functional requirement specification document. And this document is shared with everyone. Even a tester, developer will get the same document. Now, in this document, he has explained about all the requirements, right? So when the analyzation people are working on it, they're studying, analyzing means what? They're reading the requirement and thinking, whatever client is asking, is it possible to give him or not? Are there any challenges in it? Or are there any alternative options for it? Is it a costly idea? All these things here they have to check. So who does the analyzing? System analyst, even project manager would be there, even technical leads. Everyone will sit and analyze the requirements. And they also will create their document. Whatever they have studied, they'll create a document. Once they feel that everything is good, we can do it, then the design work starts. So who does the designing? Architect. Architect will see the requirements and make how one requirement can get connected to the other requirement. Is there any relationship? Everything. That structure he will find and draw it or use some softwares, and he will make a designs for the project. Okay. Once the project designs are ready, those are shared with the developers. And the developers do write the connectivity and programming according to SRS document and the designs, architect designs. Both these inputs are considered and they do the coding. Once they write the program, the testers are there to test it. Whatever they have written, they verify now, is it executing in a right way as client wants, or any issues are there. That is the role of a tester. Testing the functionality or testing the behavior of the requirement. How is it functioning? Right? For a simple way, I can say application login. There's a login functionality on the application, or search functionality or search requirement on the application. We check how the search works. Is it taking the right product name? Is it taking the wrong product name or throwing error? All these parameters we do check, right? That is actually is a testing. Now, while testing, if you see that the search requirement is working for, if you give numbers also, it is working. That's wrong. The search should not work for numbers. If it works, that is not matching or meeting the client need, we say it is a bug. There's a defect, correct? And you collect all the defects and send to the developer. Now, how you send it? The company will be using some tools for communication. They might be working on some bug tracking tools also, like Zira, Bugzilla. Okay. So once they track the bugs and report to the developers will look into those problems, change their coding. That's a source code, actual program they have written. They'll change the coding. Again, they'll send for tester to test it. This way, the communication between developers and testers goes on up till that requirement is in a working condition. The functionality should be in a working stage. So as this continues with for all the requirements, and at certain point, the whole project requirement will be in a executable stage, and that you deliver to the client, and then the project will be under the maintenance phase for some duration. So these are called as a SDLC process. Is this point clear to you? Now, as this much is enough for us, we need to know what is this testing. Testing, in short, we know like you're testing the requirements, their behavior. Why you're testing? To see client as client need it's working or not. If it works like client expected, your application, developed application is good with the quality, no bugs in it, means, and customer is happy with it, means at last, at the end, to get a quality application, you are going to do a testing. You keep testing up till you get a quality software. Okay? That is the main role of a testing. Now, how do I test it? How to test? Can I do manual testing? There are two types of testing. One is I open the website manually on my own. I see the requirement and I could analyze what the input I should give where. Because I could read here, this is a place to enter the email, place to enter the password, a login button is there to click, and as it shows some output, I can read the output and decide whether it is a successful login or not. Means, in short, we are doing everything on ourselves, right here. This type of testing and saying whether this login is working or not. So this type of testing is called as a manual testing, where you as a tester interact manually with the requirement and analyze it and show the result whether it is working or not. This type of testing is manual testing. And along with the manual testing, automation is also there in the industry. Why automation? Automation is a way where it makes your job manual job easier, like faster, accurate interaction. Okay. For all this, automation is required. Now the task comes, if I could do the login testing manually, I don't need automation. I'll take care of entering the data accurately and do it. It's not like that. First, any requirement which comes, you do manual testing. When first time it comes to you, a new requirement, anyways, you have to do manual testing. You tested this requirement. It's perfect. Now the client is asking you, test this requirement with all his customer data. Suppose Facebook is having 1 lakh users and you have to test the login for all 1 lakh users. It's really hard for manual testing now, testing the same requirement for 1 lakh times. And where it will take lot of time and may happen that while entering the input, we may make some human errors. So to avoid this, you can plan for automation. So what happens in automation is you have to write a small code, and that code is nothing but the steps you do manually. Like first one is open the application. Then I have to find the email text box, enter the input. Then you should see the password text box, enter the input. You should see a log button, click on it. And whatever the result you get, you have to compare it. Check whether logged in or not. So these steps, which I write in a small program, and this program will be a Java program. Okay, this will be a Java program. And inside this, the steps what you write will be a Selenium code. Okay. And when I run this program, it starts executing the steps inside it, and I see the login is happening. And this login should run for 1 lakh times because the data which I have, because database, the Facebook database might be having a table, and inside that table, it has all the 1 lakh users and passwords. And this program has to read this data one by one and repeat this code for 1 lakh times. This happens faster. The program runs immediately and you get a report which worked and which did not. So this is the need of automation. When you have to test the requirement with lot of inputs, test data. The data used for testing is called test data. There you need the automation. This is the first need. Clear to everyone? So what is the second necessity where I need automation, importance of automation? Second need is like, okay, today I have tested the login and it is perfect. Even I have tested forget password manually, it's perfect. And my project is going to go for 1 year. 1 year is my project duration. For 1 year, up till 1 year, not only this, I have so many requirements where development is going on, testing is going on, bug fixing is going on. Means a lot of changes are happening. So it doesn't happen that if I have tested the login and forget password today, I will never test it ever up till the end of the project. It should not happen because we don't know that even though right now they're working, after few days after some time, the bugs may come into this functionality because there's a continuous development, changes are happening to the project. So the changes done in one code might impact the other code also. So you have to keep checking whether these requirements are in a working stage frequently. Frequently in the sense maybe monthly once you have to repeat, or after every 15 days I have to repeat this code. Not all functionalities, but important functionalities, at least we must repeat it, even though they were working earlier. So such working requirements, if I test again and again frequently, that process is called as a regression testing, right? It's called as a regression. Why you're doing regression? to see the stability of these requirements. I want to see whether they are still stable, bugs are not there. Up till the end of the project, I do this. So to do the regression testing, to save I cannot do manually, because manually if I do, it took earlier itself a lot of time. Again, every time spending that much time is not suggestible, right? So we plan for automation. So for doing regression testing, also we go for automation. Clear, team? Automation testing, white box testing is not the same. They are different. We are the black box testers. Black box means I am going to see how only this login will work. I'm not bothered what is the code or logic written for login. What developer has written, I'm not interested to know that, and not necessary also. I want to know only the behavior of this login, not the source code. So white box testing is testing the coding, actual code written for the login, which developer do. Developer do white box testing, because once they write the program, they need to test it, check it. We are the black box testers, where we check the behavior of the requirement, functionality. Okay. So we saw the second usage of the automation. Third usage of the automation. Why you need automation is, consider today, right now, the Facebook GUI is this. You have a login, password recovery, create account, create page. This is the old picture of the, or current picture of the Facebook. Now, maybe tomorrow, the Facebook want to change. They want to make some changes to this application by adding a new functionality called membership or payment, paid membership. Okay, paid membership. Means now this is a new functionality. This is a new functionality, and this is a going to become an enhancement project. Means old project with some changes will get a new version, new picture. So this is called as a project enhancement. So in the project enhancement also, you do automation, where new features you have to do manually. By adding something new to the application, you get a doubt whether this is working or not. Whether this is working or not. So you have to repeat them. Even though they were working earlier, you have to verify now again. So instead of doing manual, you plan these requirements for automation. So there, old features you automate, you do regression testing and automate it, and new features we go for manual testing initially. Later, with time, if you want to see the stability of this, you can automate this as well. Okay, so these are some areas where we find the necessity of automation. Right, team? So as you understood the importance of automation, we in the market also, we don't have any job openings only for manual testing. Maybe sometime back, some years back, you can say, were there. But now it is complete automation requirements. So possibility is there. You may be interviewed and hired as automation test engineer, but the work assigned to you can be manual also sometimes. So nothing strange in that, because the project can start with manual, later it can proceed with automation in it. So both can be there in future. So anything they can expect. So that is one of the need of learning automation, everyone, because of the job expectations. And now when I'm learning automation, which tools I should learn? There are different tools in the market, automation tools. One which you have enrolled is the Selenium, and this is the not really a tool, it is a library. Because Selenium comes in the form of some files, couple of files, which I add to my project, and it becomes a Selenium project. It's not a tool which you install. It is a file which I download and put in my project. So this Selenium is one API, application programming interface, and a competitor for this you also have called as a UFT, Unified Functional Tool. Okay, earlier it was known as QTP, Quick Test Professional. So even though this QTP was there available before Selenium, but why Selenium is used a lot nowadays is because of some of its features like freely available tool. Selenium, you can get it for free. Selenium logic, if you're a good developer also, you can change the Selenium logic or Selenium code for your project. You can do some changes in the coding or source code also. That is called open source. It is open for editing. Okay, on top of it, Selenium supports different programming languages. Because I told that when you want to write some automation code, you'll write Selenium code inside, but Selenium library don't have any tool. It's not a tool, so that it will have some structure where you can write and run easily. It is a files. So you'll write with the help of those files, the code, but where to write? I'm taking help of a Java program, Java software, Eclipse editor, and create Java program. In the main method of Java, you will write this code. And when you run the Java program, the code inside Selenium, that Selenium code will run. That's an automation code. So you need a support of some programming language. So you can Selenium support Java as well, .NET, Python, Ruby. All these programming languages are supported by Selenium. But as you have so many programming languages, why we are selecting only Java now? Because of its platform independent in nature. Java is a programming language, platform independent. In the sense, if I do the project development on one system or one operating system, maybe on Windows, I can run that project even on Mac machine without any changes, even on Linux machine. That is, execute anywhere. You can write somewhere and execute anywhere that project. That is one of the feature. Okay. So because of that platform independent, you see a lot of applications used Java for development. Now, as they were developed using Java, so you can write the Selenium code using Java. That's the main reason. Clear? So more job openings also, you find Selenium with the Java combination. So which to fulfill that need, we are learning Selenium Java. Java basic concepts, if you know, you can tomorrow you can upgrade to any project, any programming like Selenium with Python also you can do. Okay. If you as because the basic concepts are the same anywhere, any programming language concepts. Loop means it is loop only. Conditional statements, the logic is the same. Maybe only syntax wise there will be a change. A semicolon, curly bracket, simple bracket. These changes might be there. Other than that, everything is same. Okay. So QTP, if you compare with QTP or UFT, it's a licensed tool. It's a tool which you install. Okay. It's a licensed paid tool, high cost it is. Okay. So as it is a complete tool, you get reports also in QTP after execution. But in Selenium, you don't get any reports after the run. But no worries. To get the reports, you can add some files to it or plugins to it, like TestNG framework we'll be learning later. With that, with TestNG, here also we'll get reports and everything. Means, in short, as Selenium is free, available, you have to take little effort to search the things, add to it and get your requirement done. Right? So that's the reason we are going with Selenium with Java combination. So before starting with Selenium, you need to know core Java concepts. That's the reason you installed Java and discussed few basic concepts of core Java, like what is methods, variables, constructors, looping, conditional statements, these all. Okay. And from here onwards, we will continue from exception handling, collections, and all this. Once this is done, then we will start working with Selenium. Okay, this is the process now. Always your interview will start with Java concepts. First Java concepts, then it goes into the Selenium. Once Selenium is also good enough, then they will touch other concepts, database, SQL queries, and all those. That way they'll move. Okay. And before starting core Java, you might be adding some experience, right, for your jobs. Then when you add some experience, you have to add some project. So you make sure that decide now at least overview what type of project you're going to keep. Okay. And get some details on the project, means whether it is a retail, whether it is some e-commerce related project, or whether it is a banking project, insurance project. Okay. So fix one of it. And banking project means what task will be there in it, that. If it is e-commerce project, what will be the requirements in it, that. So you make your requirements. So it's not that you should have already worked on it, not needed. You can design your own requirements, what suits in that project, and keep a clarity that whichever concept you learn, for example, I'm going to learn exception handling. Exception handling means handling the errors during execution. When you're running your project, if you get some errors, how to handle them, mechanism for it. So if you have a banking project in front of yours and set of requirements in it, you have to see that what can be the errors in that project you faced while working on it. Because see, when interviewer asks you what were the exceptions in your project you found, that time you can't look for answers, right? So you should be prepared before only in your project where this concept would fit. What can be the possible questions on it? What are the answers for it? Okay. So you got collections. So did you use collections in your project? Obviously, somewhere or other, the collections will be there. So you be ready where you have used collections with some answer. Okay. So for all the possible concepts, you make ready what are the possible questions and answers. That's how you have to prepare. And when your interview starts, first question will be about yourself and explain about your project, current project. Now, what is your current project? What was your role and responsibility as a tester? How did you manage it? Okay, these all things will come. See, if you're learning automation, obviously you'll know manual, na? See, if I'm doing a login, I'm going to write an automation code for login means I know how to do a login. I can see it, I can do it, right? I have to only type email address, password, and click login and see the output. That's a manual. But when I'm testing it manually, as a tester, I should test this requirement not only with valid email, valid password. That is not enough. You must think out of box and see what are the possible maximum ways to test this requirement. Those different ways will become test cases. I have to write the test cases. Because when I sit for testing, I may forget one or two ways to test it. That should not happen because bugs can be there. So when you're studying the requirement, as you study, you should think the requirement, the use case. The requirement is also called as use case story. So once you read the story and understand, as you get the ideas, you have to write those ideas as test cases. Test case means a way to test the requirement. Like in this case, I can test the requirement with valid data. That's one test case. Test the requirement with invalid email. Test the requirement with wrong password. Test the requirement with empty password. So you're getting 4-5 ways. So all this will become the test cases. So this I'm doing myself. I wrote the test cases and I'm going to do it now. So that's a manual testing. See, your project, when you get job, you can be placed directly into automation area also, depending on the project. Okay. Or you have to do manual and also automation. Or you have to do manual only at this stage. Later automation may come. We cannot say anything now. Okay. If I write some program, you may understand this program, whatever I have written, because you all understand or learned what is this Java. If I show this program to a client, would he understand? No. I have to sit and explain him what are these, what is this for, right? So when I create normal project and write my automation for my project, it'll be all technical automation using Selenium. So only testers who know Selenium, they can understand it. If you show this project to a client will not understand and he will ask you how many test cases you wrote, how many automations code you have written for my project. You have to explain it. So there is another way called Cucumber framework. In that framework, they made this job very easy, where you write your own code, Selenium code, and that code is visible or shared with the or shared in the form of one file called feature file. Whatever technical code you have written is kept in one file or converted into one file called feature file, and that file is just like text, as you can read. If you read, you can understand what is this. So if I share the feature file to the client clearly understands what is happening in the project. And if he runs that feature file, automatically test cases starts running. So that kind of mechanism is provided in the Cucumber framework. So it all depends with a higher team, what type of project they are going with. Whether they are going with simple Maven project or whether they are going with Cucumber framework with Maven, that will come as based on their decision, the project will be designed. What we will be learning directly are the Selenium and its frameworks, different frameworks, reports, all this. Maven, everything we will learn. To the same Maven project, if you add the files of Cucumber, it gets converted into a Cucumber project. And there, feature file you have to add and run the feature file, automatically your test cases starts running. So see, after completing Selenium, you can understand Cucumber on your own. That setup and everything you can understand. That is not the difficult. Okay. Frameworks, there are different frameworks like, page object model is one mechanism. Data-driven framework you have, keyword framework you have. No? So modular approach is there. So different frameworks are there. We'll discuss the advantages of those frameworks and drawbacks of them. And full implementation from end to end, we will see with the data-driven framework. And keyword framework, I'll explain you how to implement a keyword framework. Okay.
Here's a quick quiz. What happens if an exception is thrown inside a for loop without handling? Option 1, loop continues. Option 2, program terminates. Option 3, skips exception. Option 4, restarts the whole loop. Question 2. Which class is used to load a properties file in Java? Option 1, file input stream. Option 2, properties. Option 3, buffered reader. Option 4, scanner. Question 3. At which phase of the SDLC is the software requirement specification file typically created? Option 1, coding. Option 2, design. Option 3, requirements gathering. Option 4, testing. If you know the correct answer, make sure to share it in the comment section down below. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
We'll start with exception handling, and we have created our project. I hope everyone have the environment ready, right? And the projects and all those stuff is created. So we will create date-wise the package names. Okay, I'll go with the package name. #21. No package info. And in this package, a file. We'll just track all the agenda. Exception handling. So exception in the sense what? As we said, discussed earlier also, the errors which you come across. Okay, when you're running the class, you may come across some errors. And those errors are really stopping our normal execution of the program. Means, suppose if I have 10 lines of code, and when you run the program, it runs line by line. And if there is an error occurred at line number 4, so because of the error, the program stops there. It will not proceed ahead and just exits from that entire code with the failure of the program. It gives the output result as program failed. This will not continue the remaining lines from 5 to 10. That is because of the, of the exception. Okay, that's clear. So that is because of the exception. There is no any solution like to stop that error. The only error you can resolve it by changing the program logic which is causing the problem. But before editing, if you want to execute the remaining code, you can just forget the code which has the error, but the other code, the next line or the third line, fourth line, fifth line, which may be not related to this error, at least that it can execute. Means maybe line number 6 to 10. That code it can run and come out of the program successfully and then explain in the output that so and so fourth line was an error line. That is what we expect, right? Even though problems are there, you come out of the program completely, okay, run as much code you can, and then display the error line and the details of the error in the output so that the tester can fix it accordingly, the script. So that mechanism is called as an exception handling mechanism, means to handle the exception. See, if you are handling the exception, it doesn't mean that you will be fixing the problems with the exception handler. No, exception handler is just to cross that error, complete as much code you can, and come out of the program. That is handler's job. So in Java, you have couple of exception handlers. Different exception handlers are there. So for each typical exception, you have one of the handler. So that you can use it. And we can also see all these exception handlers in a Java documentation as well. See, now initially when we are learning Java, we don't really remember or know what are the Java predefined classes, what Java contains. Okay, so for every learner, a documentation is given. For every software, a document is given where you can read the document and understand what that software is providing us. So in the same way, in Java also you have a document for Java that is called Java API document, which you can just search Java API documentation. Here it shows us all the packages in Java, the core Java which we are talking about, standard edition. These are the different packages available. So you can see so many packages are there. Hardly out of this list, maybe we'll be using 2 or 3 packages. As we are creating our own package in the project, and in that package you can create your own class. Similarly, Java also has predefined packages. These all are predefined packages. And if you take any package, now java.lang package, if I select, it will show us the classes, everything present in this package. So in the form of interfaces, these all are the interfaces from Java lang and the classes. If you see predefined classes, all are starting with capital character first. Okay, so in this list, you can also see string. String is one of the predefined class which we use for printing the statement, right? System.out.println. Sorry, system, right? So here, system. So system.out.println. So if you select any one of the class, it shows you the complete explanation of what is it, what's the hierarchy of that class, okay? What it contains, the variables in it, ERR, in, out, okay? And these are the different methods available in the system class. And you know, these all methods, you will be able to see it when you type system dot, you'll see all these methods, what you find in the documentation. Okay, so yes, when you place a dot, you'll see the methods and variables of it, but not the explanation of it, right? So, but here in the documentation, you'll find the complete explanation. You can select it and dig what is there in it. Okay, so if you want to find anything, you can search in this documentation. So in the same documentation, you find there is something called exceptions. And under exceptions, there are different types of exceptions. These all are predefined exceptions. Arithmetic exception. Okay, these all are different classes. Arithmetic exception is a class. Array out of bound exception is a class. These all are the different classes. If I select one of the arithmetic exception class, it shows you what is it, arithmetic exception. It is a predefined class present in the package. And you see, who is the parent to this class? The parent is runtime exception. This is also a predefined class. And to this parent is exception E capital. This is a class. To this parent is throwable. And to this parent is object. This is a superclass. Right? So this is the hierarchy of the exceptions. You can understand what is this about, what are the constructors available in this arithmetic exception. So this is a default constructor. Here it is a parameterized constructor. Some input is the string input. So 2 constructors it holds. And these are the, this class is inherited by different methods, So these all are methods which got inherited from object class. So object is giving these all methods to our arithmetic exception. Means from parent these methods are coming. And these are the different methods which are coming from another parent called throwable. You see here in the hierarchy, throwable is also a parent to arithmetic. Object is also a parent to arithmetic. So some methods from object are coming to this, and from throwable some methods are coming. So which you can see in this list, right? So this is a documentation for our reference. Now we are talking about exception and it shows this much hierarchy, you can also understand this hierarchy by seeing the structure of exception handling. So what I'll do is, to show you that hierarchy, I'll go to some site. You can search, you have a lot of details there. Java exception handling. So what is meant by exception handling? Exception handling is one of the mechanism or a technique which handles the runtime errors. While running the program, some errors may come, which may stop your normal execution, normal flow of the program. So that is the handler. So what is meant by exception? Actual exception? Exception is nothing but an action or event which occurs and it disturbs the normal flow. The program was supposed to run line by line, and because of that event, your normal flow is disturbed and program stops in between just like that. That's your exception. So there are different types of exceptions: class not found, IO exception, SQL exception, remote exception, anything. This is what, if I have some block of code, some statements, 10 statements, and you run them, suddenly when it reaches to the line 5, statement 5, exception might occur. And immediately from here, it comes out of the class, out of the program. Means it will not even think whatever the line number 6 to 10, are they depending on this exception or may not be also. They might be independent statements. So even those are not executed. So we want to not just come out of the line immediately, but instead you check, is there any possibility to run the remaining code? If yes, you run it and come out. If not, then you come out of the program as it is. So that technique that happens only if you have exception handling. So let's see the hierarchy. If you see this is the hierarchy which we were talking about. The exceptions you can classify as okay. So here also we can understand that. So when you see this structure, you can see that object is a superclass, and below that the child is throwable, and under the throwable class, under the throwable, you have one class called exception and the other class is error. Okay, exception and error. Under errors are like, you may find virtual machine related errors, okay, or some memory related errors. These are the errors which come across, and we are not here to fix the solutions or fix the problems of virtual machine and database memory related stuff. These errors can be rectified by the network team, IT team, and they have to go into that module and fix it. So anyways, we are not here to discuss about error handling, these types of errors. On the other hand, we'll go with the exception. Now, exceptions are the problems which you see in the program. Okay. Now, in that you have two categories. One is the checked exceptions, other is the unchecked exceptions. What are checked? Checked means the Java compiler will see the problems or will identify the problems. See, as soon as you write the code, first the code need to be compiled and then we'll go for the execution. Okay, code compilation should happen. So here, who is the compiler for our Java program? Java C is the compiler. So as soon as you write the code on the Eclipse, as I'm typing the code, immediately compiler is compiling line by line. You no need to wait up till all the program end and you instruct to compile. Nothing like that on Eclipse. As you write the statement, compiler is keeping a check on it. So here, checked exceptions are those exceptions which are found by your Java compiler and show you immediately to fix it. See, unless you fix the compile time errors, you cannot go for execution of the program. So compile time errors, if you see, these are also called as compile time exceptions or checked exceptions. So the examples of these checked exceptions, compile time exceptions are IO related exceptions, input output related. For example, if I'm reading some data or some information from one program or from one file or from a database, I may get IO related exception. Or if you're planning to write something to a file or to a database, then you may get also IO exception. Means when there is a transaction, like when you're reading some data or writing some data or reading something or writing something to some external files, then IO exception probability is there. So which are identified by these checked exceptions. Okay. Unchecked means what? The compiler fails to find the problems during compile time. They are still in the code. Okay. And when you run the program, that time the code comes, the error comes up. Those errors are called as a unchecked exceptions or runtime exceptions. One is compile time and the other is runtime. Okay. Now, why those runtime errors come which are not seen by the compiler? Because during calculation, the problems also can be found. For example, usually in Java, number should not be divided by 0 as per Java. But in case if I'm writing a logic, a number is getting divided by 0, that's happening at the runtime, and immediately that exception is thrown. So because of calculation and your result, you may come across some exceptions. Those are called as unchecked or runtime exceptions. And all these runtime exceptions, you see, these all are the runtime: arithmetic, array out of bound, array storage, class not found. These all are the runtime exceptions. Because you see, these all classes, if I open, they become a child to runtime. So runtime is a parent to arithmetic and runtime is a child of exception. You can here also you can see. See, this both are childs of exception. Right? So this is the point which we need to understand. So in interview also they ask these questions like what is meant by checked exception? What is meant by unchecked exceptions? May exceptions found by compiler are checked. Exceptions which are identified by your program execution by your JVM are called unchecked or runtime. Okay, so here you can see some more. These all are the built-in checked and unchecked examples are there. Class not found exception, interrupted exception, IO input output related exception. Interrupted means maybe your program gets interrupted by some other thread. When mainly they go for the exception handling, you get the interrupted exception, right? So SQL related exception. SQL related exception we come across like if I'm dealing with a database to get the data and save the data, you may get SQL exception. When I'm dealing with a file and if file is not found, this kind of exception is thrown. And unchecked means runtime, like for example, arithmetic, class casting, okay, null pointer. Null pointer means when there is no data and you're trying to read, when there is a null data and you're working on it. Array out of bound. Arrays are like where you can store multiple values of same data type in that memory. Those are arrays. So these are different errors. Okay. That's clear, team? As a discussion regarding the exception. So as we saw some of the exceptions here in the list, these are the different exceptions. First, we will start working with the checked exceptions. Means while executing the program, I see these errors. So before handling these exceptions, I should first of all generate these exceptions, then only I can handle it. So let us generate what is arithmetic exception, what is null pointer exceptions first, and then we'll add the handlers to it. So we'll do what? We'll first create a class for generating the exceptions. So I go for a class, and these exceptions are like unchecked or runtime. Unchecked exception. Main method will keep in it. And within this main method, let us add the code of generating an arithmetic exception. Arithmetic always comes up dealing with numbers and dividing that number with 0. Say that if I have a number and integer y, and I'm trying to divide this by y. When I divide by y, I would get some result. I would like to print it. So system out, print the divided result. Okay, and then I'm putting some general statement in it as completed, done. So we are getting the answer as 49. 99 divided by 2, it's 49 it shows. And then it closes this statement and stops the program execution. So there are no compile time exceptions also. You don't see any red line. And during execution time also, you don't see any exception. Every line of code is executed. So there are no exceptions at all. Now let us generate some exception. What I'm doing is I'm making y as 0. So 0 is treated to be a number here by the compiler. So it shows no compile time errors. And maybe now when I run this code, you may get a runtime exception. You see that exception in thread main means what? Whenever main method is executed, who is executing the main method? By the JVM. But JVM is hiring one thread to run this block of code. Hiring a thread means what? Thread means what? A resource from my computer. When I have a laptop, my laptop has certain speed. So the speed is decided based on the threads or the processors, configuration, everything. The system is much faster. That's the latest machine we call the processor is high, right? As the processor is very fast, means internally it has multiple threads. And each thread is actually used to do some task. So to do the task of this main execution also, one thread is being hired by your JVM. So it says at last, there is a problem, there is an exception in the thread, whoever is executing the main method. And that problem is nothing but divide by 0 error. This is the error. And this error is under which class? Arithmetic exception. And this class is under the package JavaLang. It's giving you complete information. And also it says within your user-defined package 21, you have a class called uncheck exception. In that main method, within that main method at line number 9 you have a problem. So this line number 9 is a problem. Even if I type, click on this line number 9, okay, if I click on this line number 9, it highlights the error line. Okay, so this is how it's giving the explanation where is the error lying in our code. Now I see in this program we have a exception called arithmetic exception. So let us track this exception name because I need this name. So I'll just put a comment line and keep it. This is one type of exception. What is null pointer exception? I'll take another scenario like maybe if I have a null value. So who holds the null value? String can hold a null. Suppose if I have a string, name is a variable and just nothing in it. Okay, there's nothing in it, just declared. And let me print the value of that variable name. It's showing you an error here at this line number. What it says is when you mouse over, the local variable name may not have been initialized. Means there is no initial value to it. Unless you give some initial value, there's no point or meaning you asking to print its value. You must give initial value. So you can give manually or I can select here. So it's showing us null, means a string default value, no value means null it is. And if it holds null and let's print this. So it's printing the null and then it finds an error at the next line. Okay, after printing the null, I want to count how many characters are there in this name, to this name, right? So you have a lot of predefined methods in the string class. You can see them here. When I use the variable of type string class and place a dot, you can see a lot of methods are there which you are working with string. Each method has different meaning, character at index. Means if I give one index position in the number form, it will show me the character in that place. For example, if I see right now you don't have any data here. It's null. There's no data. So there's no point in calling none of these methods on it. But if I call length method, length is a method which gives integer output. What does the length do is, it will count the number of characters stored in that variable. Okay, so find the number of characters stored in that name and asking it to print it. So let's now run the code. Earlier it was showing null. Now in this result, it shows the null with this print statement. And then you're asking the number of characters. It says exception in main method, null pointer exception. Why? You cannot invoke, you cannot call string.length method because name is a null. When there is no data in it, how can you ask to get the count of it? So, and that comes under the class name, that problem as null pointer exception from Java Lang. So I'm just tracking this exception as well. See, as you found the issue over here, it did not even move ahead and check what are the remaining statements in that class. It just stopped. There's an exception at line number 10. So there is an exception. There is no exception handler. Handler is not there. Only exception you can see. So maybe I can understand this is also an error line, but done is a general statement. At least this much it can run, but not executing. So this is null pointer. Array related issue, if you try to check integer, maybe you go for IDs, array, and the different IDs which are like ID 3, 5, 2, 6, 1, This way you have different IDs. So arrays are nothing but it has a capacity of storing multiple values of same data type. You cannot store here characters because it's been declared with integer. You should use only int value, right? Now you want to print these values. Yes, you can print, and maybe I'll take only two values, two IDs. And if I want to print these values, you can use system out, the array name, and you give the index, because the array stores this data in the memory wise. In the first slot, it divides into different blocks. In the first slot, 3 value is stored. In the next slot, 5 value will be stored. And always this slot starts with pointer 0. Okay, this is called index also, array index. So array index always starts with 0. So in the position of 0, value 3 is there. In the position of 1, value 5 is there. So when I want to this value 3, I would say print the array whose position is 0. Therefore, we give the array index here, display 0, ID of 0. Similarly, the next value, ID of 1, and even ID of 2. Let's execute. So you see, first it is printing 3, and then array of 1, 5 is here. And when it's asking to print the array index 2, there is no next value after this. It's showing you exception in the main method, array out of bound index. The index 2 is out of bound, length is 2. You have only 2 elements, 1 and 2. And the index is going to index, there is no to index at all, out of boundage. So line number 10 has the issue. So this is another type of exception, array out of bound exception. Okay. Now, every problem which is encountered, it stops the execution immediately there. But we want to continue the execution. So you must add handlers to it. Okay, exception handlers. Now, what are the different exception handlers? Different mechanisms are there. These are the different exception handlers. I'll be using some keywords like try catch. Try catch is one handler, finally is another handler, throw is another handler, throws are another. So these are the different handlers for exception handling. Okay. So first one we always prefer to use is a try catch. Try and the catch block. Try catch handler, exception handler, we can say. So what happens is in the try block, you should always keep the code which you're executing. The code which you're planning to run, maybe, this is the code which I want to run. So I keep this all code inside the try block. And catch should be after the try, immediately after the try. And catch should be having a capacity to handle the problem found in the try. Okay. So if you're using try, catch must be there. So alone you cannot use. So that's called as a try catch. And this is a very safe way and recommended way to use as a exception handler. So let us convert the same class and use the try catch on it. So I'll just rename this class try catch. So as you know that this entire code is the functionality. This done is just a general statement, so I would keep it separate. And this is the executable logic. So keep this entire code up till here inside a try block. So I would start here the try, curly bracket open, and close that curly bracket of try over here. Immediately after that, you should have a catch, simple bracket, and the body of the catch. So whatever problem may come in the try area, immediately the control will go to the catch and see the matching solution for that occurred problem. If I get here divided by 0 problem, your control will come to catch and give that reference over here and handle it. Okay, as a solution we'll try to find. So if there is one exception over here, to catch that exception as an input parameter to catch, so I will use a reference variable of type exception, because whatever might be the problem, maybe it is a arithmetic problem, array problem, or null issues, anything, they all come under which class? Parent class is exception. All the problems will come under the parent class exception. If I create reference variable of type exception, that reference variable can refer to IO exception also, SQL exception, or any type of exception, isn't it? Means in general, see, if x is 99 of type integer, means x can hold any number, because you said integer, x can hold any number. Same way, here, if I take the type exception and a variable e, means this e can hold any problem, maybe arithmetic problem, null pointer problem, anything, because all come under this exception. All are childs of this exception. So E can catch or hold any of those exceptions, because E is of type actually exception class. Okay, so you can take any variable over here, but generally for exception, we use that reference pointer as E. Now during example execution, maybe you got arithmetic issue that comes in the form of E, and you have to work on this exception. What I would like to just print the details of that exception. Okay, you want to print the details. So to print the details, you have the method E dot, because E is of type exception, you will get lot of methods from exception class, and from that I'm calling a method called print stack trace. So print stack trace is a method coming from throwable class, which has a facility of printing the details of generated or found exception. Only this much. So let us run this code now. So as in this try, so when this try block is getting executed, first it is printing the 3 and 5, and then the exception is found over here. And okay, so after printing 3 and 5, it skips all the code from the try. It comes to the catch. The found exception is given to E, and E will go into the catch body and print the details exception which is in E. Print it. Print it means, see, it is printing here. Exception, Java lang arithmetic exception, index out of bound. Once this code is done, the control will come out of the catch, and still you have some other general code to run, which is executed, done, and your program stopped. Means now what is happening? If error is found, only that relative code is stopped, but other code is allowed to run. Just like done is executing over here. Earlier was not happening. Get it? And also earlier when I used to run the program, when I run this code where there are no handlers, you see the exception is not handled. I see a word called exception in the main method. This indicates clearly the problems are not taken care or not handled. But now you will not get this word exception in main method. You will not get this. You will see the error details, only the error details. And that too, why? Because you're asking to print the stack trace.
Here's a quick quiz. Which keyword is used to define a block of code that will execute regardless of whether an exception occurs? Option 1, try. Option 2, catch. Option 3, finally. Option 4, throw. If you know the correct answer, make sure to share it in the comment section down below. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So under exception handling, we saw the different types of handlers, right? Under the exception class, there are the two exception categories like compile time exception and runtime exception. Okay. So compile time exceptions are those which are identified by the compiler while at the compile time. And runtime exceptions are those which are found during program execution. They all come under the category of base class exception. So that is as per the hierarchy. So we were discussing about the runtime exceptions, arithmetic, null, and so on. And as an example, we saw that exceptions, generally how to generate the exceptions with this code, and where you see all the exceptions are shown here by failing the code. Then we started with the handler to include. One of the handler is the try catch, which is the suggestible option to be used as a developer and also by a tester. So try catch is recommended to be used. Okay, so try catch is a option, and where I have included here a try catch. So try is a block of code where you have to add the code where probability of exceptions may come, executable code that we have included in a try block. Immediately followed by catch will be there. And catch is a place where you hold the exception and you work on the exception. Found exception in the try block comes to the catch in the form of E. It can be any type of exception. So which all falls under the base class exception. So E is capable to refer them. And now you're working on that found exception, like you're printing the details of the exception with this method. And this method coming from a class called throwable. Okay, so because of which when you execute the code, the found exception, this is the print stack trace is printing the error details. And still it is continuing in the main method followed by your done statement in the output. So this was our discussion, right? Now to this catch, you can add multiple catches also. A single try with multiple catches you can include. As an example, so this is the next example. So here we will include the multiple catches. So already one catch is there. So try to add the different catches for different exceptions. As in our code, array related error may come, null related error may come, arithmetic operation but divided by 0 also may come. So first I would include the catch separately for arithmetic exception. Then second one for null, you can do that. As I know the class name is arithmetic exception, we tracked earlier. Take this class name and use it as a class object. So E is an object of class arithmetic exception, which can handle only arithmetic problems. Next one is null pointer, where you can include this as null pointer exception. Third one, array out of bound exception. I'm just replacing with it. And last is the base class exception. It is something like an if-else conditional statements in Java, how it works, that way. Means whatever the error comes in your executable code, first it will come to this catch. Check whether the error is arithmetic. If yes, this code executes and rest of the catches are skipped and stops. If your code is null pointer, it will check, is it null pointer catch? No. Okay, leave it. Check the next one. Is it null pointer? Yes. Work on it and rest will be skipped. So in the sense, if you have a issue of a matching type of exception, only the respective catch will run and skipping the rest. Okay. And in case, if you find an exception which doesn't match with none of these catches, like neither arithmetic, null, array, then it obviously comes to the last catch, that is the exception class. Like in if-else statement, else block executed at the last, exception class should be always at the last. If I keep exception on top, these classes will never get a chance to run because exception itself can hold all the, or capable to hold all of this. So you first add your explicit catches and then exception class you can keep at the end. So this is try with multiple catches. Now, you can also do a nested try. Inside one try, another try also you can include. So nested try, if I go with just taking the same copy. I can name this as nested try. So within the nested try, so this is one try, Inside this try, as this try scope is ending, yeah, so nested try catch in the sense, in the one try, I can add another try. So this try is starting at line number 8 and ending at line number 22. Inside this, the first code is about the array. After that, I can include here the try, curly bracket start, and I'm going to close it here. Null pointer issue, I'm putting in second try. Okay. So I'm just aligning. This is inside it. After that, you have arithmetic exception. I can include in this try. Once this code is executed, try. And here I can put keep this code. Then inside this second try, within this the arithmetic code. So you have multiple tries over here nested within each other. Catches are not there, right? You have at last only one catch is available of the outer try. This is also allowed if you just go back. So you can see some errors are there. These errors saying expected curly bracket. So this is closing over here. And this is getting closed over here. This is getting closed and the catches. Now I can add the respective catches as well. Catch. If any exception come here, you can include the catch for this. And this catch is towards arithmetic exception. I can add the exception type, object type to be arithmetic. And print the details of it. Print the stack trace. So next, outer to that next catch is this catch, try and the catch, where null pointer exception is the exception found over there. Change it to null pointer and print stack the trace. So every try has its respective catch. As you know that try alone cannot be there. You need catch along with it. If exception is not there, catch will not be executed. On the other hand, if exception is found, it will jump to the respective catch. So as it is nested, how will it run? It starts from this outer try. If all this goes well without any exception, then it moves to the inner try. If this is also executing correctly without any exception, then to the inner try. So if I run now, maybe I assume that there are no errors in the outer try. Everything is perfect, no error. I commented this error line. It will come here and try with null pointer, an exception will be found. So if I run this code, so you find that it is printing the value 3, 5 and 9 of the array. And then it is going into the inner try where length of the string is null. You cannot count the null values. There is no data at all. Exception is found. So it is jumping, it is skipping this area, this try catch, and it is going to its respective catch of null pointer exception and printing the stack. So this is your exception printed found at so and so line number 18 was the exception line, and it just continues any code remains from the main method. Done is there. So it is same like your nested if else statement. If your outer if is executing, then only it will go to the inner if, else otherwise not. Okay. So you can check what all are the exceptions available. I showed you in the last time, I believe, documentation. You can check the document of Java. So I can search here Java API documentation. So here you see the code, you find here all the predefined packages. These all are the packages, and each package, whichever package you select, suppose java.lang package I'm selecting, and down you find that particular java.lang language contains the couple of interfaces and the classes. So if I go and check with any of the class, here you see exception. So the exception has all these classes: arithmetic, index, class not found, cloning, illegal exceptions. So many exceptions, interrupted exception with a thread, null pointer, number format. So these are the list of exceptions you have. You want to study any of these exceptions, you can just select that class. It shows you the hierarchy, what all subclasses are there under this class. These all are the subclasses, right? What constructors it has, and what are the different method it holds. Everything is described here. And the same list you find when you place a dot, the methods and everything, what it shows is the same thing, what you see in the documentation. But in the documentation, you see more descriptive way. Here you see only the declaration like method name, data, that's all. Always you can refer your documentation to know more about it. Or you can just mouse over. When you mouse over on any class, it explains you. This is also coming from the document. This is the class name from this package. What does this string class do and everything? You can find it here. Fine. Now this is a nested try catch. You can do multiple try catches, individual try catches also you can do. Just like I'll take multiple try catch. So I would keep this array as separate with catch for this is array out of index. So I cut from here and add it over here. This is the catch. So I'll put a separation line. Then comes a try for string and a catch null pointer. This. As I'm editing it, maybe you're might be not clearly getting this point, but let me editing gets completed, the things would be more clear. So try and catch. This is about the arithmetic. So I'll just remove this duplicate. And last one, if you wish, you can keep the exception catch, because if you get some exception which is not handled by none of the catch, it comes to this catch. So you have 3 blocks of code here, each working independently. This has its own try catch. This has its own try catch. And this has its own try catch. So all are present in the main method. So something curly bracket is extra. Try. Catches. Main method. And the class curly bracket is missing. That is the error. This catch, okay, catch should be terminated here. This is, just to know where it is starting and ending, you can come here and just double click. It will show you the start and end point, catch of it. This is the start and end catch. This is the start and end catch. And one extra it became now. This is for the main method. And this is for the class. Okay, so now 3 blocks of code are independent to each other. They both run separately and catch their respective errors. Now all the code is executed. The first try block, printing the code, error is found and print the stack. This is the stack of it. Second code, immediately exception is there, print it. This is the second exception. Third one, exception is there. This is it. Done. And this is a part of your main method. Earlier, what happened? I did not add all were there in a single try. So all the time, only one exception was thrown. Now, as we kept all the blocks separately, all the exceptions are handled. Okay. So as per our requirement, you can design this presentation. Means where the try should be there, which type of try, nested or individual you want. Okay. So going ahead, the second type of handler we have is a finally. So what does this finally do? Finally is another handler which does a different task. This block handles, or this block is executed in all the cases. Whether you have exception or don't have exception, this block of code always run. Why? Because there are some mandatory statements to be executed in the project. So that work this finally does. Okay. So what is that mandatory code? For example, if I am reading a data from a file, whether you read the data successfully or if you fail to read the data successfully, as you have opened the file, it's a basic courtesy is at the end, before closing the class, you have to close the resource or close the file. So what if, suppose if I have written a program, like open the file first, open the file, then read the data. After reading the data, close the file. So this is there in the code, in the main method, maybe you have written. And when you run, opening happened. While reading, some exception came. Maybe the data was not there or something. Exception is there. As exception is found, basic behavior of exception is what? It doesn't run this close and comes out of the class. But you want this close to be always executed, whether you read or don't read. As you have opened, you should close it. So if this close, if I keep it in a finally block, this finally block behavior is always executes the code, whether there is exception or no exception. So that's the need of finally block. Okay. So we'll do that implementation. Now to keep a finally block, you need try catch in your code. Without try catch, you can't do the or use the finally block. Got it? I'll take one of the code as an example. Finally, demo is the class name. So what I'll do is I'll just keep only one code, one block for as an example. So let's remove. This is the only one set of code we have. That's about the array, and there is an exception. Now, as there is an exception, general behavior is goes to catch, and after that I want to run some closing activity or some mandatory code execution. So with the try catch, you can include finally. Alone finally you cannot use in your code. Finally, and the block of code. Right now, as there is no file to close, I'm just printing some general statement. Finally, block executed. Okay, finally block executed. So this is your final. So as I have an exception, let's see the result. So 3 and 5 and 9 are printed and exception is found. It handled the exception. Then finally block is also executed, and some general statements if you have in the class, that is also executed. Okay. Now suppose if I don't have a catch, assume I don't have a catch. Catch is meant for handling. I don't have catch. Now I'm just running the class. See the result. Exception is there. As it is not handled, you see a line, it failing the entire main method. There's a failure. It is because it is not handled. Now, as it is not handled, its behavior is to jump out of the class without like finally and this statement are both working together, right? Earlier. So why finally only? Now you see the difference. If a catch is not there, I have a try block with finally. Okay, exception is found, but it is not handled. As it is not handled, its behavior is to throw out entirely from the class without executing this general statement. But as you have a finally, this code will always run. So we keep the closing things or any database disconnecting, all those steps in the finally section. Okay. If a catch is there, then only it will handle the code or handle the exception and be in the class to continue with the general code along with finally. So now suppose if I have no exception. Third scenario is when you don't have exception, your try block smoothly runs as there is no exception, no need of catch to run. It goes, runs the finally block, it is still there in the class, runs the done and comes out. I hope with this you all understood the use of finally block. See, there is nothing to confuse. Exceptions are like errors. Okay, some hurdles taking place while program execution, some events occurring when program executing. Those are your exceptions. They are compile time, runtime. We are working on runtime. Under runtime, you see you get arithmetic, null pointer, those all. Not fix the exception, but to handle the exception at that time, you have handlers, exception handlers. One is try catch. Try catch both must be there. Catch to catch, try is a area where you keep the executable code, where maybe exception may not be. Only try I cannot use, only catch also you can't use. Both should be there. But if you are using finally in your program, to keep finally, try catch with finally we use. Catch can be ignored as try and finally are together. That time you can ignore try, catch. Okay. But recommended way is try, catch, and finally. 3 of them are there. Then catch work is to catch the exception. This is to hold the code for run, and finally to run some mandatory actions, which runs all the time with exceptions or without exceptions. Okay, this is the short description about what we have discussed so far. Is that clear? Different exception names you can't use. You should use predefined exceptions only, because these are the names of Java's category. This Java knows what is array out of index. Only those names I should use because the situation is something matching with this exception behavior. So I use this name. If you want to use your name or someone's name as an exception, first of all, you should create that exception in your project and then use it. That comes as a customized exception that you can use with the throw keyword. Throw your own exception in the project. If you're having the code of array, this array catch only can catch it or sense it. In this area, if I get null pointer error, this catch will fail. And ultimately it will fail the code. That's the reason you can keep one more catch of null pointer, or third catch, lastly the exception class, which can handle everything. See, why I'm not adding here exception class, why I'm keeping specifically array index, because the code here is array only. So I know the probability of error coming here will be array only, not other. In such cases, you go for specific error, exception handler. But in this place, if I keep only base class exception, what will happen is the performance will be impacted. During catch, the exception found will be checked with so many classes within the exception class. Because if you see the documentation, under exception class, you have so many predefined classes. If you're having array problem, it has to check across all these classes and find array among them. It's like finding one person from 100 group, a crowd of 100 people. It will take time. Instead of that, if you sort first and then find the person, it will happen fast. That's what happening here. You're very clear that this catch is meant for array related problems. So performance will be better here as compared to adding here the predefined parent class exception. Okay. Now next what we have is, I'm going to see how this throws work. Throws means you don't want to handle that exception completely. You just want to forward the exception which comes to you to someone else. That is called throws. Suppose when you are doing your practice, you get some error. What you say, immediately you throws that error to me so that I fix it. And what I do, I also don't want to handle it. I will forward it to someone else, my higher team. If they also don't want to handle it, they will forward to their higher management. It's like error is there, exception is there, but no one is handling it. They're just buying time by forwarding it to the next level. So at last, the last person who was supposed to fix it, if he is also not able to fix it, ultimately my program will fail. Exception in main method you will get. But there is a time factor to reach there. It has to cross all the hierarchy and then it will fail. That time, to forward the exception from one level to another level, we use a keyword throws. I'll show you that, how that happens. So we'll take a very simple example. I say throws demo main method. So in this class, we are printing just some simple lines. System out. Start. And done. So 2 lines of code you have. If you run, they just run immediately. I want some time in between these 2 lines to print. So I'm calling the resource, whoever is executing the main method, to pause there. So the resource can be referred with a class thread. Thread is a predefined class of Java, which is controlling the resource who is executing it. So thread, where you can pause your thread for some time period in the milliseconds form. The milliseconds, like for example, 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second wait. Once you apply this statement, you're getting a red line where compiler is throwing this exception. It's a compile time exception. Unless you fix it, it will not go for execution. Unhandled exception of type interrupted exception. This exception name is interrupted exception, which is unhandled. You have to handle it now. How to handle? Whether you'll go with try catch, where tester is taking responsibility to handle it, or you want to use throws, means just forward to someone. Okay. Interrupted exception means when it is going for a sleep of 1 second, in between, if it gets disturbed, thread gets disturbed, who is responsible for it? Whether try catch developer will or tester will take care, or you're going to forward that problem to someone else. If I use try catch, within the try block, the statement is catch interrupted exception print stack trace. That's a proper way of handling it with try catch. Now, if I don't want try catch, I'm just taking that statement again. If I don't want try catch, next is what? Throws. If I click, what is happening? This exception is in the main method. Can you handle here? No. Where is this method? In the main method. So I'm forwarding my parent, like main method, to take care of it. So I'm throwing this to the main method. Got it? So with the throws keyword after the main method, with the throws keyword and the exception name, you're tagging. That means the main method should take care. Will the main method can take care of this problem? No. Whoever is running the main method will forward it to them. So who is running the main method? Actually, your Java software's JVM, Java Virtual Machine, is running the main method. So as main method itself can't handle, it will forward to JVM. Then will JVM handle the problem? No, JVM also can't handle. So there ultimately your class will fail. Means it is just taking time to forward from here to main method to JVM, and there fail it instead of failing here. This is throwing. So throws is like a temporary solution, not really going to handle the situation. Okay, so that's the reason in project we don't use throws. We go with try catch, where the catch will handle the problem. Got it? This is forwarding the exception. Okay. So what about the throw? Now throw is create your own exception as per the project need and throw it in the project. That is using a keyword throw. So what is meant by creating your own exception? Now Java has a list of exceptions like arithmetic null pointer. Maybe all I don't need in my project. If in my project I have a situation of salary missing, an employee salary is not assigned, salary missing. So salary missing is a big problem. I want that method to be stopped immediately if I see employee don't have a salary. Exception should be thrown immediately. Okay. Then You create your own exception with any name like salary missing, salary skipped, or something with name and use it in your project. So that is called customization. First, create the exception and then throw it in the task, in the functionality. Okay. So we'll see how to create the exception. So I'm taking a scenario of salary missing. So salary missing means salary value will be 0 according to our example. Okay, salary value is 0. So let's take a class. The class name is hiring. Hiring is the class name. Main method it has. So in this class, when I'm hiring a resource will have a name. So string name and salary. So integer salary. So I'm not giving the data here. Okay, we are not giving any values here because there can be so many people getting hired. You cannot hard code the data. So to give the data for these variables, you can use parameterized constructor. With constructor, you can do the initialization. Initialization means giving initial value for these variables. If I'm using constructor name should be matching with your class name, right? So I can define a constructor. Same like method, the structure would be, but name will be same like class name. Here parameterized means the inputs string name and salary. Two inputs will be coming. Two inputs. The input, one parameter name is name, one another parameter name salary. So these values should be given to these variables. Means my variable is name. Name should take the value, whatever parameter is bringing this way. Okay. This is here some data will be there that will be going to your variable which is empty on top. This Java doesn't understand it. It gets confused. Why? Because both the sides same names are there, same text is there, so it gets confused. So how to make clear that this left side is the class information and right side is the input coming parameter using a keyword this. This dot, this means my current class details. What is your current class name? Hiring. So from your current class, take the name. To that, you assign the parameter value name. Now it is very clear to Java. Same way to the salary. Your class variable, this dot sal, holding the value of parameter name salary. So why we give same names? Because in the real-time projects, parameter names, if I keep something else, by mistake, if I keep yes, yes may go to name and name may come to salary. Means wrong assigning may happen. That's the reason we always try to see that name going to name, sal going to salary. Easy for us to track. So this is our parameterized constructor, which does the job of initialization. Now some data will come to the variables. Now I have to check whether salary is 0 or not. So I would use some user-defined method. Method name is validate. Output of this method is void, means no output. What you're going to do in this method, I'm going to check the salary value. How checking is always means if else. If the data in the sal variable, if it is less than or equal to 0, might be salary negative or value if they put or 0, then it is an error. Okay, it's an error. You should stop. So for time being, I'm saying stop. Printing stop. If not, else proceed. Means valid salary is this, means that person has a salary. So successful entry. Successful entry. Got it? So this is the validation. This is a method. Now anyone can call this method to check, right? How? With an object of this class. Where to do that object creation? In the main method. Suppose there is a employee 1, E1. That's an object new. Now as you have, this is a default constructor. As in your class you have parameterized constructor with 2 inputs, you must use parameterized. Means name is required of that person's salary. If the name of that person is, suppose employee 1 is the name and his salary is some digits we are giving. Okay, you got name and salary will go here. That new data will be given to your variables. Internally initialization happened. Now this method will be called on it. How? With this object. So E1 object name dot, you can find validate. That's it. When you run now, so name and salary already are there in the variables. It will take the salary and check whether 777 is less than 0. No, it comes here and says successful entry. Okay, means that person is there with salary. If I have one more employee, if I'm taking one more object, means one more employee, employee 2, name is E2 and salary is suppose 0, and call E2 object dot validate, means validate this person's details now. When I run now, if condition will be true, salary is equal to 0, so it will say stop for the second resource. Understanding? If I give minus value also, it will say stop. Now, someone looking at this report, they don't understand what is stop. You want to define it as an exception here and throw that exception. Customize some text, some information description you want to throw. Then, according to this situation, create one exception class. Getting? Now, where to create? You can create in your package also, or in this area only you can create, as this class is starting here and closing here for 34th line. Out of this class, all are empty, there's empty space, right? Here you can create. I'll just separate it. My class is ending here. My class is public class hiring, which is saved with .java. Then here in this area, you can create as many classes you want, which are not public. Like, class sal missing. This is the name of my class and the scope of that class. This way, as many classes you want, you can create. Class A, anything. But these classes will not be public. Only one class will be public and this name only will be saved with .java. Okay, so I don't need a class now, only this salary missing case we want. Create exception. Now, simple thing you remember, suppose you are very good in assembling things, electronic goods. You have good knowledge. So what do you think, instead of buying a smartphone of high cost, you think that you plan that, why don't I buy the components and assemble myself a design and build a phone, mobile phone. So what you do, you buy all the things, but while configuring, assembling, you take help of the real phone which you purchased. You open that phone, see how they are assembled, and then you do the same way. Similarly here, when you are creating your own exception class, to design a very well exception class, good exception, I take help of this base class exception. This base class exceptions help I'll take. Whatever methods are there in this exception or whatever is coming from its parent, everything I want to use it in my class. So I can make this exception as my parent. Yes, you can. So what I'll do? Exception extends. Extends exception. Means the features from this predefined Java class exception will come into your class. Now, what is there in this exception class? See, whenever they are throwing the error, whenever it is throwing the error, see the error how it prints. The package name, class name, colon, and then the exception. This is one format it is printing. Why it is printing like this? Because there is one method called toString method. ToString method in this class coming from throwable. If I go to this toString, what it does is, where it is toString. Okay, see how name of the class, colon separated, and the result. This way it prints. So I want in the same format to my class also. So to use this method, I'm doing an inheritance. Okay, I'm doing the inheritance. Okay, as you have a class, the use of this class is to throw a message. So string message. Okay, a variable. So to pass the message, as you use constructor name, parameterized. Input will be, I'm just following the same, this dot, your class variable message, taking the value, what is coming in the form of parameter. So what will come, that we will decide later in this form. Your constructor is ready. Now I'll call that toString method. The method is public. Return type, if you see here, return type of this method is string and method name is toString. So here, as your method, there is a return type. As per the rules of Java, there should be a return statement. It is returning your error message. I don't want only error message. I want, the package name, class name, colon separated, everything. Okay, you can do here. Return what? Return the class name. How will I get this class name? Your own class name. Own class name is this dot get class. After the class name, attach a colon, concat with colon, like this, colon, and then you attach the message. So this is the format, how I want. So you have designed your own exception now. If I want to use this exception class object, you want the object of this class. Generally, how you create object? Class name, object name, new class constructor. This class also has a constructor. So if I want an object of this class, this way I have to write new class constructor and the data. Yes, I'll do that. New class name and the constructor. Now constructor is having message, needs message. You print what message you want. You say the salary is missing. Please enter the salary. Okay, this is the message, very clear message we are throwing to the customer instead of just saying stop. And this is nothing but one object. See, new and the constructor is nothing but one object. That object, instead of doing this way, I'm just creating the object and that object I'm throwing it. Throw the object. From where you're throwing? From this method. When you want to throw, see the error. Unhandled exception. This is one exception which you're throwing. It is not handled. Salary missing. Fix it by throws. Means now you're forwarding it to your method by using throws. Now where is the method called? Method is called inside main method. Now here also it is shouting. There is some unhandled exception. Please handle it. You want to do try catch or you want to do with throws. If I say throws, Main method also will throw to JVM and at last somewhere it will fail. Let's not go with throws. Let me handle it here by try catch. So validate method is inside try catch, catch with the exception, your own exception. Here also we'll go with try catch. Both exceptions are handled. Got it? Now we would execute this code. You have two employees, one with salary, one without salary. You see, this is with salary. When with salary is there, this code is not executed, no throwing, successful entry. When second one is without salary 0, when you're calling the method, it comes into the method, it prints stop, and you're throwing the exception. When you're throwing the exception, where it is going into the try catch. When you say throw this object with this message, you are already typing a message. Salary missing, please try again. Taking this message, it will go into this class. It takes that message over here, gives to your local variable here, and then forms this message, and that message is printed over here. It comes in the form of object here. Here. It comes in the form of object and print stack. So here you see class name, package name, where I'm creating this class. What is my class name? Colon separated, and the message is printed. It is as per the toString method. Class name means package with class name, colon separated, and the error message, customized error message, which you are entering while throwing the exception. This is customized exception, user defined exception we call, right? Now, whatever names I give here as a text, it will display the text here. Here you're just throwing the exception object. Here comes the throw. Throw what? Throw the object of this class. But when you throw, ultimately somewhere you have to handle it with try catch. Understanding? So use of throw is to throw the object of an exception class with your customized error message. This is your customized error message. So this is all about the exception handlings. So there are a lot of things where you have to explore and understand multiple track and nested, finally, difference between throws and throw, finally, and final. Final is a keyword which is used with variables. Final is what is finally. In exception handling, you have studied finally. There is something called finalize. So you just understand what are they. So when you're preparing on any topic, you try to see all the things like interview questions, possible errors. From errors also you learn a lot. Why that error is coming, where to fix it, what's the meaning of that error. Okay. So this is about exception. Okay, so after exception handling, we'll talk about what is, under exception handling, we have just studied runtime exceptions. Compile time are still there. Okay, so I'll take the compile time after this topic. Oops concept is done. Then I'll take the compile time exceptions when we are dealing with files. So now comes object-oriented concepts. Oops concept we call, where you have few concepts under this category, okay, which we'll be studying with some examples. So object-oriented programming concepts are not only in Java. Other programming languages also do have like Python, .NET, Ruby, C++ also. These are like a set of rules or concepts are there. If needed, wherever in your project, you can use them. Like one of them known as abstraction. The next is encapsulation. polymorphism, inheritance. These are the concepts. So what is abstraction? Abstract is a solution to fulfill a condition which Java don't allow. Means what? Like I take a class. In this class, I say abstract demo main method. It's just a class. In this class, what I do is I keep a method. I take a method, user defined method. Return type void. Method name is login. And some statement, I'll just print it out. System out, login, done. Okay, this is our method. And to execute this method, one has to go with object in the main method. Object name, ABS demo, I can keep. You're allocating a memory for the object with the default constructor of this class. Every class will have a constructor default, I said. Your object is ready. With this object, you can access that login method from your class. And as you run, you get the output. This is your output. As many methods we want, you can define. But this is the general behavior of a method. Now, suppose I need a method and I'm not interested in the implementation. I need a method, but without implementation, only declaration. Declaration or defining a method, no implementation. Is that allowed in Java? No. That situation will not be accepted. For example, I want to keep a method with account. Account is a method and I don't want any body. Java says if you don't want to write anything, but at least you keep the structure. But if I say I don't want at all anything in future also to write over here, I want to terminate here. This is not allowed in Java. Return type, method name, declaration is not allowed. So abstraction is one concept which is going to allow this behavior in Java. You can see some solutions. This method requires body instead of semicolon. Fixes are what? Add a body. Okay, add a body. If not, make this method from this class to abstract. You can type it also, or if you can click here. If I click here, the method has become abstract. Abstract keyword, return type, method name, and this is just a declaration of method. No body required. As per the rules, if one method is abstract in a class, automatically class also will get abstracted. Earlier, when I created a class, it was a normal class. Now it became abstract class because the one method in that is abstract. Okay. Third one, an abstract class can contain non-abstract methods and also abstract method. Both combination can be there. Everything you can keep in that class, allowed. Fourth one, what? You cannot create object for abstract classes. For simple class, you can create instance, not for abstract class. It's an error here. Okay, no object, remove. Then without object, how can you call your method? Non-abstract method, you can't call without object, so no. Then the question comes, what is the use of this method over here then? If nowhere you can call it and execute, then what's the use of this method? This method, the details from this abstract class are not meant for everyone in the project, not for every class in the project. These details are only given to the child of this abstract class. That's the meaning. The information of abstract class, details of abstract class, will only be shared or accessed by the child of that class, not by anyone. Why? Because object is not allowed. So no one else can create object, but a child of this class can use it. So let's see how it is. I create one child for this abstract. Child can be anywhere in the same package or different package. I say abstract ABS child, class name, main method. I just drag it here. In console, I'll keep it. So both classes right now are independent classes. They are not parent child. To make them parent child, what I do, take the parent name and go to the child class, use the concept of inheritance. This one I'll use. Using a keyword extends and the parent name. Now they became both parent child. Okay. Now there is an error to the child class. What it says? This class must implement. Implement means must write code. For whom? For the inherited abstract method account coming from this abstract demo class. Means something is coming from the parent which is incomplete, that child must complete. So I want this method in the child class. You can type it or you can use this option, add unimplemented method. It automatically comes. If this child don't want to complete that task, other option is what? Make this child class also abstract like this. Means what? Some work coming from parent is not fulfilled by this child. The next child, the child of this class, has to do that job. Means inherited. Somewhere one child has to do at last. So if you are forwarding it to the next class, this also can become abstract. In case if you don't want to make it abstract, you want to implement that code, I can say add unimplemented method. So automatically this method will be available here without keyword abstract because body is here. But override means this method is not defined over here. It is coming from the parent class. Okay. And the code, whatever you use here, it will be in the front. Whoever will call this method, it will not be empty. It will be the latest code assigned here. It will be used for execution. Okay, so this is the @override is an annotation of Java, keyword of Java. Meaning is this method coming from parent, but implementation here we are changing the code in the child phase. Now it is not compulsory you should write the code, but the structure at least must be there. Whether you write or don't write doesn't matter. If you call also, it will be empty. And if you do some implementation, system out, child class code. And now to access anything, you have to create object for child class, not for parent. Parent information is already shared. C dot, as there is only two methods are there. One account method is coming from the own class, child class only, because code is written in child class. And second method, from parent, abstract demo, login is coming. So as you execute, one method from parent is picked and second method where child class is implementing is picked. So this way, abstraction is a concept where parent can keep some methods, define some methods, and it forces the child to do the implementation or to follow it. Because if the parent is not forcing, child may never use this account method. He may skip and just keep using the implemented methods of parent. But if you want your child class to strictly use this or follow these methods, code implementation, you can do abstraction in the parent class. Right? Understanding team? So best example for this, what I can tell you is, assume you want to start a new bank. You want to set up a bank. Your bank name is ABC Bank. If you want to set up a bank, it's not in your control, everything. You have to follow the rules and regulations set by RBI. RBI has certain rules. Like he says that every child bank of mine should have account opening process. And how to open an account, I'm deciding with this code. Every bank of mine should have a loans part, and how they should process the loans. This is the set of code. Now, as RBI is setting this protocol, ABC Bank has to follow because it will be a child of it. Automatically, these all methods will come to this ABC Bank. So, ABC Bank also will automatically use the same methods. As we just saw, a login was coming from parent. Now, ABC says that what is the use of our existence? Everything controlled by RBI. We don't have any flexibility, any decisions. At the same point of time, RBI is saying, okay, I'll give you some authority as well. Like you decide your own rate of interest, but make sure every bank should have interest method in them. So how to control that? How RBI will make sure that every bank has interest? By making abstract method interest. So he is not writing the code for this. He's just making sure interest method should be there. So automatically in all the classes, implementation will happen. It will force. The class will force. And here they should write the interest, whatever the interest they are willing to. The code implementation is done in the child class. And the method declaration is done in the parent. As you declare here, you are forced to keep that method in the class. Got it? So with abstraction, the child classes has that flexibility of implementation. So here you can see abstraction is used. So this RBI is a class having two methods implemented and one abstract method. So this class will become abstract. As it becomes abstract, you cannot create object for RBI as this one. But not needed also. Means there will be no customer coming to RBI and opening account. So you don't need objects also for this. So this class entirely is abstract now. But this information is shared to whom? Not to everyone, only to the child banks. So a bank extending RBI will get automatically these methods, and unimplemented method should be implemented with its own child code. Is this clear now? This is abstraction. Encapsulation. What is encapsule? See the meaning. Capsule is like a container. Container holding something. Now, if you take any class, what is this class doing? Class is holding something. So, and this code will be used only with the permission of this class, object of this class. It is inside the class, wrapped inside the class. It is hidden from others. If you have object only, then you can see the visibility of the code from that class, right? So encapsulation is also a mechanism where if you don't want to show the information of the class to outsiders, outside classes, neither with object, neither with inheritance, no way, completely secured. That is called encapsulation. Your data will never go out of the class, no, not with object, not with inheritance also. Even child also cannot see. That is encapsulation. Like for example, the password, the individual password. We don't share with any friends, no relatives, no family members, neither child. It is your password is yours only. So that is encapsulated. Okay. So how to achieve encapsulation means using one of the access modifier from Java. Java has one, see here you have one modifier public, right? Here also class is public. These are access modifiers of Java. So there is one access modifier in Java known as private. So using private access modifier, you can achieve encapsulation. Because if you keep some data private, that will never go out of that class. Let's see how to do that. I go for a new class. Encapsule demo. Main method. So within this class, I'm taking variables. One is the username, one is the password. So string, username, and then let me assign the value also. John is the username. Some name I'm giving. And this John, you can use, share with anyone. So I can keep it to public. This variable is public. Password, string, password, and the password, initial password here is the test. And this password I don't want to share with anyone. So I can make it to private. So two variables you have, data is already there. Now if I want to use inside this class, how? With object only. So I'll try to create object. Object name, new of, so default constructor. So I'm printing out object dot username. Then object dot password. Let's see whether it will display the results. As you're accessing within the class, you can see that it is displaying. There is no restriction. You are there in the class only and you are using that. Now our concern is, as you are a person, you know your password, you can access it. That's all. So now next is, I want to try whether this is visible in other class. Okay, whether it is available in other class. So let us create some class. My class name is demo, main method. I keep it here. So in the demo class, there is no any relation between these two classes, but with object, we'll try to access. So I'm creating the object here. Object name can be anything, okay? New of class constructor, and let us print out object dot. You can see username there, but password is not available. System out, y dot. I don't see any password field from the class. So password is not there, not visible. It will not come out. From this class, it will not come out because it is private. So it is secured now. Only username is displayed. So I have achieved encapsulation. How? By making your data private. This is encapsulated. Got it? Now, if you have a child also can't see it. Okay, I'll make one child class. Class name, I'll keep it to child only. Main method. Now, to make them parent-child, you have to inherit using a keyword extends parent name. Now, with object of child, you can find the inherited data. Print out object name dot Username only is coming. There's no password here. No password, only username. Means that private data is also not given to the child. Get it? So once data is encapsulated, is it done? There is no way where you can access it? Yes, indirectly I can access it. Okay, I can access that details indirectly. How? Using methods called getter and setter method. Getter and setter methods are there, which will help us to access this encapsulated data. How to get them? So within your class, I want methods for this password. I just right click on a line, source, generate getter setters. As you have two variables, I don't want for username because username I'm able to access it. I want only for password. Get this getter setter public methods as a pair. See, these are the get set methods. Now, as they are public methods, anywhere you can call with object of a class. Get password, what it will do? Whatever the password you have, inside this it will access. And set password, whatever input you pass, that is given to as a new password. So, indirectly, this non-accessible data, it will keep inside it and share outside. So, how to access the encapsulated data means using getters and setters. Let's see how to do that. You want to display password. So initial password is object dot call the method get password. Now with method I'm accessing the password, not with directly a variable. Test I got, whatever is here. If I want to set y dot username, new username I want to change. And password, how will you change the password? Not with the directly variable. You have to do it with method indirectly. This is the new password which I'm doing. So after working on it, let's display the details where you want to see the edited data, new data. So old data was this and new data which you have set username and set password. In the sense you are able to access it with the methods. Okay, so according to the question, your answer should be, what is encapsulation? Where you're wrapping or keeping the data secured within the class using access modifier private. This is how you achieve. After achieving, how to access the private data means getter setter methods. And the example is here, right?
Here's a quick question for you. What does the this keyword refer to in a Java method? Option 1, the current class. Option 2, the current method. Option 3, the current object instance. Option 4, the parent object. Next question. Which statement best describes encapsulation in object-oriented programming? Option 1, hiding complex implementation details. Option 2, exposing only necessary details to the user. Option 3, combining data and methods into a single unit. Option 4, allowing multiple forms of an object. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So what is the need of automation? We have already discussed. Okay. And so under the automation section, we are going to study Selenium with Java. And the Selenium is one of the API belongs to the ThoughtWorks company, was developed in 2004, correct? And Selenium has some list of components in it. So when you check in the Selenium site, that is Selenium div site. So under the Selenium, you have these all components like Selenium WebDriver, IDE, and the grid. So these are the current components. So that is what you find in this document as well. There are different components. You can find Selenium WebDriver and Remote RC, Selenium RC. This was the older version. Before WebDriver, Remote RC was there. And where we had a drawback of to run your code, you need to start the server manually. You have to control the server. So that server controlling is removed and modified into or enhanced into the Selenium WebDriver. So nowhere we use remote RC, Selenium remote RC. It is replaced with the Selenium WebDriver. So these are the components. So Selenium ID. Selenium ID is also not directly used in the project, but a tester can use for himself the Selenium ID. But used in the project is only Selenium WebDriver and the grid part. Grid is also a very small proportion. These are the components. So which you see that remote RC and Selenium WebDriver, they got merged and you got Selenium 2 version. And then with time, Selenium 3 version came, and currently now it is Selenium 4 running, Selenium 4 version. Okay. When you use Selenium ID, this is how the tool looks like. It's completely based on recording the script and running the script. A tester can use if he is not understanding somewhere, like how to write the script, then he can straightforward record it, understand the script, and then write the actual script. So it can be used by the tester for exploring purpose or for help, self-help. RC is no more because I say that you need a server. The central part you see, this is a server which need to be controlled for communication with the browser and the script. So that is remote. And grid is like, which is mainly used for running your script or the project on multiple machines or servers parallelly. If I have a project and that project need to be executed on Chrome machine, Windows machine, on a browser Chrome, Mac machine, Linux machines simultaneously, parallelly. Then you can set up the environment in such a way connecting those three systems to a project. And when you run the project, the executions you see simultaneously happening on three systems. So that setup or that configuration is called as grid configuration. Okay. So that is called as a grid environment. And all about when you say you're working on a Selenium, it's completely 99% is this Selenium WebDriver. Okay, which as Selenium supports different programming languages, Java is one. You have already set up that environment, Java with Eclipse. Now you need to add the Selenium APIs, or we call them as Selenium WebDriver APIs, which you see in the red text, it is drawn. These APIs I need to download and add to my working project. Then it is good for working as Selenium project. Okay, this part I have to do now. So to get the APIs, what you should do is you open this site of Selenium div, go to the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, these things you need. So select the download tab. And as you scroll down, you see Selenium clients and language bindings. Means different languages used by Selenium. So we are going to use Selenium with Java. So here is a section from where you should get the APIs. So this is the 4 version, 4.20.0 version, released on so and so date. And to get these files, the documentation you can find here. Okay, I'll open it on a new tab. the documentation. I just click on this link, I'll get the libraries. Okay, it is a zip file. You can save it some location. Just download it. The zip file you cannot add directly to your project. You need to extract it, unzip it, and the files inside that you have to collect, then add to the project. Okay, so once I download it, I go to that, let it complete. So this downloading and extraction is only one-time job. I can download and keep it in a safe place, and I keep adding those files to all whichever project you'll be working with. Okay, it's here. So it is in the zip file. You have to extract. Now extraction, you can extract it to a folder which you can rename it and use it for further references. So already I have extracted that. For your understanding, I'm extracting it now here. I right click. Already we did this process for Excel reading, correct? So extract files, create one folder. Under the downloads, create a new folder for Selenium and extract to that folder. So extraction done. I can open this folder. You see a lot of files are there under this. Okay, so you have all the files over here. Now I can add these files to the project. So what I'll do is, I have something, the previous version, I would keep these files within a folder, which I'll reuse it. I created one folder called jar download. Here, I would just add that folder. It's here, Selenium. And the jars from here, now this is nothing but just a file. I don't want to add the file. Jars are this cup sign, executable files. These are the jar files. So I want to exclude the files and add only the jar files. So better way, you can delete these files if you want. From after extraction, this files type you have, this you can delete and keep only the executable jars in this list, so that I can add all of them into the project, right? Once after extraction, go to your Eclipse. I'm working in my project. This is my project name. Select the project as you did for Excel jars adding, same process. Go to the properties. Go to the option of Java build path. And there you find in the libraries tab, two sections, module and class path. In module, you'll have Java files. Don't touch it. Always you add all the files which you'll be adding into the class path option. As you select class path, the right side options get activated and you select the option add external jars, because the Selenium files are on one drive external, correct? They are not in the Eclipse. So I select the option add external jars and then browse to the path where you have kept your jar files. They are in the folder. I kept it in something called jar download, and from there, Selenium. These are the files. So select all of them, open. Now they get added to the project. So then apply and close it. Now your project is ready with the Selenium files. Okay. Now your project is ready with Selenium files added to the project, which are there in the folder called reference libraries. So when you're doing, do the process step by step. Okay. Now this is not enough. Also you have to do next step is what? As Selenium has different programming languages, accordingly you have got the APIs. Now when you run the script, it has to do like process of opening the application, then going to a particular field, entering your data, clicking, everything it has to do. So where this application gets open and all those on a browser. So you are planning to automate your project on which type of browser? Whether on Chrome browser, IE browser, Safari, Edge, you need to decide. Accordingly, you should get the browser drivers also downloaded to your machine. See, if you're planning to work with Chrome browser anyways will be installed on your machine. But to interact with that browser, you need also the drivers. So you should download the drivers for your browsers and keep it in a folder. That step we have to do. Now, first to get the Chrome browser driver, what we would do is when you go for, you can search here, download. Chrome driver for WebDriver. You want the Chrome driver for working with WebDriver. When I search, click on this, you can find a site here for the Chrome drivers. So it is going to this URL of the Chrome drivers. I can just copy it here in the agenda. These are for browser drivers. Now you find here current release, latest driver. If you're using a Chrome version 1.15 or newer, if you're working on a Chrome browser of version 1.15 or new higher than that, please consult this test availability dashboard. This page will provide the JSON endpoints for those WebDriver downloading. Now you have to first check what is the version of your browser. I am already working on a browser. This is my browser only. So I can first select what is my browser version. It is 124 version. Okay, it is 124. Means obviously it is higher than 115. So if it is a older versions, you can check whether it is 114 version. I can click on this link and get the driver. It means if I click here, it will open that 114, and from here you decide whether you're working on Linux machine, Mac machine, or Windows machine. You just download this file. It's a zip file. Unzip it. Inside this, you will have a driver which you have to use for your script. Now, as your browsers are not older versions, for newer version, you have to go with this link. Okay, so I click on this Chrome for testing availability dashboard. Now here, what is my version? 124, correct? Stable version, 124, this one. So this is the stable version. Beta version means something higher which is not safe for using. Dev version means it is in the development phase, not yet released. Okay, so I'm not going to use all these versions now. I'm going to use the stable version. So for the stable version, you see here down, when you move down, there is a binaries. You have Chrome. You need to get the Chrome also. You need to get the Chrome also and the Chrome driver also. Both the things you have to download in your machine. So this Chrome is for the Linux machine. This is for Mac. This is also for Mac, Windows 32, Windows 64. Now, as our machines, my machine is Windows 64 machine bit, 64-bit configuration. So I'll download this Chrome for 64 with this link. So I just click on this link. You can just open it on, or you can copy this, put it on a browser. So that zip file gets downloaded. See, this is a zip file. Got it? So I'm just downloading here. So let it download. I downloaded. Second, what I have to do is, second part, as you got the Chrome, now Chrome driver also you should get. Now Chrome driver for whom? For the Windows 64 only I need Chrome driver. So copy this link and download it again. So this is Chrome driver. Earlier was just Chrome Windows 64. This is Chrome driver. So just save it. So 2 files you have to download. So this is again a one-time step you have to do, not every day. So once this is done, let me go to that folder on there in the, I kept it in the downloads. Here, both of it are there, correct? So what I should do, you should extract them. Extract and get it into a folder. Okay. So what I do is, I create a folder over here and download, extract this Chrome one. One more folder I'll create and extract this Chrome drive. So I'm just downloading Chrome now, extracting, extract files. So within the download only, I'll create one new folder saying Chrome and do this extract. Okay, done. Second one also, I extract, so not here, not here, not here. It got extracted here only, means just I did right click and said extract here, it came out here. Okay. So when you open the Chrome, inside that Chrome WebDriver is there, Windows. And when I open, here you see one application file is there, application, Chrome. This one I should use, where in my script I'll use. So keep it. Okay, keep it. And second one, Chrome driver, when I open, this is the Chrome driver application file. So this one also I need. So both have their respective paths. So they are there in that folders. Got it? So this is how you have to work with Chrome. Okay. Now, if I want to work with, Firefox, what I should do, just search first. Download Gecko driver. Gecko driver is a driver which invokes the Firefox. So Gecko driver for WebDriver. So there's a GitHub site where you can get the Gecko driver. I select it. Now you find here, there are different Gecko drivers are there. When I just scroll down, you see these are the Gecko drivers for Linux machine. Okay, 64-bit, Linux again 32-bit, then Mac machine, Windows here, Windows 32-bit. So I can use this for also 64-bit. So I just click this, source code not necessary, only this file. It's again a zip file, you can download it. So after downloading, you have to extract it. So I say just extract here. Here is Gecko driver, where is gone. Let me extract files, let us say. Select the download. I'll create a folder called Gecko. And to that we will extract. So you got a folder. Inside that, this is your driver. Only one driver you get for Firefox. Same thing like for IE driver also, the same process like Gecko driver you do. Only Chrome has a little change. And that change also happened recently for Selenium 4 version. Before 4 version like Selenium 3.2, where also you were getting only one file. But since you got Selenium 4, there was a change in that, stating that the Chrome will be separate, Chrome driver will be separate. But for other browsers, you'll have only one file. Maybe Safari, Edge, Crow, anything. Got it? So this is just downloading that drivers, browser drivers we call. Okay, this is the process. Now I'll show you how to write the simple code. Okay, so now go to your Eclipse and create a class. My class is to open just the browser. So I call the class name as launch for launching the application main method. So here in the main method, I'm writing the code of first opening of the browser. First, you need to open the browser. On the browser, the application, that all later steps. Now, how to open a browser? I have with me the browser in this Chrome, the browser, and the driver is there to control it. So taking these two paths, I have to open a browser. Now, the drivers are here on one of the drive. How will they be used in your Java class? You have in Java a class called system. You know that we use system.out.println to print something. But now I'm not using this system class for printing, but I'm using the system class to take the inputs from the paths from here, the browser path from here. So in the system class, we have a method called set system, set properties. Set properties, key and a value. You have to give a key and a value. Okay. Both are strings. Key is and the value should be a string, semicolon. You have to enter. So system dot set property is a method. Okay. Now what details you have to pass to this method? You have to give the browser name to it. Where is the browser and the path of it? The path of it. Got it? Now, what is the browser name and the path? If I open for you, okay, this is the path. So what does this mean is, you're setting some details to the system class. What details? A key and a value. What is the key? My key is to open the browser. So always the key is fixed for everyone, for every machine. The key is smaller case WebDriver.Chrome.driver. That is a key. And you have to give the path of the driver, the Chrome driver over here. Wherever you have downloaded the Chrome driver and extracted, that path should be given. And you see the Chrome driver, it is executable file, extension will be exe. So according to the current download, the Chrome driver is here. When I open, this is the path, application file. When you see the properties of it, it is an exe file. So I copy this path, you copy this path, and after this path, you have to give this file name with .exe. As you see in this case, it is showing an example on G drive also. I have this Chrome driver exe file. Okay. Once you set the path to the system set property, you also need to create one more class object called Chrome options. So Chrome option is a class coming. You have to import it. import it from the Selenium. Already Selenium files you have added. So import this Chrome options, create an object. Now to this Chrome option object, we have a method called set binaries. Now the binaries are nothing but the binary file to open a browser. And for that, you need to give the path of your Chrome browser exe, which is there in the folder called Chrome. Here, this is your Chrome path. So this name and it is application file .exe will be there. So copy this path and then you write that file name after it and .exe to the binaries. Once this is done, okay, you can create object for your WebDriver. WebDriver is again a class coming from Selenium WebDriver, and Chrome driver is, I think some libraries are missing, so it's not importing. And Chrome driver is actually which browser you want to open. Let me see why this is not importing. Let me type it. Import org.openqa.selenium. So see, sometimes when the imports are not happening, I can type it also. So when I'm putting a dot, select. So now automatically it comes Selenium dot star. Star means in Selenium, what all is required, everything you import. So in that list, WebDriver is also there. And here I'm not getting, now I could see the import. So specifically it is importing the Chrome driver. So with these two lines, okay. So in this class, only 4 lines of code you have. This 4 lines is all about just opening a simple browser for us. So when I run this code, so you have a driver, Chrome driver, and also Chrome browser paths, which you have already downloaded. Okay, now the access. Exception in the main method, the session was not created, could not start the new session with this exe file. So that time you see the version was 124. What was the current version now? Browser version 124.606. The current version is 104. Maybe the files which I'm using now are the older versions. That's the reason you see that it is not creating a session. Okay, it is just blinking and going away. So what I'll do is I'll change the path according to the new versions which I just downloaded. These two. So let me, so I don't want to keep in these downloads. I would need it for long term. So I can just, because I may delete the stuff from the download section. So I copy from here and keep it in the jar download folder. There is something called drivers. I created one folder already for drivers. Here I can keep it, because let me delete this part. Chrome driver, Chrome also, and just paste it here. So now Chrome and Chrome driver is here. Let me change the path correctly. Chrome driver path is in the G drive. See, my path won't work for you. You should change according to your system configuration. And Chrome path, the file name is as it is. This one. So I've changed the path correctly because with respect to my latest downloads I did. Run the code. It started executing. And you see one browser is opened. Empty browser. On that browser, some text is written. Chrome is being controlled by some automation test software. These 4 lines will just open a simple browser. On this browser, some website should open, means that we will do it later. Okay. So you're giving the path of driver. Then to the Chrome options, you're giving the path of your Chrome browser. And then as Java is an object-oriented programming language, to access any class, you need object for it. So here we have a class or an interface WebDriver. This is an interface in Selenium. So you're creating a reference for this interface, and the reference name we always keep driver. You can give any name, but in automation, driver is a word is known to every tester as a reference for that browser. So driver is a reference, and this driver should open what? The driver should open the Chrome browser. So already the settings are done. So to get this reference of type Chrome, you're using a Chrome driver constructor. This is again inbuilt coming from your Selenium, which is a class constructor present in the package Selenium OpenQA, which comes in the class Chrome, and then Chrome driver class. It's the hierarchy. So this is a constructor which invokes the Chrome browser. So with that constructor, you're creating this instance, and when you run, this instance will be just opened. That opening of the instance is just the browser. Understanding? Now on that browser, if you want to open some URL, take this object, take this reference, dot, and you have lot of methods now. Now these methods are coming from WebDriver, because driver itself is of type WebDriver. So you'll find these methods coming from WebDriver only. From this list of methods, as you need to open some website, I use the get method. Get, and inside this method, give the application URL as a string. So within double quotations, you give the website name. So when you're typing the website, you should give properly the website. So better way, you open it manually first, copy the path and give as a string like this. Now when I run now on the Chrome, the Facebook site will get opened. So this is a basic script needed all the time to do before automation starts. Browser and application is must. So this code is compulsory in every class. So this is my application open. On this application, you can do later the testing, interacting with all this. So to say that whether your project Selenium is properly set or not means, you have to get the jars, add to the project, get the drivers, keep somewhere, then write this code and run and see whether whether the browser is opening with the URL. Then it is understood everything is properly done. Launching app. Yeah. Now if I want to work with Firefox, so first of all, Firefox browser should be there on your system first. Then only the driver will work for it. Okay, as I don't have Safari browser on my machine, the Safari driver, if I download also, it will not work. I cannot use it. First of all, you should have the download browser and then the browser driver. Okay, now for example, how do I work with Safari is, you have to set the path of Safari. I just copy this again and comment it first. So to work with Firefox, you need to change the key. WebDriver.gecko is the key and the path of Firefox. Now path of Firefox driver, I kept it where on in the downloads only. Just sometime back we have extracted this gecko, right? I'll take this path. So on the C drive, gecko, and the file name is gecko-driver.exe. So take the path. The file name is gecko driver. So that you have to type it. Gecko WebDriver.exe, and then in that case, I don't need these all drivers and all those. Okay, only for Chrome we need. Only the system set property is enough. Create and reference of type WebDriver interface for invoking which browser? Firefox. So here you have to call the constructor Firefox driver. Import this constructor from Selenium and just launch the URL on it. So run now. This should call the Firefox and the application on it. So you can find on the browser console, it will execute some lines where it is going to invoke the Firefox. See, the Firefox is opened. Unable to connect, it says the server issue. I closed it. So now exception in the main, cannot create a session. Okay, and the details. Let me try again. Run as Java application. So I need to set the protection firewall settings. I have to permit the Firefox on the web. So Firefox don't have that access to open on a browser as a browser. So that is stopping it to launch properly. Okay, so loading issue. But it has just opened that instance. Okay, so these are the, if you have Safari browser and if you download the Safari driver, and at that time you have to change the key here as webdriver.safari.driver and give the path of the Safari driver exe file. And then create an object of type WebDriver, and here the constructor will come for Safari driver. Here you have to change Safari driver constructor. And when you run, it will call the Safari browser. On that Safari browser, the required URL will be opened. So this way, multiple browsers, different browsers you can open with your script, right? So this is the configuration required. The Selenium related topics are these. We have already completed them. Prerequisites, what are the core Java concepts, fundamentals of writing a Java program, object-oriented loops, data types, operators, control statements, array, method, exception handling, object-oriented concepts. Okay, done. So this part is Java. So in the sense, completely module 1 is done. Got it? So on the module 2, what actually we have is, that's about setting configuration of the Selenium, which we already done. So on the module 2, WebDriver API is already downloaded. These drivers also of our interest, we have downloaded them. Then you have already set up the environment, like you already have a Java Eclipse, and that a project is ready, package is ready, class also is ready, correct? This all we have done. Now to this Java project, these APIs you have already added. And the drivers which are there, required drivers, you just downloaded and kept in one folder. And when you're writing a program over here, the script, you're using this drivers and saying that open a browser. So these drivers get executed and you see that the browser gets opened over here and the URL on it. Okay, this is the environment configuration we completed, right? So these are the steps what we have done, the configuration and all those. Once this is done, we have written the code of opening of the browser. So here this code is older version code it shows of Selenium 3. I told that in Selenium 3, I don't need Chrome options and all these two lines were not there. Only the first line and this object creation, it was enough. So this slide is showing that older version. This slide is showing older version where system set property, the key and the path of the driver. So as per the Selenium 4, that Chrome options you need to add on. So as per I have written the script, you do it. This is for Gecko driver configuration, calling the Firefox object. And this is for IE driver, the key, the path for it as an example. And here the constructor will be Internet Explorer driver you have to use. For Opera, the key is this. You have to change the path according to the download where you're using, like this. And the object for the constructor used for this is Opera driver. See, every browser, the driver name changes, which browser you're calling. If it is Safari, Safari driver, you have to type. So from where actually these names are coming is you can check that everything in the documentation. The documentation, I'll explain that in the coming session. You can also refer it, not a problem. If you have opened somewhere the document, this is the documentation as Selenium Open QA, and you go to the your interfaces, WebDriver. Now you see these are the different classes, which is where you can create object with them. Chrome driver, Chromium, Edge, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Remote, Safari, all these. That's from here only I'm taking the names. When you open any class name, Chrome driver, if I open the Chrome driver, it's a class. Inside this Chrome class, you have constructors where you see default constructor is there. This default constructor only I'm using here for creating object. So that way, if you go to any class, if I'm going with Safari class, inside the Safari class, you have your constructor Safari driver. So this constructor I'm using for object creation.
Here's a quick question to ruffle your memory. What is the primary purpose of Selenium IDE? Option 1, to execute tests in parallel across multiple machines. Option 2, to provide a record and playback tool for creating automated tests. Option 3, to manage browser drivers for Selenium WebDriver. Option 4, to write complex test scripts in programming language. Next question, which of the following is a key feature of Selenium WebDriver? Option 1, it supports only Firefox browser. Option 2, it allows writing tests in multiple programming languages. Option 3, it cannot handle Ajax-based applications. Option 4, it does not support interaction with web elements. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So the launch code for working with the launch code, you need to set the browser driver exe file, the Chrome driver exe file, and the Chrome also we took both Chrome as well as the Chrome driver. Then if you run it, you could see the browser is opening of the respective class Chrome, and on that the URL. So since from version Selenium 4.6.0, we are anyways working on Selenium 4. Selenium 4, that too, Selenium 4.28 something, I believe, 21. Okay, so since 4.6.1 onwards, in Selenium, we have a Selenium manager. That Selenium manager will take care to launch the browser matching with your exe file. You know, the Selenium manager says you don't need even Chrome driver. I mean Chrome browser exe. Without these lines, if I just pass the driver and the object, it will open the browser as well. So it'll find the matching browser, whatever the exe file of Chrome driver you have, and open it. So for that, what I can do is I'll just remove these two lines. I've commented it. So we have only system set property, the driver, and the object for invoking the Chrome and the URL. So only with these three lines, so I could open the browser. You could see on the console. So that's our browser and the URL on it. And this is nothing but your exact, which is called by your Selenium manager. Now the question is then why we learned to do this setup. In case if you're working on a project of Selenium 5.0, 4.5.0, then you have to do this set property, this Chrome options as well by giving the path of your Chrome exe. But if you are working with beyond the higher versions, more than Selenium 4.6.1 onwards, without this configuration also, you can open the browser. Clear to everyone? So now, anyways, I'm working with the updated version of Selenium. So only with these three lines of code, we will move ahead by configuring the browser. Okay. So that way also you can use WebDriver Manager. There's also one concept called WebDriver Manager. So using WebDriver Manager, you will get the browser launch automatically matching with your existing browser version. You no need to download the browser driver and matching with your browser and then invoke. So now with the driver manager also, you can do this launching. But since from Selenium 4 onwards, as you have this easy way of launching the browser, we don't need anymore the driver manager, help of WebDriver manager. But lower versions like Selenium 3, if you use in your project, then you can use directly the WebDriver manager. In that WebDriver manager, we have a method called setup. So that will take care to launch the browser. Okay, there are three ways: directly giving the path and downloading everything. And that option has challenges because if your browser version changes, those files, downloaded files will not work. You have to keep on maintaining it, updating it. So the safe way was WebDriver Manager. So that is no more needed in Selenium 4. So in Selenium 4, you have other ways using Selenium Manager, which will take care of the what is the browser matching with your driver launch. Okay, that is the concept. So what we have done already this process of downloading the WebDriver, Selenium WebDriver APIs, matching with one of the programming language. So Selenium WebDriver API with Java we have downloaded. So for that, we have already navigated to the Selenium div site, went to the download, and we went to the Java, and this stable release, we just downloaded it and added to the project, those jar files, right? And for browsers, you have to search for the respective browser and download it. So browser, like, if you're working with Chrome browser, then you have to get the Chrome driver exe files. If you're going with Firefox, you have to get the Gecko driver. then IE drivers, you have Safari drivers, you have Edge drivers, you have. So respective drivers are available, which you have to search and download. And just keep right now, no need to add them to the project drivers. Just keep it in a folder and give the path where you write the system set property. That path of the drivers need to be provided. Okay, these are the steps, just how to do the setup, which we have already done it. And using the system set property, and just like here, system set property and creating the object of the Chrome, you have launched the Chrome. Similarly, Gecko driver path using a class Firefox. Now, how you can decide which is the class constructor? This is actually a constructor, right? Every class will have a default constructor. So this constructors, how, from where I'm getting it, how to search, or how do you know what to exactly pass? So from the APIs, there is a API documentation for everything. So you can just search there, and you have different packages, inbuilt packages. So I go to the Selenium open package, and there a lot of classes, interfaces are there. From there, you navigate, you search for the interface name WebDriver. WebDriver is an interface which helps in interacting with the outside agents, browser agents. Means if I want to test some application which opens on a website, so using WebDriver, I can interact with the browser and then to the website. So this is the interface. Within the interface, this is an interface used by all these classes. You have a Chrome class, Chromium driver, Edge, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Remote Server, Safari. If I'm working with Chrome, you can search in this class. It's a class and its hierarchy you can see. And this class holds a constructor default. This is the default constructor which I have used here for creating the object. Okay. Similarly, if you are planning to go with the Firefox, you can check in the class, the constructor is default is there. Then I'm good to use this constructor for calling the Firefox. Okay. So it's all like with the help of documentation only, we are doing all these steps. Clear, team? So this is the initial setup we have done. And so where you can invoke anything. Then on that application, what to be done, where you have different methods to interact, we'll go through them slowly. Now, we need to complete these two steps, how to work with a properties file and Excel file, which will require ahead in Selenium automation as well. So what is a properties file? Properties is actually a built-in class available in Java, which holds a lot of methods as well. And those methods are helpful for reading the data from a properties file. Because when I'm testing, I can keep some test data used for testing in some files, external files. They can be properties file, they can be an Excel file, they can be a database, PDF files, anything. But widely, we find the data is stored in a Excel and the properties. So once you understand these two, later you can explore how you can read from an text file or from a PDF. The file dependencies, the supportive jars need to be downloaded for that. Okay, or if you're trying to get it from a database, now which exactly is the database? Matching dependencies need to be, or jars must be downloaded. If you're connecting with Oracle jars need to be downloaded. If you're working with SQL Server jars need to be downloaded. So that you can slowly work on it. Okay. Now we will see what is a properties file. Properties file is a file which is saved with .properties extension. The file is saved with .properties extension. Here the data is stored in the form of a key and value pair. The data is stored as key and a value pairing. So to work with this, first let us create one properties file and then a Java class to read its information. To create the properties file, I can just take a notepad. Here, save some data as a key value. I say student ID is a key which can hold a value. ID is S001. Okay. Then comes the name. Name of the student. Value is John. Then course is the value. So this way different keys will be constant. Only the values keep changing as student 1, student 2, different courses. So this data, I'm going to save it. So when I'm saving it, you can save it to any location by selecting all files. And here comes the name with dot properties extension. This would be your file. Okay. Or you can also save the file inside your project as well. Where you're working inside the Eclipse also you can save. Let's do that. I cancel this. So this is my package within the project. Within the package, let's save it. Select the package, right click, go to new, and there's a file option. Provide the file name, student.properties. And here provide the information key value form. So here in your package, you see student.properties exist. Okay. So properties file is nothing but it is one type of file. As you have Word file, text file, PDF files, it is a properties file where extension is dot properties. Now I want to read the data. Read the data, this is the data. If I give the key, it should give me the value. So for that, go for a Java class. Read property demo. Main method. Now to read something in Java, we have special classes for reading and writing. From that list, I'm going to use one class called file input stream. File input means get some input into the program from the outside file. Output stream, file output streams are also there to write something into the outside files. Now from properties file, I want to read something into the program. So call that class object, file input stream, object for it, new of the class constructor. If you search in the documentation of Java, these classes, you can find all the details. Now this is showing a compile time exception. When I mouse over, import the class from Java IO package. Done. And still the constructor file input stream default one is undefined. So they say that this class don't have default constructor. On the other hand, it has to fixes are what? Parameterized. You can give the input in the form of a file descriptor string. Okay. So now we have two examples. One is Excel and this. So in one case, we'll give the input as file. The other case, we'll give the input as a string. Okay. So here, let me start with string. So as you want to give the input in the form of a string, so here you can give in double quotations the path. Path of what? The file, student properties file. Right click on it, the properties file, properties. You see the resource and the location. This is the complete path of the properties file. So I can give the complete path from G drive up till the file extension. This is also okay. But as I'm working, as the file is also placed in the project, my program is also in the project. So then I don't need to give the path from G drive location onwards. You can just say in which project, which package the file exists, that's enough. In the sense, SRC, all information is in the same project. So SRC, within the project you have SRC. Inside the SRC, package name and the file name. This much is also enough. This is the file. Then still you have some compile time exceptions. Unhandled exception type is file not found. The compiler is saying right now file is there. What if tomorrow file is deleted from that package, from that location? You will get an exception, file not found. So that problem, who will handle it or take care? Will the tester take care himself? Then go with try catch. If you want the main method or JVM to take care, go with the throws. So let us handle on our own try catch. So that line is included in the try block, and catch having a class type, object of type file not found exception, and the print stack of it. So this already we know. Now inside the try itself, we will continue now. Now once you got the reference to go to this path, now you have to read it. As the type of the file is properties, to read them, you can use a class, predefined class object properties. As the class is there, so I'm using. If there were no classes in Java of properties, you have to write your own logic. So create the class object for properties, P capital. I'm calling the constructor. Now object is available. Import this properties class from Java util it is showing. This object P has lot of methods in it. So you can see, you can clear the data from properties, cloning, okay, containing, you can set something, you can get something from the properties. Now it's time to get the data. So I can use get property method. So if you give the key, it will give you a string. But before getting, you have to read all the information from that file and then get it. So to read all the information from the file path, you need to first call the method load method. Load the input. How to load? You have the file pointer, file input string, give that as an input. Going to that pointer, read everything, load it. Or second way, if you have the class used is a reader class, then you have to pass the object of a reader class. Okay, in our current example, we did not use reader class, we used file input stream class. So I use the file input stream object as an input. So load the data by the FIS as an input reference. So while loading also you may get exceptions, IO exceptions, input, output problems, issues. How will you handle it? You want to forward it to the JVM with throws? Or do you want to add a catch and to surrounding try, means one more separate catch? Already one catch is there, so second catch. Or do you want to add this IO exceptions to the same existing catch? One catch can handle everything if it is a child of that, okay? Or you can add a separate try catch. What I would say is, already one catch is existing, to the same catch, configure IO exception. If I click, earlier was file not found exception, now it got converted into IO exception. Means what? IO exception is a parent and file not found exception is a child of this. So the parent object can handle even the child class object issues or exceptions. Okay. So once loading is done, we have a method to read the data. So with object P, you call the method called set get property, where string input is key. So in a string form you have to give. So what is the key? From the file, student ID is the key, right? So provide it. So output of this method is a string. Get property is taking string input coming from class and the package. Output is string. Therefore, you assign the result to a string variable. And I can print it. If you don't want extra variable, you can directly call that method in the system out print statement, like property object dot get property if the next key is suppose name. Okay, so these 5 lines, at least 5 lines are necessary when you're dealing with the properties file. So when you mouse over, you have the details as well. You can check the documentation or as per what you're doing. Now my intention is to get something, read something from the file. I gave the file name. Now I'm reading it, get me. So I have to use the get method. Okay. This is one point. Second is, if I want to work with Excel file. Now you can store multiple rows, columns in an Excel file and work with it. But Excel, I cannot just work now as it is, because my Java class, neither Selenium understand Excel. Now to understand Excel information, the file and all those, you need to download the supportive dependencies or jar files. Why? Why not for properties? Because properties file, text file, all these comes inbuilt with your operating system. Your laptop itself, when you install the operating system, it comes by default. So your operating system understands them directly without any jars for it. But Excel is not like that. To have Excel, Word, PowerPoint, everything, you need to install it MS Office and then you'll get this. Similarly, to understand them, the data information from them, also you need to download the matching jars and use in your project. So, especially for Excel, we have the jar files called as a Apache PY jars. Apache PY jars. These Apache PY jars, you have to download, extract, and then add to the project. Okay, you have to download, extract, and then add to the project. After doing that, so I'll say download, extract, and then configure to project. So just as you did for Selenium, the same process, downloading, extracting, adding to the project. After that, you can create one Excel file with the data, and then you create a Java class to read Excel. To read. This is the steps we have to do now. Now first search for Apache PY jars. I go to the download. I search for download Apache PY jars. You find apache.py.org is a site which gives you this PY jars. I just click on that link. I'll copy the URL for you here in the notepad. And you see the available downloads. One is the latest release is 5.2.5. Older releases, if you want, you have to go over here. Let me see this release. I click on the first one. It is showing you source distribution and binary distribution. Source means source code. So I don't need any developed code of it. Source code I don't need. I need only binaries. So if I see the binaries, 5.2.3 is the latest version, which was, so where we produce a set of zip file or TZZ file. We will continue to publish the jars in a central repository. Means they are saying that this site says right now, this latest release, the jars, we are not giving here directly. Instead of here, they are there in the Maven repository, some other place. You can get it from there. But right now, I don't want to go to that location and get. Later, we will talk about Maven. Okay, but not now. Then I cannot get now 2.3.2. Then let's try with the older versions. To get the legacy, means older jars, older versions, see in this link. So I click on this link. It shows here down. Source binaries. I need binaries only. Click on the binary. Here you find different versions. So from here, 3.0. This much is for 3.0 details. From here, I can get the zip file. If I'm going with 3.1, this is the section of 3.1, 3.2. In this way, the last version which is available in this list is 3.2.3. 3.2.3, this part. So I'll get this latest one in the previous releases, a zip file. So I just click on the zip file. So you get the download. So this downloading extraction, you can do once and use the same files in all the projects wherever you want. So once download is over, I go to that file folder, extract. So I right click, I say extract files. You browse to a safe place where you can reuse next time. So I'm just keeping it here. Let's say PY is the folder name. To this, we will extract. So it got extracted, you got a folder. In that, this is the subfolder. And here are the dependencies. These are the jar files. Not only this, couple of them are in this auxiliary folder, lib folder here also. Okay. So what I do is, so that I don't forget some files to add to the project, I don't want to miss them. I keep all the files in one location. Maybe I can keep everything in this lib folder. What I do is, I copy this outside files, select copy, keep here, paste, Control V. Similarly, get it from auxiliary as well, Control A, select, copy, and paste, Control V. Some of them are in OXML lib as well. Select, copy, and paste. Now, all the files are in one location. So easily I can add them to the project. Got it? So I'll not use these one because already I have my own downloaded files, which I'll add to my working project because I may delete this folder later. So I have my files in the G drive, jar download, and POI jars are here, which are in my lib. I'll add this. So downloading and extraction is over. Now configuration. Select your project, right click, properties, Java build path. Make sure you are in the library section and you are in the class path. Select class path. Already some dependencies might be there. And now jars are on some external drive. So select the option, add external jars. Browse to the path where you have the jars extracted. So they're in the folder, lib, select all, Control A, open. They get added to the project. No errors at all here in this list, no red crosses. Apply and close. So this is the configuration part. So now your project is ready to work with Excel. Clear? Second part is create Excel file and then Java class. Now Excel file you can create anywhere with some data, anywhere, or you can create in your working package also. So this is the Excel file. We are right now having one sheet 1. You can edit this name also, just double click on it. You can change the name as well. And as well, you can create as many sheets you want. So all these sheets are on the Excel workbook. Okay, the Excel itself is a workbook where it can store multiple sheets in it, and each sheet will have many rows and columns. Okay, so see that I'm on the sheet 1 now, and I have some data to read. Username is some data, password. The second column, 2 columns we have, and the information which I want to read. Some data, random data I'm keeping. So 3 users we have and 3 passwords you have. So this is my data to read. Okay, so I can save this data. Excel, maybe on the desktop, I'm just keeping it. Or you can keep it on your in your project as well. So I just copy this file and select your package, paste it, Control V. The file is here. You can open with. So this is your data. Right? Now next comes create a Java class to read it. So I go and create a class. Now this class, as you were reading the properties file, same way reading need to be done. So you need to give the file input stream, okay, here as well. And where you get the try catch block, handle the exception. Now this time, I'll not use the file input stream with the path of string. We'll try with file object. I can pass the object of file class. If you want object of file class, before that create a file class object. File is a class, F is an object, new of file, and the file constructor taking the path of the file to read as a string. Now what is the path? This SX properties in the resource. This is the path. I can give from project location, SRC, package name, file name with extension. So file class need to be imported from IO package. And this F need to be provided over here. Means you're passing the object of file. Means this all reference is this F. If you don't pass F, without this line, I can write new file and this much in this place also. That also is the same meaning. Okay. Now once you got this, now you have to read the properties file. Now how to read it? First you have to go to the workbook, then go to one of the sheet, then go to one of the row, one of the column, and the data inside. To reach here, you have to go with all that process. Now how to refer the workbook? As you added the jars, you have classes, methods for all that, except. So create a class object for workbook. So class name is XSSF workbook. These all are predefined classes. This starts with capital only, XSSF workbook. Object new of. Import the classes. You see they are coming from your Apache jars which you added to your project. Done. Now create a sheet. Go to the sheet where XSSF sheet. SH is the object. Where is the sheet? On the workbook. So take the above object workbook dot. From the workbook, you have to go to a sheet. So there are so many methods here. So as you keep practicing, you'll understand which method we are using. We are not creating any sheet. Remember, already sheet is there. you have to go to the sheet. So get sheet is a method. So get sheet. Get sheet, you can give the sheet name as a string. Get sheet at, you can give the index. It's a position, like array, it starts with 0 again. So these are the two methods you have. So right now I'm giving go to the sheet at 0 index, means first sheet is the 0 index. So once you go to the sheet, import the class again. So you went to the sheet, now you have to read the data. Okay, you're on this, you have to read some data. Suppose I want to read this data. Where is this data? It is on some row and on some column combination. Here row also starts with 0, column also starts with 0. This is a 0 row, 1 row, 2 row. So row is 2, column is 0, 1. Row 2, column 1. Then it goes to this area. So how do I write that code is, if I want to read it, where is the data on the sheet? Object is there, sh. sh dot, how do you go to a row? Get row. R. Get row, give the row number. That is 2. From that row, get cell. Cell number 1. So it will go to that row, that column, and with that both combination, you have to get the data in from that box, from that cell. We have a method get string cell value. Get the string cell value, cell, whatever in the cell you have a value, you get it. That's giving you string value. So this string, if you want to keep it into a variable your wish or directly print it. So to keep it simple, I'm just saved it to a variable and then printed out. So this much code is necessary to trigger the Excel. Cell 19, sheet at illegal arguments, sheet index 0 is out of range. Why exception main method line number? Sheet 0 is not there. Use the other method. It should not be a problem, but get sheet name as a string. You have to give the name of the sheet. The sheet name is sheet 1. I copied it. Cell6. Apache Poi XSSF user model get row int because sh is null. Get row int because sh is null. It is null. One mistake. What is that, you know? File path you gave here, FIS is pointing to this file location, but there is no connection between this object and the path of the file. Because you have a constructor of workbook, you say you have a workbook, you have a file, but where is the file? This connection is missing. So I have to pass FIS as an input to this workbook, so that this workbook knows where is the file. So it finds the workbook on it, on that the sheet and the data. So that was missing. It is reading the data, whatever you have, B123. Okay, now you have to read all the rows, all the columns, every cell you have to read. So I can't write those many statements. So better is you go for a looping. You can start the loop over here and stop over here. And the columns also you can do nested loop. For columns also you can do a loop. Start the column here, end the column here. Means in every row, 2 times the column has to be read, 2 columns. Then increase the row. Then read both the columns. So that way you have to write the looping. So to do the looping, simple for loop we can apply. For take any variable which is should be integer only. I keep this outer loop is for pointer for the rows. So I say R start from 0 row. R should stop once the data ends here. How come you know data is ending here? For that we have methods. So R should be less than on the sheet dot. We have a method get last row number. This gives some value. If you want to see what is the value, you can straightforward print it. System out, print that last row number, and up till you reach that number, increase the rows. So inside this for loop, for columns also, you can put a looping integer. Column start with 0. Column should stop at the last column. But last column, we don't have method directly. We have a method for last cell. So go any row you can take. In any row, last cell itself is the last column, right? So what I do is, on the sheet, go to any row, get row number. As per R you can move or 0 you can keep, your wish. And from here, get first cell number, last cell number. So this method will give you the last column. If you need, you can print it out this as well. And increase the column, C++. So what happens here in the row 0, 0th row and column 0, what you have to read? You have to read the data from there. Means you are here, I'm reading from here, and I want to read the value from inside this. Already you have a method to do that. This will give you the value. I can print it out directly. System out, without any variable, print this. So row number, no need to hard code the values. You say row number R, column number C, cell number C. Move accordingly, get the string value from there. Okay. Now execute it. Say some error, I believe. Last row number. Here I have to give 0 because R is nowhere alive here. It is in the for loop. So go to row 0 and get the cell number. You see the data is reading up till B value. It's not going to the C. The reason is you got the row numbers, last row number as 3, last cell number as 2. Row number 3. 3 means it starts counting. Even the position is 0, when it is counting, it says 1, 2, 3. Means up till here only that method is giving the number. But you have to read always one row extra. So that I can adjust in the for loop. Instead of saying lesser than 3, you can say, as you're starting from 0, less than 3, you can say start from 0, less than or equal to 3, so that it moves to the next row also to read. Columns, it's giving a count is 2. And if I count also, this is the 1 column, 2 columns. So it is completing. So no worries on the column. Only the problem is with the rows. Okay. Now to do a good alignment, like you need this username and password on single line without new line. So inside your inner for loop, without using print ln on a new line, you can just say print. just say print, and between the two columns, you can put a space here, concat with a space. Once all your columns are printed, before going to the next row, give a new line. Just simple new line, nothing in that. So you can see the data is properly organized, number of rows and columns, and this is your data completely read. Okay. So this is how we have to read the data. Excel reading, the steps are confirmed. You have to take a file input stream, workbook, sheet, and use this for loop, nested for loop for rows and columns. Now, after launching this application, any application you launch, you can do the validation on it, whether that application is correct or wrong. Now, how you validate? Manually, I'm opening the URL. Now, how to say this is really the right application? You can see the logo and say, this is my application, or you can see the URL and say, or you can see the title and tell this is the application, right? So, different parameters are there for verifying your content or the page which you have launched. So, how to get the URL? The opened application URL, how to get? The opened application title, how to get? We have methods for it. So first, we will create a class and launch the application. Validate the application, main method for it. We are writing the launch code. As I don't need these two lines, I can just delete it. So this is our launching. So as I run, application will be opened, right? Now, once application is opened, I want the title of the opened application or application under test. Now, to get the title, now who is the pointer to the opened website? The website is on the browser. The browser pointer is driver. Driver is the pointer for your browser. On that browser, you're opening the URL. Means your driver is pointing the application URL as well. So whatever is happening on the application, you will get it with the same driver. Maybe the title, URL, or any other things you see on the website. Everything reference you can get through driver. So using this object, I can call or get the title using a method get title. Get method is used to open the application where input is the application URL. Get title is a method which brings the title of the application under test, and the title is given as a string. So this string, I assign it to a variable. Okay, it will give you the title. Same way, URL, application URL also you can get it. But if I don't want this variable to be used or extra variable to be declared, you can call the method in the printing as well. So system out, the driver dot, the method for that is get the URL string output. Whatever the output this method is giving, it's going to print it directly. Okay. So run the code. So in the real project, we don't do any printing on the console. Now we are starting the code initially. We have to print it out. In the project also, when you're initially writing some small code, you do the prints to ensure that whether your code is correctly working or not. So the title is this, application URL is this. Okay. Now to ensure the application title is so and so, what is my title or client expecting title? Are they both same or not? So I may have one reference title with me, string expect title, expected title, whatever the string which I have. If I just take the same, the expected is this so and so, it's a string. This string and the above string, I have to compare. So I use the concept of Java if else. If whatever is the actual title you're getting, which is stored in this variable, if it is matching, when I place a dot, I could see string class methods, where matches is a method which tries to match with another string as an input. Based on the comparing, you get the result as true or false, Boolean. And matching with expected title value. If both are same, if the title in this and if the title in this are same, I can print it out as a valid application launched. Okay, valid application. Else, you can put else block if you need for execution. Right? So this way, now if I run, it will print for me valid, because this URL app title text is matching with the actual text given by the application. So both, this is the actual coming with this title. And what I'm comparing is this. If both are same, it says valid. If different, it gives us invalid, whatever text you write in the other one. Understanding? Similarly, the URL also you can compare. So if else, if else. Now what is the actual URL? Now actual URL is here, which I did not store it into any variable. Just I called it and printed out. I did not use any extra variable. So how do I do? If you want to store to a variable, or I can call this method also for comparing, driver dot get the current URL from the application. The result, whatever you get, that will be compared or matching with expected URL. Now suppose expecting also try to keep it same so that it passes. This is my expected. Whatever the answer you get with this method is compared with this string. If same, it will show us system out valid URL. Else invalid. So you got here both as valid application, valid URL. This way, these are the methods of now Selenium WebDriver. Get method is one, because you're calling these methods with the driver, and driver is of type WebDriver. So these are WebDriver methods. Get method, get title, get current URL. These are the few methods we used it. Okay. Now you could see some more methods are there. Driver dot get page source. Page source means the HTML code of the opened application. The opened application will have a big HTML code, but everything cannot fit in this console. Console can hold only a last part of that complete code. And anyways, what will I do with the HTML code printing? There's of no use. So mostly these methods I may not need, but it is one of the method. Get page source. Okay. Now, once I ensure that this application is correct, launched application is correct. Now you have to work on the functionalities on the application. Means the requirements available on it, the features available on it. The features are like, you can see a login functionality, the login feature is there. Recovering password feature is there. Creating new account options are there. Creating a page option is there. So these are different functionalities there. Now to test the login, you have to interact with email text box, password text box, login button. These 3 text boxes and 1 button. So generally, whatever you see here present on the web page are called as web elements. Okay. The components which are found on the websites or the web pages are called as web elements. Elements on the web page, web elements. So email is a web element, password is a web element, login, images, anything you see on the page are web elements. Now, if I have to interact with this text box, with this email web element, how? Now you see 2 text, password and email, both are of same size. Okay. Then how to differentiate? How will, if I write a script, go to the email, it should go only to email, not to the password or not to someone else. So how this happens? So you should know what is the HTML code written for this web element by a developer. So whoever have developed this page, what code he has written, the HTML code, the tester need to understand it. And based on that, he should point to this particular web element. Now, HTML code, how to know? You have to go with the process of inspecting. We call it as a inspecting. If I open the entire page HTML, it is difficult to know where is the email details. So you focus on your target web element, means I can just click on it and right click on it. Okay, select your web element, right click on it, go for the option inspect. Then it opens a developer tool. Down you see this horizontal open window is a developer tool. Means where it shows the HTML code of your application. And this blue highlighted area is the HTML code of your selected web element. Now this is a HTML. You don't need to be great in HTML because we are not doing a development of HTML, but at least we should understand basic things. Like in HTML, we have a tag concept, where the tag is opening, where the tag is closing, what are the properties in it, what are the values for those properties. That much we can understand. We should understand. Like tagging. Tagging means in HTML, everything is written with these tags, like closing, opening tag and closing tag. These arrows are the tags. And after the tag, some name might be there. That is called as a tag name. Here input is a tag name, here div is a tag name. Okay, P can be a tag name, IMG can be a tag name. Now, if you don't know HTML, you don't need to know right now what is meant by div, what is meant by input. But if you're coming from background of HTML, you'll understand input is something where you can pass some inputs. Division is like a separation, dividing it. So different meanings would be there for different tags. So this is called as a tag name. Before closing the tag, there are a lot of details inside it. Those are the properties for that web element. Properties or attributes, also we can call. One of the property is type with some value. Class is next property. Name is one more property. ID is something. These all are different properties used by a developer to design this text box. Just like when you address some person will have so many features, description, right? Name of a person, last name, first name, location, designation, IDs, phone number, address, so many things are there to describe a person. Same way, one web element has so many features. But which one is right for, which one will help me to go to this web element with my script? If see, by default to address some person, we use his name of a person. If two people have same name, then you take surname, last name, or some other property which is well recognized, right? Same way, In Selenium also there are certain locators used. Means one pattern we follow in Selenium. Selenium WebDriver says, if a web element has ID, with some value, use that. Means as we generally say, use name of a person. Okay. Selenium says if ID is not there or not correct, you can also use name. Same way, it says that you can also use class. You can also use tag name. Okay. For now, this much. Okay. Now we can start with ID and name only. And later we can add to it class name. Apart from this, there are also locators called XPath. You can create an XPath. For links means anchor tags. You have two locators called link text and partial link text. With as we come across that, we'll see that. Okay. See, I'm not validating after clicking on login whether it is logged in successfully or not. I did not do any validation after this. If you want, you can do the validation. If else, you can add. Taking the password, click on the button, it's proceeding. Okay. So as per your code, it executed everything. Code is running properly, no errors, nothing. But after login, whether it was a successful login or not, we did not do any validation. Okay. This is how one more method we have added now, find element. Previous methods were get current URL, get title, along with that, get find element from WebDriver. And from web element class, send keys, click. Two methods we have studied. Hopefully that's clear. Okay, so this is our login functionality where we all the time capture the web element and store into a reference variable of that returned type. Okay. Now it is not compulsory that always I should use a reference variable. If not necessary, you can ignore it. Like if you have a plan of reusability, then it's always good to refer that with a reference variable. Like for example, you're interacting with the password, you have entered the data, then you are planning to erase the password value. So you take the reference variable of password, text box, and call the method clear. Clear is to remove that existing data from there. After clearing, you are entering the new set of values, again using the send keys and the input. So when you have this kind of reusability in plan, it's always to take the reference variable. Because if you don't have reference variable, every time here you have to say driver find element by locator every time. Means the performance is, in short, at the back end is impacted. Every time it has to find, search that element and do the action. Okay. If you, for example, username is used only once, then without this variable also you can do. For example, I comment this line. First find the username, driver find element. The outcome of this find element is web element. It's giving the reference of username web element. On that username, you're doing the next action. Like I can call the dot method. As you call the dot method, it is showing the list of methods based on the return type of the first method. First method is giving web element. So from web element, these following methods are ready to be called. So what you do on this username, we enter the data, so call the send keys and pass the input. Now outcome of send keys is void, means nothing. If I try to call something on nothing, you don't get anything. No list displayed, means the outcome of the previous method is nothing. So no methods visible after that. So that's a dead end, you can say. So this is one line, immediately finds the element and interacts with it. No reference variable now. So this is how you can plan whether you need to save it to a variable or not. Okay. This is how you interact with buttons and text boxes. Next, you find on this application visibility is some links are there, which you click and perform some action of password recovery. So this is a hyperlink. So to work with these links, we can create a new class. Links demo. Inspect the link first. As you inspect, now see the tag name is A. A means anchor tag. Always the links hold the tag is A, anchor tag, where it has right now properties href. Href and some URL is there. What's the meaning of href means? If someone comes to this link and click, it obviously shows up some page. So what is the URL of that page? From where, what details it will track. So that's a reference. And that's it. Only one attribute you can see here to the anchor tag. And before closing of the anchor tag, there is some text here, forgotten password question mark. And if you observe, this text will be exactly the same on your application as well. So this text is called as a link text. Link holding some text, representing the text. Now with this text also, I can find this web element. So what I do, I copy this text as it is the whole text, whatever the signs it holds, find that element. Driver dot find that element. By how? We have a special locator for links. Link text and provide the text in string. So if I want this web element to be interacted immediately, link are clickable, click. Outcome of click is void, nothing. So close it. So this line will go and click on the link. So that's our application. It found the link and clicked, and this is your outcome. Okay. Now you can also identify the links with another locator, like partial link text. Driver dot find the element by dot next locator partial link text. Partial link text means whatever the text you have, you can give partial information of it. Why partial means just forgot a password or just forgotten password question mark, anything. Maybe this first word I'm not giving, only password question mark. Find the element with this and click on it. Means what? What's the meaning? Means today the website is holding forgotten password, and with time, maybe the client want to change here. You want to get it changed, like recover password, get password, okay, or password details, anything. Means the first word may be changing with time. And in those situations also, my script should run, depending on the second word password. Okay. So if I find the element with the based on second word, it can identify. So that is happening with this partial link text. Now you may say that this password is not only for links. You can also see for text box. But then too, that this text will work only for links because I'm using the locator partial link text. So these two locators will be applied only for links. You cannot use them for other web elements. Got it? So this also will do the clicking on the link. Next, you have something called create new account. I can inspect it. but you see there is no inspect option coming. Maybe I close it. I'm right clicking, no inspect appearing. Then in such cases, what you can do, inspect anywhere on the page. You will find a developer tool open. On the developer tool, there is a pointer. On the extreme left side, up corner, there's a pointer. Click on the pointer and go and focus on your target element and click on it. Automatically, it shows you the HTML of your target element. So that is here. It shows as an anchor tag. So you say it is looking like a button, but internally it is designed as a link. Link playing a role of a button. That's the meaning. So as it is a link, you're good to use link text, partial link text also. Along with that, there are different properties here. Class is there, href is there, ID is also there. But you know this ID value is scary. You can ignore it. And that's it. And closing of anchor tag. So always, as you inspect the element, dig that element as deep as possible. You could see this anchor tag is ready to open up. Open it. When I open, that's the extreme point where I can see a text, create new account as a text for this anchor tag. And the text is also, you can see on the page as well. So I can find this web element anchor tag with link text and also with partial link text. Got it? So I copy this text and I can continue with driver. I commented the previous code. Find element by dot. I'll go with a link text, create new account and click. So after clicking on this manually as I'm doing it, I click. It is showing a sign up page where you can have more web elements, text boxes where you are good to interact with it. Okay, as I take the one first name. Now first name has the properties. Name is good. You can go with the name, and ID is, you can think on it. You can observe whether it is stable or not. So safe side, I can go with the name that's holding a first name as a value. Find the element. And immediately I'm passing the input with send keys. That's our value. So let us run this much. So now it's working correctly because in the script itself, you have taken care of pausing so that by the time the page application will load properly and allow the next line to execute. So this is completely a synchronizing problem. The script is not synchronizing or not running with the speed of application under test. So you're explicitly maintaining your script to run with the speed of your application. So this is a synchronizing issue. Now to fix the synchronizing problem, you're taking help of Java class thread. But in Selenium also you have the wait statements. We'll see that later. For time being, I'm using a Java class thread itself for applying the wait. Okay. So close what it has done. First two windows were there, two applications, out of which one is closed. Means the main parent is closed and the child window is open, is left open. Okay, that's the behavior of close. We have one more method. I'll keep it here. Driver dot quit. Quit method. See the outcome. The quit is closing the entire instance Along with that child windows, anything open during execution, everything got closed. So this is sometimes a question asked, the difference between the close and quit. We feel both are doing the closing, terminating operation, but close, what it does is it only handles the application opened with this driver, the main instance. With the driver, whichever website application you open, only that is impacted with the close. The main instance is terminated. It is not bothered with these actions because of a click on a link, you're getting a new window. So during execution time, whatever the window comes up, it is not impacted with the close. Okay. On the other hand, quit closes all the windows which were open during execution. This also opened execution and this also got open during execution. So all the windows open during execution time of your script, all are terminated with the quit. Okay. These are two more methods you have. So close and quit. It closes the active browser. It closes all the browsers that are operated during the program execution and closes every associated window. Here. So already we started working with HTML, tagging, all these are the different web elements which we can control or automate. And Selenium locators, which we have started learning, is ID and name. We started. Then class name, tag name, and also link text, partial link text. We started. 4 locators at least we are working now. With time, we will see XPath and all those. If I'm working with ID, this is the syntax, right? Driver find element by ID, passing the data. So what is driver? Driver means it is a pointer object for your browser open. Find element is a method. By is a class. ID is a locator. This is a value. Send keys is a method. This is the data. Okay. Same way with name. When you're using a name locator. Class name, by dot class name. This is by dot tag name. Means only the locator will change. Link text, partial link text. CSS is another way entirely. If a tester is coming from a development background, he knows how to use a JavaScripting, HTML. So he would be very comfortable to use this CSS style. So it is up to us, up to a tester, if he is very comfortable in using these locators, name, ID, tag name, partial link text or XPath, or he is good in creating CSS, either way you can choose. So CSS approach we'll see later, almost at the end of the training. What is the style, how to work with CSS locator. XPath is another way. If you don't have direct locators, then you have to use XPath. It's simple way. See, when you want to reach to you want to visit your friend, if you don't know proper address, house number, flat number, or pin code or area, you try to ask the directions, right? So moving right, left, and then find some house with these details. So that's a path. The same way, if I don't know how to reach to a particular button with the property directly on the page, if it is not available, visible, then I need to find the way how to reach here. Suppose this link I want to reach means where it is present on the HTML, under who is the parent to it, what are its properties, that all I have to mention. So that approach is called as a XPath. Okay. So inspecting to create especially the XPath, if you know after few days after practice, you will know how to write your own XPath directly by looking at the HTML code. As right now we are learning now, you cannot write XPath on your own by looking at the HTML. So you can take help of some plugins. So one of the plugin for writing the XPath is CrowPath. CrowPath is one of the plugin. which helps you or gives you one ready-made XPaths, which you can edit also and use in your script. Okay. So this CrowPath is not only, it's a plugin which you can add to your browser. If you are automating your project on Chrome browser, I will use this CrowPath for Chrome. If you're working on project on Firefox, I can use CrowPath meant for Firefox. Okay, this CrowPath is available Chrome as well as for Firefox. But you have to choose on which the project you're automating on which browser. Accordingly, you select the CrowPath. Okay, now if I want the CrowPath now, you have to first, I'm working on Chrome browser. So I'll say download CrowPath for Chrome. Not download actually, it's a plugin. You can bring it from the web store. So Chrome web store. Search for Chrome web store. And from the web store, I look forward for CrowPath. That's my CrowPath. Extensions. This is the CrowPath. Right now you can see it is asking me to remove from Chrome because already I have added it. So when you are doing, it will show you the option of add to Chrome. Just click on it. It will ask you to just install extension, do it, finish. That's it. You will see CrowPath is added to your Chrome browser. You can find the CrowPath here in this list of your browsers. You can see the CrowPath available. If you don't see it, you can pin it from these extensions. Like I can just click on it. You'll find all the plugins added, which you can pin it. Once you pin it, you can see the visibility there. But don't need to click on it. Even though you see or don't see, that's fine. If it is available in extensions, more than enough. Okay. Once CrowPath is added, you can find the XPath of anything. Suppose if I want the XPath of this first name, first you have to inspect it. Open the developer tool, inspect it. You'll see here the details. But suppose consider these details are not helping you, even though you see name, but maybe if I use name in my script, it's not working for me. Then I can create XPath. So XPath are visible on the other side of your developer tool, like where you see style, computed, so on. If you don't see XPath, click on this and select CrowPath. Now your target element, whichever you have inspected, that for that web element, XPaths are generated here. Relative XPath, absolute XPath. Tag name of that is input. When you inspected this, you see input is the tag name. Now what is CSS, how this came, this you can understand later in CSS topic. Relative XPath, absolute XPath. Now always we go with relative path only preferred, but absolute XPath is this one. So if you need XPath of any web element, first you inspect it. After inspecting, the CrowPath will show you the path of your element. So this is the element inspected, the details of HTML, and based on these details, the paths are created here. So here the path is by default created based on ID. So here in this element, you have some ID and the value. Taking this value, XPath is generated. So here this is the syntax. If you want to verify if this path is correct or not, you can just edit it, click on it. These details would come on top. Just click enter over there. It shows you the option one element matching, means this path, with this path only one element is there on the page. And that is what we want, unique feature. And that element is here, which is highlighted with a green border. So this path, will do, but you can edit it. You know that these values may change randomly. So I don't want to use ID then. Okay, if not ID, you can go with other property, maybe name. Name is equal to first name. I can create XPath with the name. So as the property attribute is name, I can follow this syntax. This red is indicating syntax error. Tag name is input within square bracket @ name equals to within single quotes provide the value. Enter. Still it is one element found. This path is correct. Perfect. So always this is a relative path. Always relative path starts with double slash, whatever the tag you have and the property you're using and the value. Okay. Now with this path, if I want to find the element, I just give you as an example how it really finds. So I can say driver dot find the element by dot XPath and provide that path in a string. That's it. Find the element and do a click or whatever is it after that. This is XPath approach. Okay. Now in this XPath, we will talk about the different XPaths. You have something called relative path and the absolute. Relative XPath always starts with single slash. Starts with single slash. Okay. And absolute path always starts with a double slash. Sorry. Double slash here and here single slash. If you check here, this was a relative path. And if you go with the input ID, accordingly, if you check with the absolute path, which is a lengthy, this path also going to the input. If you see the path, this is also going to the input, but with a lengthy path starting from the HTML. So single slash says, starting from HTML, it is giving you a direction to reach your target element input. So to reach here, it is giving the path from the HTML from here. HTML body, inside the body, how to go, where to go. It's giving the complete details. That's your absolute path. As if like if you want to reach office, you're giving the direction how you should come from your house and which direction you should take. Like body 1, index it is. There's one body. Under that, go to the third division. There are many divs, go to the third one. Under that third div, go to the second div, then one div. So do you think that now it is working? If I take this, will work today. And tomorrow, suppose this first name is changed. First name is there on the page, but maybe the position is changed. Maybe the first name is kept here, or the top, or the bottom. That time that path will surely fail, because it won't be in the same order as you have mentioned in the path. So that's the reason we try to avoid the absolute path, because the components on the page may edit little bit that will tend to fail your script, because you need to follow the same sequence. Then only finds the element. See how your script is running. Your script is running based on these locators. You said find element by name, first name, and enter data. So first of all, how it is finding the component on the screen? The application which is launched with this script, we said open application. Application will open. On that application, if it finds with this property any web element, then only it identifies. Means the details mentioned in your script, if it is matching on the application under test, if yes, then it finds the element and interacts. Otherwise, your script will fail. Okay. Therefore, whatever details you have here, sorry, whatever the details you are holding in the here, the sequence, here you're not using any properties. You're just giving the position to reach your target element and input. And in the relative path, you're saying double slash, means on the opened page. On the opened page, somewhere there would be a web element with a tag name input. And that input tag should have a property name and so value. Find it. It can be anywhere, on the top, bottom, middle, anywhere. You're saying find with these details the web element. So this is more, perfect than the below one. So this would never fail if these details are able to be found on the page. If not found, you'll get an error, no such element exception. Right? Now see, there are different ways of creating these paths. If you have a property name, use the property and the value. ID, use a property. Suppose as I inspect this element, you see type is text. If you feel this property is unique, type is text, I can design my path, you add the rate, type, and whatever the value text. So based on your web element, I can use this type in the XPath, but not in the as a locator. Locator means when I use by dot, do you have any locator called type? No. So I can't use type directly. If you want to find an element with based on type, you create XPath, because inside XPath, you can generate the XPath with the syntax of type. At the rate type is equal to value, you get one XPath. With that XPath, you can find the element. Okay, so this is how you have to create XPaths. Now there are some other inspecting plugins are there, like Firebug, Firepath. Now they are not available. They were there for the Firefox browser only of older versions. Now Firefox has changed and those plugins are no more supporting. So you can just forget them. For Firebug and Firepath are not there. Okay, that's all. So these methods already we already learned. GetText GetText is a method which can give you a text what is written on the web element. You see this web element having a text sign up. I want to get this. Using that method you can do. With example later I'll show you that. Get tag name. Not necessary, but there is a method. Get attribute. Which attribute you have used to find the element? Not required. Submit is equal to click. See, when you say click, okay, you're entering username, password, and clicking. Click means on the page, what data you have entered here in the two text boxes, login is not bothered about it. Whether you have entered data or not also, login is not bothered. Login understand just you call and click. So it will do its operation clicking. But submitting, what it does, submission. When you're doing a registration, okay, when you do registration and you have to submit these details to the server, sign up means when you click on sign up, it has to check whether first name is entered, last name, mobile number, all the mandatory fields are there at least. Then carrying all these details, it should do a submission to the server. So clicking, sometimes assume you're doing a sign up here. You have entered some fields are not. And you tried with click. Maybe some applications click may not be accepted. If click is not accepting, you have to use the submit. Because submit meaning is it will gather all these details and take it to the server as a submitting. Right? So that is another method you have submit. Close, quit, source code, means page code, HTML code. That is all. Okay, then you have something called browser methods, browser navigation methods. Browser navigation is like you're on this screen. Okay, let me click on this link. As you click on the link, page changed, URL is also changed. Now suddenly from here, I want to go to the first page. In the project, I want to just navigate back. I click on this back option. Then you want to go to previous page, I click on forward. You want to refresh the application. So these are navigations. Now, if you want to navigate forward, backward, can I inspect these arrows? I'm doing a right click, no inspect. Because these options doesn't belong to Facebook. They are the options of your browser. You're automating the Facebook app, not the browser. So, but these behaviors might be required sometimes on your project, on your application also. Then how to call them? As you could not inspect them, how to invoke them? For that, these methods are available, which you can call them with driver. Driver dot call the method navigate to some URL, forward, backward, refresh, you can call it. So what you can do is take a new class. Browser navigate demo. So we are here on the Facebook. We want to change the page in the sense we want to click on the link. Link details, forgotten password. So I find the element. With a link text and do click. As I click, page will change. Once page change, I want to move backward. So backward in the sense, driver dot call the navigate method, which gives the navigation class reference. Navigation is a class. Okay, so once you get the navigation class, on that navigation outcome, you can see methods from navigation back, forward, refresh, navigate to some string, navigate to some URL. Redirection you can also do backward. Okay, so navigate back, wait for a second, and then I want to navigate forward. Driver dot call the navigate method in the driver reference dot. You have a forward method that will move forward. Then you can refresh, you can redirect. Just you have to call the methods. You have a refreshing. When the screen gets refreshed, I want to open from Facebook, Google. So I can redirect. You find that navigate to some URL. Now, how will you give the URL? You can give the URL in a string form. So where we want to open this URL. So these are the navigation methods. So you can just give some more time, otherwise where you can see the changes slowly. Navigated backward, refreshed, and then redirected. Okay. Fine. So in send keys also you have different inputs you can pass in send keys. We have done with this way, straightforward passing the data in a string form. But you can pass different instructions also with send keys. Okay.
Here's another question. What exception is thrown when a file is not found while trying to create a file input stream object? Option 1, IO exception. Option 2, file not found exception. Option 3, null pointer exception. Option 4, file read exception. Next question. Which locator type is used to find an element by its visible text in Selenium? Option 1, ID. Option 2, link text. Option 3, CSS. And option 4, class name. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Status methods we did not see yet. We'll do that. So what about the send keys? Send keys generally we used it to pass a single input. Apart from that, we can also pass some instructions from our keyboard using send keys. Like tab key, enter key, shift, control, anything you can pass. An example for this is you can take as some application. So over this Google, I'm trying to search for some value, like suppose Java is a keyword I'm searching for. As I type the input and I give an enter key from my keyboard, an enter key. As I click enter, you would get the search accordingly. So how to pass the data as well as the enter key? You can do that with the send keys. So first of all, the steps would be open this URL, find the search, pass the data and enter key, right? So we'll do that. So launch code is required. Search demo is the application. Modify the URL. Find the search element with this, just check the properties. Open the developer tool for that. You find that it is holding a tag name called text area and has couple of properties or features in it like class, aerial control, and known are like ID. ID is there, name is there. So now you can find this element with class also, with ID as well, and with name as well. Now already you know how to find it with ID and name. So for a change, I'm just using finding this element with class. So taking this value of class, we have a locator class name. So driver find element by dot, you have a class name locator and provide that name over there in double quotations. So this gives you one web element, right? So I can store it. See, the outcome of this method is web element. I'm storing it to a variable, reference variable of type web element. I call this as a search. Import the required classes. Okay, so once you got the search, you're going to pass the functional, the input to this search field. To this web element using send keys, you're passing the input. The input is Java, and along with Java, a keyword you need to enter key. So the second parameter to this is enter key from your keyboard. So to get that input, you have to call the class called keys, K capital. Keys is an enumerated class dot which holds different methods in it for different keywords. Here you go and select the enter. So this is the second input. Now as you execute, the URL taking the input and the search output you got and enter key. Okay. So this way you can pass multiple keys from your keyboard. This is a single key. If I have to pass multiple keys like cut, copy, paste, shift, enter, anything, then multiple keys if you want to pass, you have to call a method called chord. Like you see here as an example, send keys, X is a value, keys dot chord, and within that chord method, you can pass multiple keys separated by comma. Okay. Keys dot alt key, keys dot F4 means alt 4 would be given along with X value. Okay. These are the different possibilities to use the send keys. Okay. Then clear, you are aware of it, click also. Now these are the status methods. Any web element status, you can get it. Status in the sense, you get the result in the Boolean form, true, false. So there are three methods for the status: is enabled, is selected, okay, and is displayed. So you can use them to verify the web element status on the application. Now, for example, when you launch this Google site, you see this logo of Google is there. So I want to verify whether this is a Google site or not. If this Google logo is there, then I'm sure this is the right website. Otherwise, not. So the presence of this element itself is going to give a validation. So what we'll do is we'll check the status of this Google. So for that, you take the element launching, take the new class, status demo, and here we would do the launching. First find the logo. This itself is a web element. You see that web element tag name is img, image it is. Okay, it is an image. So which is having a tag name img, and it holds the class name, some alternative name on it, Google. Height, it shows src. Src means the source from where this image is being bought to this page. Okay, these are the properties. So from this list, you can find the element with the class and its value. If it is not working, then you can create an XPath. Okay, I'll show you both the ways. Let me do first initially with the class. To get it with the class, I copied the class value. Find the element by dot the class name, its value in double quotations. This is a web element. You want to know the status of this web element. So into the question again, what are the status methods? So in the web element class, you have the three status methods: is displayed, is enabled, is selected. Boolean output there. Is displayed means, is that web element, can you see it on the page? Is it displayed on the screen, on the web page or not? True, false. Enabled means, is it ready to take any action from the user? Is it enabled? Or sometimes, some elements are in a off position, disabled form. So you get is enabled means if it is active, it gives you a true value. Is selected means did you interact with it? Did you click or enter data to it? It will give the status after that. Okay. So I would use here is displayed the Boolean result. S1 is the status value. I'll get it. Print the S1. Similarly, you can also display the rest of the statuses. Web element dot is enabled, ing dot is selected, is displayed, is enabled, is selected. Okay, these are the three methods. So you got the three statuses of this image. as true, true, false. Is displayed? Yes, it is there. Is it enabled? It is active. It's not in off position. It is highlighted active only. So true. Did you interact with it? No. False. Is selected. Okay. So this XPath class name is working. Now you can create that element with XPath also. Now you can create a path. You can check with in the crow path. In the crow path, it is giving us different paths, relative path. You see, it says that on the body, somewhere on the page body is there. Go to the div 1, div 2, and there you find the image. Not this way, a proper, based on properties you can create. As the class, IMG is having a class, so you can design a XPath with this. So I can write the path starting with double slash. What is the tag name? IMG. As class is a property, so I can put in a square bracket @ the property name is class equals to within single quotes the value of it. So within single quotes the value of it. So and click enter. You see that one element matching is found. This is the one element found. So this path I can use it to find this image. Just like here I'll find it. Driver dot find the element by dot XPath and provide the path. Okay, so this is the XPath way, and this is directly giving the class and finding the element. Got it? Yes. So these are the status methods we have. Now find single element we know, and you have next method called finding multiple elements, find elements method. Okay, so to use the find multiple elements, the scenario you can take is here. Okay, I go and select this create new account where you find the drop downs holding many values or this radio buttons. 3 radio buttons are there. The radio buttons are in such a way configured that out of these 3, only one option you can select. Means these 3 are grouped together from that group, only one value you can select, like either female, male, custom, like that. So radio buttons are these round options. To understand why this button is for, the text is also along with the label is there. So even though you click on the label or on the radio button, it does the same purpose. Okay. So these are multiple elements. So you can get all these multiple elements and work on each one of them by executing the looping or something. Fine. So here you need the method of find multiple elements, find elements method. So to find the multiple elements, for sure you should have a common property. See, if you want to find a group based on some common quality, right? Common value. Same way, if I want to get all the radio buttons, for sure there should be some common value among them. So first we need to know the HTML code of it, then we can explore under that. So if I inspect this element, so okay, first of all, to reach to this radio button sign up page, you have to launch the Facebook and click on create new account. So that we already yesterday we have done. I'll take the same code. This is for radio demo. Handle the exception. So now you'll be on the screen of sign up. And here I want to interact with this radio button. So I inspect one of the radio button, just like I want to click on the female. We go for the inspect. So inspecting and getting the unique property, stable unique property itself is a challenge. If you are able to do that very well, so almost your 98% of work is done. So there we actually find the challenges to get the stable value of the functionality. So now you could see it is showing as an input where it holds the property as type, class, name, and some value, right? So these are some of the properties and ID also. But I won't use this ID. Now, as like this female radio button, there are male and custom also, which you can check here. When you see this input and along with that label is also there. Label is the text beside the radio button, which has the property class and which is used for UFC something. Means the meaning is what? This radio button is working for, this label is working for whom? Is working for this value holder, which is nothing but here you see the ID. This ID value is matching with this. So this label is working for this radio button, the meaning is. Only the class property you have and there is a text representing the label. And these two tags are inside one span. Okay. So now in such a way, you have actually three spans. Each span for each radio button that is again put under one outer span. See, as I'm focusing on other elements, it is selecting different things on the page. So if I expand the spans, first span, second, and the third, now you need to know which property you should use. If I'm looking for the radio button, this is the input tag. This is the second radio button, third one. Type radio, this value and all the other radio buttons are all matching. So this is not unique. So if I say find element with type XPath created with type radio, all three elements you'll get because that is common. If I use class, I see the value of the class is also the same. So this is not unique. And if you check the name, the value of name is also same. But value I don't use. That's a minus plus value, which may change, neither this value. So in the sense, for especially with the radio button, there is no unique value available to refer that radio button and click. So if not radio button, you can take help of the label beside it. If you see the labels, label is having a class that again matching with the next label class and also matching with the third. So class also of label not going to work. For we don't use at all. Then what is remaining? The text. Text is unique. Female, male, and the custom. The text are unique. So I can find the element with this text. But remember, this element tag name is not anchor tag to use link text and partial link text. So with text, earlier we have already used it for links, link text and partial link text. But right now text is there, but the tag is not anchor tag, it is label. So how to use text? You have to use this text in a XPath. You have to get the XPath for this label. Understanding? So how to get the XPath? I can, just as you inspect the element, as you inspected the element, label I just selected, check in the crow path. Crow path is giving you some possible paths created by it. It says the label / label containing text female. For this element, this is the path. Just I want to ensure it by clicking enter. Yes, one element is found and that is here. So this is the syntax of an XPath to create with the text. Got it? So syntax wise, you should use tag name within square bracket, a keyword contains, then text, comma, whatever is the text found on that web element. Okay, this is the text. So let us take this element and find it in the script. Okay, so find element. And I would call the click soon after finding, click on that element. Let us execute. You see that female is selected and stopped. So how it is finding the female element? Because of our XPath, you said XPath, that web element is having a text female on it. Now, what if tomorrow the word is changed? Small case, if it is got created, this path will fail. Your script will fail because here you have written with capital F. Exactly, it will try to find. Okay. So But if you want to create a path with slight modification in it, then you can use another syntax called contains. This is called actually the contains. Contains means if your word is containing this word or FEM, if I write FEM also, it will work. Because on the target web element, the female word is containing FEM, which is there in our web element. Still, it is finding the element. But if you want to create a path exact with this word, instead of contains, remove this contains and the simple bracket also. Text, simple bracket equals to, and if I write FEM, see enter key, 0 element found. When exact text FEM, there is no web element with label. It is female. You have to write the complete word. Now it will show you the web element. So this is exact text matching, and contains is where some values may increase or decrease partial value in it. So this is another XPath. Second one, if you want to work with now male option, what I have to do, I have to find the element for male. Again, write this line and do a click. Means after clicking on female, it will go and find the male and click on it, right? So for male, you got somewhat the XPath contains text male. You can validate it. Yes, one element is matching. This is for the male clicking. This is all good. Okay, you are able to work or execute right now. Okay, but what if tomorrow you need this code in some other location, some other program in your project, somewhere else? You cannot call only this much code. Okay, there is no possibility of reusability over here. There is no code reusability. To make the code reusability, you can keep this block of code in the form of user-defined methods. So now you can add Java's user-defined method concept and add this code in that. So for example, in your class, you can create a method, public void. So female click is a method name. I can add this statement. That is for female click. Similarly, for male click, you can take the one more method. That is for male click. Now you see some errors are there to these methods to the driver. It says that driver is not resolved. Not resolved means you're using it without declaration. But you say driver is already declared here. In the main method, here you have declared the driver of type WebDriver. But this declaration is within the main method. So it will be available only within the main method, not out of the main method. And you need driver outside the main method. Instead of declaring locally, you declare it in a class level, okay, like a global reference. So WebDriver driver, I'm just declaring it in the class, which will be used commonly by all the methods available in that class. So the problem is resolved over here, and make sure you remove this declaration from the main method. You should have only one driver copy, not two. If I keep inside main method 1 and outside the class 1, yes, two drivers are there, but two are of type WebDriver, but both are different. They are not same. So you're working on a same application, same this web elements are found on the same website. You're interacting, so your driver reference should be common. So I remove the declaration from the main method. So once that is done, you see an error in the main method driver. Outside method error is rectified, but inside main method driver is, it says that you cannot make static reference to non-static field driver. Means main method is static. It is static. So as per the rules of Java, as main method is static, it will use only static data. But our driver, which is outside, is non-static. So main method is not allowing it. So what is the solution? Fixes are, you use try catch, or you should make the driver which is outside to static. You can either click or cell type also. So your driver, which is declared in the class, you made it static, which is allowed even in your normal user-defined methods and also in your main. So now you have two methods. Whichever method you want, you can call it with the object of your class, not only over here, anywhere in your project. So first of all, I have to create the object, where in the main method I do create object. And this object will call the method female click, and you see one more method, male click. So whichever method you want, you can call it. So I just called only one method. It will do the execution, what you have written in the main method, like launching, clicking on account, object, and call the method for run. Okay, so it has selected the female option. This is a reusability. Now still we did not come across finding multiple elements. We'll do now. Now individual radio button, you can test it. Clicking on male, clicking on female, clicking on custom. This way you can create methods and call it and see whether they are clicking or not. But what if like I have here 50 radio buttons in a scenario? I have some 50 radio buttons. Can I create this kind of 50 methods? Not possible, right? So, but you must check all the 50 radio buttons working. Then what you can do? Find all the radio buttons over there, pick them, store it into a collection, and run a for loop for clicking, right? That you can do. So to get all the radio button, there should be some common property, where we saw already there are common properties with us, correct? So either I can find the radio button with a class or name. So both of them will work for us. So you can directly say find element name or directly find element by class name. This also will work. Or you can create XPath also. If I create XPath for this, I just selected it. You got the path. It is showing us the path for ID by default. But I want it for the name. So you can create it. So input tag name is input @ name, the value of it. So you could see here 3 matching elements are found with this path, and the 3 are here in the selected. Okay. Now taking this path will give you 3 elements. So how to find them? We will create a separate method for that. Public void all radio is the method name. Driver dot find elements, multiple elements. Input is by, output is web element, but many web elements, so put them in a list, compulsory list interface, where this list having a generic type web element. Okay, so by dot, it is an XPath, the path for it. So the outcome of this method is list of web element. So save that to list interface and generic type. We saw generic type as integer, class, string, right? Now it is web element because you're getting radio buttons. So that they all are web elements. Web element. You should give an object for the list. I call as all elements is the object name. Okay, so import the class. Import your list from Java. So this is a line to find multiple elements with a given locator and store them into a respective reference variable. Okay, now this object is good to call all the list related methods. We already saw those methods. Just I'll show you again, like adding. Now there is no need of adding anything. You're just getting from your website. No need to add anything. Contains, okay, iteration, removal, no need to remove also, size method to know how many elements are there, which gives the integer output. And count. If you want, I can display the count over here. It will display how many elements are there. So after that, maybe if you want to click on each web element, you can do a looping. I can use while loop, for loop, for each loop, any type of loopings, you can go use it. So if I go with the normal for loop, take the integer reference, start with 0. First element will be always stored in the index 0. So start from 0 and E should stop once it completes all the 3 web elements. So as you know, manually you could see 3 radio buttons are there. The clicking should stop once all 3 radio buttons are over. So how will you know 3 radio buttons are over? How many are there? The size method already found them and it's in this variable, right? You can use that variable reference over here. So 0 to less than 3. Keep increasing. Now how to go? This is just a pointer, but how to go into this list and go to that single web element? You have to take the entire list, the complete list. From that list, go to a single web element. How? Using a method get and give the index. It will point to the single web element. Get method. Get whatever is the E value, take it. It will take. First time E is 0 means it will go to the 0th element. It will give you one single radio button. Then what you want to do on that radio button? A click action. And our final output is void. So that's it. So now as far as you are in the loop, one by one radio buttons keep clicking. If you want to do a pausing between 2 radio buttons click, just pause and do a click. Then you can add the Java's approach thread.sleep 1 second time to wait between the 2 clicks. Got it? Now let us call this method to run. I uncomment the previous method. Object dot now you'll find on the console 3 value is displayed. That's a count of 3 elements, and you see on the screen one by one radio button got clicked and finally went to custom after clicking one by one. Okay, so it's working. This code is working. Now same way you can do with for each loop also. For each loop, how to work? For and pass the entire collection object as an input to this for each loop. Pass all the radio button reference to this and take any variable with a colon separated. Any variable you can take. As the data in this object, how they are stored? They are web element. The type is web element. So therefore, as that radio button is coming into E one by one, so E also should be of radio button type or web element, correct? So E variable also should be of web element. Means first time you will get female into E, then second time male, second time custom and stop automatically. So as one radio button comes to E, what E will do? It will click on that radio button, that much only. That's it. With a pause. See the difference. If I use for loop, how you work? This is just a pointer. So from that entire list, go to single element and click. Here, one by one element comes to E. So E is itself is a single web element. So just click on it. That's the difference. Got it? If you run, it's the same output. Now we are actually seeing all the possibilities how you work on a radio button. All the possibilities. Now you worked with this round radio buttons. Is it the same way possible to work with the labels? You can, because labels are also having some common property. Apart from text, class is there, which is same for all the 3 radio buttons, isn't it? So I can create a path with this class. So what is the syntax? /, tag name is label, @ class, and the value. Now see 3 labels you got. Now with this path, you can find 3 labels. Let me take this copy of the method. So now in the label, find those multiple elements with the path, which we have found now with the labels. You got the size, you can do this looping and also this loop. Same, nothing change in it. Okay, but you see this label is having some text. Radio buttons were having nothing. Just click at it. But this label has a text. If you want to display each text, you can do. After displaying the text, let me click. Also, you can plan. So, within the loop, you can go with printing of the text of the web element. How do I get this text? Using a method getText. So here, each E will be a web element. Before clicking, I can say E dot. If you want the text of that web element, get text. String output you're getting. That string output, I can print it out. System out, print the text of each web element and then click on it. So call this method now. So you see, every radio button before clicking, it is printing the text available on it and selecting it. So you can do this printing of the text even in the above for loop. Here you can say print out all element dot get E and get text, right? System out. From that group of list, go to the single element and call the getText method. Now, unless you uncomment the above code, that E will not, because without E reference, you cannot call this statement getText. So it will print the text. Fine. Okay. Now you can do the validation also. Like, instead of printing every radio button's text, this is to test whether all the radio buttons, 50 radio buttons are working or not. So after testing it, you want to test randomly, can I select any one radio button and stop? If there are 50 radio buttons and from that 50, you want to select one of them. You don't know. Maybe I want to select this male. I don't know. Male radio button is in the first position, second, third, or last. I don't know. So while clicking, it has to search from first element. Is this male? Is this male button? Is this male button? Wherever you find it, click and stop the loop. That way your loop runs. Okay. So for that, you have to validate the text. How will you do that? Each radio button, when it comes within the for loop, whatever the text you have, as you're printing the text, let me also take it to a variable because I need it for validation. String text. So before doing a click, validate it with if else. What is my condition? If the text coming from your website, if it is matching with male, if it is matching with male, then only click on it. As you found your target element, you don't need to continue the loop. You can come out of the loop by using a break. Break statement will bring your control out of if, multiple ifs if you have, or for loop, it'll just bring outside everything. If your element is not found to be male, just it will print, that's it. It will not execute this code. Goes to the next element to check whether it is male or not. So up till it finds the male radio button, the loop goes on. Once it is found, it clicks and stops the loop with the break. So now let's see this run. So as per our analyzation, it should not go to the custom option. And it will also not click on female. It should go directly to male and click and stop. But printing the text of female is also happening because outside the if statement, you said print everything. As the loop moves on, print the text. This you can control how you want the execution, the output. Right, team? So these are the different possibilities to work with the radio button. Whatever is the radio button, according to the functionality, you can choose and decide how the code should be written. So now we will go with another web element which you see here is this drop down. Okay, this is a drop down. This day, month, year. These are itself web elements. This outer box itself is one web element. Inside this web element, you can find many web elements which you have to select. I have to select them. Okay, so you have to select the values inside it. So how to automate them? See these drop downs here, you have a provision of selecting only one value, not multiple values. Okay, this is not a list to select multiple values. This is a drop down. So when I inspect, the process would be the same again, where I have to launch the code initially, create account. So I'm automating the day web element. Now WebDriver need to be declared. Just to import WebDriver. Okay, now from here onwards, I have to first find this web element. So just inspect the element which you see. You can see the tag name is select. For drop downs, the tag is always select because you have to select the values inside it. So always in the interview, they always ask that how you automate a drop down, because other elements they don't ask, only drop down they ask. Why? Because drop down automation is little different from the others. Others are just straightforward, find the element, look for the property and interact with it. But drop down, here is a selection process. So I have to use a class called select class, predefined class and its methods. So you see a tag is select where it has its properties like name is there, ID is there, correct? Class is also there something. These are the properties. So I'm good to go either with name or ID, right? So find the element with this value, single element finding. And you don't need to click on it because you have to select a value, not clicking. So just store it to a reference variable. Web element. So once you got it, as the tag is select, you're actually supposed to select the values inside it. When I expand the select tag, the day you can see lot of days inside it. So it is a select tag. We have also a class called select, create object for it. Select class coming from your Selenium. And it says that in that class, there is no default constructor. It is undefined. What you have? You have a parameterized constructor where web element should be the input. Now, web element means whatever the methods will come from this select class should work on whom? They should work on this day drop down, right? So whatever the drop down web element you have inspected on top, if I pass this day as an input to the select, then automatically the methods of select start working on this day. It's like a connectivity. Okay, so now you have a parameterized constructor. You're good to call the methods of select class. S dot. These are the following select class methods where you can deselect a value. If something is already selected, you can deselect it. Different ways of deselections are there, like deselect everything, deselect based on index, means position wise, deselect based on value it holds, deselect based on the text it has, visible text. Okay, same way you have get first selected option, get options. Options means show me or pick all the web elements coming under the drop down with this method. So all our web elements stored in a list again, which you can run a loop later. Then same way selecting, if you don't want to work with all the drop downs, only one value if you want to work with, you can choose these methods. Select by index or select by value or visible text. Okay, so I'll see this is again an interview question, how to select a value under the drop down. So these are the three different ways to select. Index means you have to give the position. You know, this 1 is a value. Where is the position? 0 index. Like array it works. Okay. This is in the 0 position, 1 position, 2 position. If I give index position 2, it will select 3. So if I give here number it takes 2, it will select the day 3. Then select by value, string input. Value string input means in double quotations you have to pass. What is value? As you inspect the web element and expand the select, it will show you these all days, these 1, 2, 3, 4, what you see, they are nothing but here. Before closing the options, you see, these are the actually your data, which are having a tag called option, and there is a property called value and a string assigned to it, which is string 1. There is no any relation between this string 1 and this one. Okay, they are different. This is a value attribute. Whatever is the value attribute holding, you can select based on it. Like select by value means if I say select by value 5, it will select 5 for you, 5th day. Because it has a string 5, I can give this is a value. Understanding? So here in our script, I can give 5 or 4, whatever is it. Third way is select by visible text. A text you can give as a string. What you see on the website. Here, what I see on the website, they are numbers. Yes, these numbers you can give as a string. Like if I have to select 10, give 10 in a string form. Here, you see a text, 3 characters. So if you want to select August, you give as a string AUG. Okay, so whatever is there on the application, visible text you give it. So 10 I give here right now. And call the thread.sleep so that the selection happens slowly with a pause of 1 second between the every select. So let's see now whether it will select index 2, 4, 10. These are to select only single value. Means I don't want to test all the values under the drop down. Just go and select one of them. So 2, 4 and 10. It's selecting. Okay. Now actually if I have to test whether all the dates are in a selectable position. Can I select 1? Can I select 2? Can I select 3? Can I select 4? I have to do that. So it's a very time-taking process when I do manually. So all 31 days, you have to run the loop. So grab all these numbers, all these web elements and run the for loop. Okay. So there you can do, instead of selecting single value, you get all the options because they are using a tag option tag. So I want all these options. So within select class, we have a method called get options. It get all the 31 options, store them in a list. List of web element. And I call them as all elements. Now I don't know how many elements are there. You can use the call the method of size and check it. Print out, use the object of list and see the method under that size, which will give you a count how many elements are there exactly. Now, if you want to do a looping as you did with the radio button, you can do it. Either you can go with a normal for loop or enhanced for loop as you wish. So if you're doing a normal for loop, start with 0 index and go to the C. I don't have CNT right now because then you can call this method directly in this place. From that list, get the count. So whatever is the output of this method will be a reference for you, right? So what you're doing now, your text, get text. Yeah, every element, whatever you're selling is having some text, maybe in the number form or a string form, whatever might be. You want to display the text? Yes, print out From that list, group of list, go to every element and get the text and then click on it so that it selects each one. Or if you're using the for each loop, pass all the references to the E one by one, print the text of each element, okay, and click. No, so if you want, you can do the validation as well. Okay, I'll show you this later. I commented. We'll run the upper for loop so that I could see all the days are selecting. So 31 count, one each value printing the text and selecting on the application. So this would go up till 31. So from here we understand that all the 31 elements are in a selectable form. They are selecting, working. Now you're in a loop only, but I want to click on maybe 10. But I don't know whether 10 is in the first place, last place, middle place, I don't know. So keep checking in the loop. Is this 10? No, leave it. Is this 10? Is this 10? This way, as you come across 10, you print it or click on it. You don't click these one. You just click on 10 and stop the loop. Don't need to continue. You can do that also, correct? So there you need a validation. So I just skip the above for loop and allow this for each loop with a validation. So get text. What is my comparison text? 10, correct? So each text you try to match with 10. Wherever you find a 10 text, you click on it and break. Okay, you see that 10 is selected starting from, it is just printing the text because you say print text, it is printing, but 10 selected and stop the loop after that, break. Okay, so this is how you work with the drop down. So you try with this month and year. So month you have to inspect first, correct? You'll get the select tag, maybe with name or ID you can go with. And then inside this select, you have lot of options. The text, you can use the same method, similar methods. You select by index. Index position is same for anything. 0, 1, 2. You're holding value 1 means it is for Jan. Value 2 is for Feb. So whatever is the value here, you can use it. Select by text in the sense, visible text is what you see on the application. 3 characters. Based on these 3 characters, words also you can select. Yeah. So now you're good to work with anywhere you find radio button. Check boxes are also same like radio buttons. Checkbox only thing is you'll have a check square boxes. Here click is doing a round. Their click will just give a tick mark. Either radio button or check boxes. The same. So wherever you find all this, you're good to work now. So from here, almost all are done. Images. Okay, this is again an interview question. Difference between find element, find elements. What is the difference? Find element is meant for finding single element only, correct? If that single element is not found, what you do get? You get error. You get error saying no such element exception. The exception is no such element. But find elements, if you don't get, already you used here, find elements. Here, find elements with this path. If you're not able to get the radio buttons, it is storing where, whatever elements you're finding, where it is storing in the list. So if it is not finding anything, what this list will hold? 0 elements. It is empty. It is not error. It's there, you'll not get any exceptions. So if find elements not finding any element with that path, the list will hold 0 elements. Okay, the list is empty. If find element is finding many elements, okay, if find element is finding many elements with that property, by default it will point to the first element. In the sense, on the application, there is a property for email and password same. Then by default it will point to the email, not to the password. On this page, whatever is the first element with that property, it will point to it. That is the behavior of find element. But in find multiple elements, if you find 2 elements, all the 2 elements will be stored in the list. This is the difference between the 2 methods. So all these methods, interview questions, we already had a short discussion on that. You can work on this. So tags already we know about it now. When you see the HTML tag, A is used for links, B is for bold character, table to represent a table, TR is for representing a row in a table, TD is to represent a column in a table, select we just saw for the drop downs, button, a span tags you see for radio buttons we saw span, input, IMG, italic, iframe, div. These are different tags, right? Send keys, we have already done this methods. Select. So these are your methods of drop down. Select by visible text, by value, by index. This is syntax how to work with the name locators, which is it got repeated. By class name, tag name. Now I'll work with some tag name. One example. Yeah, that's all. This is the difference between the paths, relative path and absolute path, X path. Absolute path always starts with a single slash, always pointing from the root location of your HTML and then moving to your target. Relative path always starts from between, anywhere on the page. It starts with double slash, and then you can write the tag name, its properties, and then reach step by step to your target element. Okay, so we already had a discussion on this. Now, syntax of creating your XPaths. We say tag name and @ attribute or property and its value. So we did that yesterday. Here, this is your syntax: tag name, attribute, and the value. Maybe it is ID, maybe it is name or some other property. You can fit in this, right? The same thing it shows. Any attribute which you find while inspecting, you can use in this syntax. So it's not always single property you can use. If you need 2 properties to find that element, you can use in this way. Tag name, first property and its value, second property and its value. Just like here as an example, I can create with the name, with ID, as well as with first name. So I'm going to find this web element with the 2 properties having their respective values. If both are correct, then only element will be found. So multiple values also you can use, or properties you can use to create a path. Okay, that is the syntax. This is AND operator. AND operator means first property also should be true and second property also must be true to identify the target. Just like here. OR operator you have, where here you can write OR keyword and the second property. If any one property is true, it will identify the element. Right? If I want to convert with OR, here you remove this opening closing brackets and keep OR. This becomes a OR path, X path. Okay. Now this is with the text. We said exact text matching or contains text matching. So this is exact text. Any web element, any link it can be, or even for link also you can write the XPath with text. Without partial link text, this way you can write it. Okay. You can use for link, button, label, anything having a text. You can use within square bracket text word equals to and the actual text over there. Contains text. Okay, contains is below. Starts with, even this keyword you can use starting with text. The elements text is starting with some initial characters, right? Which you can use as a comparison. For example, if I find this link, let us inspect the link and create XPath for this. So XPath is giving you contains text forgotten password. If you want to use contents, this way is okay. We want to use starts with. So here instead of contents, starts with text. What is the text starting with? FORG. It's red indicates syntax error. Starts with. So find an anchor tag where it is starting with the text FORG. One element is there. FORG is the starting word. So this is also valid. See, depending on the situation, you can create XPaths. Now they are. Okay. Contains, you know that. Containing means somewhere. See, starting with actually start with. Contains means it can be in between, last, middle, anywhere. That is contains. Now, if you have a web element where there are properties are same for all of them, then you can use index. Just like an example for this is, let me take the application Amazon, and here I would go for some televisions, and there are some filters. Okay, here some brands are there. So when I inspect one of them, 7 to the Toshiba. So this is the I tag, italic. It shows the class it holds. Okay. And along with this italic, some input is there, some span is there. Means all these are towards one label. Means one checkbox which you see here, that inside the checkbox, that is a label. See the mouse, what it is highlighting on the page, website. So here, along with that, there is a span holding the text Toshiba. So all these two things are present inside one div. And this div is inside one anchor tag. Okay. That anchor tag is inside one span. That span is inside one li. Li means list. Okay. So this li is inside one span. So there are many spans. This is a complete hierarchy. Okay. There are many spans here. Each span is for each one brand. And all these spans are put under one more span. And that is inside one UL. That is inside one div. This is the complete hierarchy. Got it? Now, you know, if I want to go to this span, let us inspect it. Or if you select also, I'll get the path. That path is just saying that from the body, go, so, and go then a span. This is not that great. You design your own path. How? Maybe from here, div. And this div is under this div. Div having ID brand refinements. I copy this text, / a div at ID equals to branding. Inside the div, you go to see within this div is having two child. One is div, one is UL. So you need to go to UL, right? So I can say /UL means that is the immediate child. So single slash. So go into the UL. UL has a span, one single span, you have to go into that. So slash span. Inside this span, you have many spans. When I open, there are many spans. Right? When I put slash span again, enter, there are 7 spans inside it. All these are 7 brands, are the 7 spans. You understanding? Now here, if I write index 1, one span is hidden, one element is found. That is nothing but this Samson. See, but it is not highlighting because span, inside span, there are a lot of layers to go to that element. So if I say span 3, again one element means from that list, the third position element will be selected. So this is an index. Okay. So you have a syntax when you have multiple elements with common property, because here there is no proper value for each span, unique value. So I can use index, first, second, third, you can keep indexing. Last is a keyword to go to the last value in that list. So like here, if I write here last, simple bracket, it will go to the last brand present in that. Last minus 1 means second last. Last minus 2. This way you can write it. But see, if you want to dig this span, I can open it. It is having a list. So I can write here slash li. 7 li's you can find. li1. No, this here indexing, you're not able to see it because inside li, a span. So I have to write it slash span. Index 1. This also is not picking up. Anchor tag. Within the anchor tag, div a span. Anchor tag span. Span I've written. Then anchor tag. Within that anchor tag, a span. It's giving you 7 elements and last minus 1. They're all having a text. So instead of spans, we can explore in the div only. Div having a label, anchor tag, div slash label. Within the label, input slash input. Inputs are not visible here clearly. Italic span. But some point is missing. You're getting the 7 checkboxes. For span, outside spans, you're able to get the reference unique element, but internally, ID refinement slash symbol span here, UL span, second. Now here you're getting. So what you did, the element here you're applying the indexing. Because inside this span, you have a li, span, anchor tag, whatever might be. But you are digging which span, second one, first one, third one. You can give here the index. So I said last. So span last. So this is the last element. Inside this last, go to the li and the span inside it. Last minus 1. If I apply here, last minus 1. So second last it goes. Inside that, the li and span. Okay. This way, you have to customize your XPaths. by looking at the HTML coding. Okay. Now the same customization, if you don't have crow path, what will you do? If crow path is not allowed on your application, how you'll do? By looking at this HTML, you have to write over here only. So to get an area to write the path, you can use Control F. When you press Control F, down, you see some area is opening up. This part, finding string something. This is the place where you can write your path. Okay, you can write the path. Now writing the path, as you know the syntax, you'll be typing it /. So as you type it, it will point to it. So from this, my text is, first inspect the element, ID, brand refinements is the value. So I have to type it, // div, // div. So as you keep typing and when you reach div square bracket @ ID equals to single quotes the value. See, as you type this one, it is highlighting what you have found the path up till now, and that is this area. Inside this, you have to go to /ul, means the immediate child. See, when I typed ul, it is pointing to ul. Okay, and inside this ul, you have to go to a /span. Inside this span, you need to go to one more span, /span. So there are 7 spans. You need to observe one more line over here. When you try to get multiple elements with this path, you see on the other side, 1 of 7. Right now, whatever the span it is highlighting in yellow color, this is 1 among the 7. So this path is giving 7 elements, out of which this is the 1. If I type enter, it will show the second, third, fourth in that way. See, when I click enter, it is showing the second span from that 7th, then third, then fourth. Okay. So without crow path also you can write your path. But for that you should know the syntax. Using Control F, where you get a place to write your own path. Got it? So this comes slowly, you have to practice that XPath writing. So wherever we get a new path, I'll explain you how we pick it from the application. And then you have to practice also. It will take time because you have to see every element in the HTML page and see how the hierarchy is and start writing the code. Well, team. So these are different indexing also you can apply. See, when you were writing your path, you use some property, then // single slash means this div is an immediate child to this input, or this input is an immediate child under the div. Single slash means immediate parent child. If there are grandchild like that, you use // means now div is an immediate child to input, but input here, the input over here is not an immediate child. It can be a grandchild or great grandchild also. So you can fill the gap between these two with //. Got it? Like in my application, where my path was, this is your path, suppose. This is the path. When I click enter, it's giving one element. The Sony is the element form. You see, it is giving you a path /div /div /div, such a big path. If I want to skip all this, I can just skip it and say // in between. Means under the body, there is some UL somewhere below the body, and from there this spans. You can see 3 elements finding. With this path, there are 3 elements found. And then you have something span. I can kill this also and If it is working, then only you should apply. Under this UL, Li is not a direct child. It's a sub-child. 25 elements you got. Got it? So double slash can be used anywhere just to indicate the relation between the parent and the grandchild, not the immediate child. So these keywords we have studied today starts with, contains, and these are different keywords. There is another way of creating XPath using access approach. Using these keywords also you can create XPath. That we'll see later. And the crow path, you are aware of the use of the crow path. So what we'll do is, sometimes Dev is getting twice, but writing only once. That's what, if you want to break or remove the multiple repetitions, the immediate parent, second parent, third parent, skip it and reach to the child directly, grandchild directly, you can fill that gap with a double slash. If it is really required, the hierarchy to find uniquely to your element, you need to add it, all the parents. But if not necessary, you can skip it. So that you have to verify first before skipping. There are no hard and fast rules that you must skip all the divs, nothing. If you're not able to reach your target element, obviously you have to keep that complete path. But without the complete path also, if you're directly able to reach the target, no need of the big path, no? I can break it, remove it. So first you have to check it, then finalize your path, X path. So most of the web elements we have discussed, but sometimes when you're working on a project, you have to take a screenshots. Manually screenshot are different, but with the help of a script, also you can take the screenshot. Okay. So you can launch any application and just try to take a screenshot, and that screenshot you can save it to some location. Okay, with some file name, you can save the screenshot. Now let's see how to take the screenshot. So first launch the URL of the application. Now to take this Facebook image page screenshot, let's get it. The screenshot you can get it, you need the screenshot of this application. This application's pointer is driver. So we try to see, do we have any methods in driver type, WebDriver type to get the screenshot. So in this list, if you see, there are no methods for the screenshot. But screenshot method is available in some other class called take screenshot class. So I need to convert my driver, which is currently in the form of WebDriver, into the other class so that I can call the method. So how to do a casting the object driver right now? I need to convert into a class called takes a screenshot. So this is a class where I'm converting the driver to it. After complete conversion, now the driver is converted to it. Assign, it says that assign this converted form into a variable on the left side. Okay, let me take it to a variable X. Then takes screenshot org. I need to get the import for it. Takes, you see the name. Sometimes you get the suggestions if something wrong typing, if you do, it tries to rectify you. See, the class name is takes screenshot. This is small case. I have used capital. Now you see the import, you're getting the import correctly. So once your driver is of this type, I can call a method from that now. So from the class take screenshot, there is a method called get screenshot as, where the screenshot will be saved as one of the output type. So output type dot. in which form you want to save the screenshot. Okay, in the bytes form, base64 format, file format, or class form. So for us, if it is in the file form, would be more helpful, the screenshot as a file form. So I select the file option. So now your screenshot which you captured in the form of a file is saved in X. So as your screenshot is in a file form, so X also should be of file type, correct? Import your class file. So your screenshot is in X now. So this screenshot you have to save somewhere, maybe on a drive or in your working package. So to copy the file, you need to have a file related classes and methods. So the class available for working with files, directories, everything, the class is file utils dot. So file utils, you need to get the jar files for this file utils. So you're not getting the import. So you have to search and download the file utils now. Download file utils jars. So there are different sites are shown for file utils. You can just read it, the text below. So here it is showing. Here you can download the dependencies of file utils and download. This is coming from repository Maven. So I'm not working with the Maven repository right now. Class file. You can check in this J2S site. I just select this link. You're getting this zip file, but you need to check whether this zip file will help our need or not. So down you see all these are the classes coming inside the zip file. So it will support all this. So check whether in this list do you have file utils. You see here file utils class is available. So if I download this zip file, I'll get the file utils class. So this is the content available in that zip file. Okay, so I'll copy this URL for you. Just click on the link. A zip file gets downloaded and you need to extract the files. Okay, and that extracted file, you need to save it in a separate place so that you can reuse it. Let me check whether I have that file util zip extracted files. Maybe in the jar download. Yeah, already I have extracted it. So this is the file which I have to add to my project now. You understood, team? Already I have downloaded. You make a right click on the downloaded file and say extract to a separate folder. So this is the file information jar file you get after extraction. Now this jar file you need to add to your working project. So working project is here. Select the project just like you did for Apache POI and Selenium. Go to the properties, Java build path. Select, you should add always to the class path. Select class path and add external jars, where now you have to search for your jar, extracted jar now. So once added, apply and close it. Okay, so I am able to see some methods from this file utils. Now, what is that we have to do? You have to copy that file from one location to another. So look forward for a method, copy file, copy directory disk, copy file from source location to the destination. So source also should be of file type. Destination also should be of file type. So call this method. Source is anyways X of file type. Okay, X should be copied to some destination where you want to copy. So you can create here file object directly here, or you can add one extra step. You getting? If extra step means take one more object file Y, new of file, you're creating object for file and giving the destination path as a string where you want the file to be saved. Maybe in my package means give the path of the package. So in the resource, You can say within the src package name. Within the package, your file will be saved with some name. I could call this as image dot some image extension because it's a screenshot. PNG, JPG extension I can give. So I can give this Y location over here. The meaning would be copy X file to Y. Okay. If you don't want to add this extra line, I can just, instead of Y, how you are creating Y with a new file path. So this also you can add over here. So also would do. It's same. Okay, import now. So you're having an exception over there. So all the classes got imported. Now that's it. You just run the code and check whether you're getting a screenshot. So this is my application. Execution stopped. You have to refresh your project or package. And this is my screenshot, image.png. When you open it, it is the launched page where you are capturing the screenshot. Okay. Now suppose while in the project, it's not only one screenshot you get, you may be getting multiple screenshots, which will keep on getting saved with this file name. So this code keep running and the new screenshot will replace the old screenshot. Means all the time you get only one screenshot because every time it replaces. You can see that maybe now if I change the application, okay? If I change the application, now keep it to Google and execute the same code. We expect that you should get a next screenshot for Google. So after refreshing, so old screenshot is replaced with the new one, latest one executed. So this should not happen. So you should have all the screenshots. Means I should save the files with different name. So you should not do it manually. Automatically that should happen with the new names. Every time new names getting saved in that location. So how to do that? Okay, let me keep this code as a method so that you can call anywhere. So you can create one user-defined method. Screen one. And this is the method. I just remove from here. So here you need a driver which is declared inside the method as we already discussed some time back. Keep this declaration in the class and remove the declaration from main method and allow this driver to become static. Okay. So now you need to handle the throws to your screen method and you have to call this method for the execution with the object of the class. So within the main method, you normally create object and call s dot the method. But now I don't want this method which is replacing all the screenshots. We want, let's create one more method where you get the unique screenshot, screen2 unique screenshot. To get the unique name for your screenshots, you can, it's always better. So I feel it's better if I attach the date and time when you're executing it. All the time, date and time, milliseconds would be a unique. So that you can attach with your image. So to get the date and time from your system, we have to create a class called date. New of date. So this object D is going to grab your system's date. Okay, from Java util I'm taking. Be careful when you see multiple imports. So this D will bring your date from your system. On my system, the date is day, month, year, and hours and minutes. There are no seconds. But if I want seconds, whatever format you want, you can mention it by creating an object for simple date format of df new of simple date format. So these are predefined classes. Here you can mention in which form you want the date. The format you can decide here. So I want the date as, year in a 4-digit or 2-digit as you wish. Then month, capital M is for month. Then D, date. Hours, minutes also you can pick. Small m for the minutes and seconds. So this way, now what are these patterns? To know more about it, you can search for Java date formats. They have explained everything about these formats. Okay, so I took this year in 2 digits, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds. My system should get converted into this format. How you can convert? You have to call a conversion method. So now, simple, to get the import for this. Java.text. And that got imported. Let me now convert into date format. Simple. Try to type it. Import java.text dot text. Okay, now it is imported. File utility comes under Java text. Everything got imported. Now I have to convert my system date into this format. So use the object df dot. You call the method format where system date will be as an input. Date input. You get the converted as a string form. So D as an input. Output of this is a string. Means I got in a string form the system date and time in this format. And this time you can attach anywhere. Like you're saving the screenshot here. Beside this name, you want this value. So this is entirely one string. You can break it now. So break the string over here and that you keep as another string, .png extension. So in between, you concat with that variable value. Okay. So in between the string, you're adding one variable value. Now call this method s.screen2 for execution. So that is the outcome of our website launched. I just close it, refresh the page, or I mean the package. You see one more screenshot just now we executed is tracked here. Image was the previous one, image with year, month, day, time, minutes, seconds extension. So this way, this would help us. You can tag your project name also with the date and time to understand clearly the images. And these images you can keep in a separate package for just screenshot holding purpose also. So this is also asked. So you need to remember these classes which are helpful for taking a screenshot. So you can answer that question as the driver need to be typecasted to a class, take screenshot class and call the method get screenshot as and output the screenshot in a form of a file and then save it to some location with the help of file utils class and copy file method. Okay. So this is the code for taking the screenshot. Now we are learning in the form of bits and pieces. Later when a project comes, the time I can take this code for a screenshot. Whichever element are there in that website, you can automate accordingly. Okay. So we have some time. We will look into one more topic called Selenium weights. Now, up till here, to apply a weight, we used to call the Java approach thread.sleep, right? We have used couple of places thread.sleep. So what happens if I use thread.sleep in this program? Also, you can see thread.sleep used many places. Here also thread.sleep, here also thread. So the program is running fine, but this wait is like a static value. Tomorrow, instead of 3 seconds, if your application needs 5 seconds, will it work? No, it will fail. So right now, as a small program, you can manage it. But in a huge project, how will you manage these times? Manually editing these values is not feasible. You should have a mechanism where, based on some condition, okay, automatically the weight should get adjusted. And also, this weight is applied only at this line. If suddenly I need a weight over here between these two statements, will anyone come and apply a weight? No. So I want someone where the weight is ready to get applied to this entire program wherever necessary. Wherever not, just ignore. Wherever necessary, weight should come there to wait. So those provisions are not there in Java weight. This thread.sleep don't do that way. You have to hard-codedly provide a weight. So when you use in a Selenium project, we avoid Java weight and go for Selenium weights. You know the reason of wait? Mainly for synchronization, to match the speed of your text and the application speed. So we have Selenium weights. Selenium weights here mainly two types, implicit weight and explicit weight. Implicit means internal weight. Explicit weight is externally you're passing based on some condition or something. Now, implicit weight is applied to entire script. Whatever the program you're writing, to the all lines of code in that program, this weight will apply, implicit weight. Okay? Explicit weight, you need to call, this explicit weight is applied at a specified line based on condition. You have to apply a condition for what it is waiting for, not just random. Okay? So, based on some condition, you're applying a weight at a particular line. But implicit weight is applied to the entire script and the wait time is fixed. The time is fixed. If you say wait for 5 seconds, it will wait blindly there for 5 seconds without knowing why it is waiting for. That is one drawback in the implicit wait. It just waits, and for the whole time, even though it not needed also, it will wait for the complete time as it has been called. So that drawback is overcome in the explicit wait, because based on condition, up till what time you have to wait, what is the necessity. If that necessity is fulfilled, you can resume the execution. That will happen in the explicit wait. So in the project, both the types of weights are used. In some places, you have to apply a weight. If you're not aware there a weight is required, then implicit weight will help you. Okay, that we'll discuss later. But how to use the implicit weight, we'll take one example. So let me create a class, implicit weight demo. So let us do here the login, looking forward for the locator. So for the email text box, I could see an ID available. First, let us write the functionality. And okay, let me take to a variable. Similarly, for the password, we'll do the same action and the log. For password, as we inspect, it is showing where it is gone. ID is equal to pass. Some input. And for the log button, name is equal to login. So this is a simple login code. Okay. If I run, it will perfectly execute. Okay. For example, if any locator is not found on the page, assume after entering the username data, if the password was not found, means as per your script, the password should have ID is equal to pass. If it is not found on the application, you will get an error. You need to observe how fast will you get the error. Will it wait for some time and then throw the error, or immediately will it throw the error? Because we don't know that the password, whatever the locator you have used here, may match with the application in some time. If not immediately, maybe sometimes some locators may match with time. But in such cases, your Selenium will not wait anymore, because default wait time of Selenium WebDriver is 0 seconds. If anything did not match, immediately throws an error. For example, if I'm looking for a locator pass 123, I know this will not match with the application. You have to observe the console, how it would trigger the exception. What is the time period? It is executing. Username is entered and immediately password is thrown with an error. So I want just to wait for few seconds. Maybe password may match with your script and you can interact with it. That is called wait handling. Okay. So right now it is throwing an error. No such element exception. With password 123, such element is not available. So default time, from here you understand that default wait time is 0 seconds. Now to apply a wait, we can call the driver dot manage dot the time period, manage the timeouts dot the implicit wait. Okay, implicit wait. Now there are two implicit wait with different inputs. Duration input, which belongs to the Selenium 4 version, and Selenium wait with time units input, two parameters, which belongs to Selenium 3 version. So here you are giving how long you should wait and what are the specifications of that wait. Specifications means if the value is 2, okay, if the duration is 2, whether 2 days, 2 minutes, 2 seconds, 2 hours, that is the specification. So two inputs you give. If it is a duration which is modified in the Selenium 4, you have this, it needs a duration class object. So in the duration class, you have direct methods of waiting for hours, minutes, seconds, which you can call directly. Okay. So as I'm using this duration now, so use the duration dot. As you place a dot, you get couple of methods there. Duration for days, duration for days, duration of hours, milliseconds, minutes, nanoseconds, seconds, like this. So I use seconds now. Duration of seconds and give how many seconds you're waiting for, 3. So now by default, this code, I don't know where the wait might require. So I have this couple of lines of code. I don't know wait may require for username, password or log. Anywhere, wherever wait is required, by default, this implicit wait of 3 seconds gets applied over there. Now, if I run, I know that wait required for password. Before throwing error, it will wait for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if that pass 1, 2, 3 is not there on the project, on your application, then it throws its errors. But it will wait before that. See, it's waiting. Execution is going on. Red symbol you see on the console. After 3 seconds, it will check whether the locator is there. If not, then the exception is thrown. So it will continue. Suppose assume that password is continuing to work. If log is not found, again 3 seconds will get applied there. If found, it will proceed ahead. Otherwise, throw an error. This is how the implicit wait works to the entire script present in that class. Doesn't matter. Wherever wait is required, it gets activated. But drawback is what? The time is fixed. If your application needs 4 seconds, it will not change. You have to modify here to 4 seconds. So as a safer side, if I keep here for 10 seconds, what will happen is, by default, here even though password don't need 10 seconds, it has to wait for 10 seconds. Okay, means overall project time, if you calculate, which is wasted, it will come to hours together. So you cannot use implicit wait everywhere. If you observe that the wait time is less and may need it in many places in the programs, then you apply that small time as for the entire code. Okay. And if you see in some areas where wait is required more and you have a purpose of waiting there for what you're waiting. Here wait is applied, but the wait don't know for what it is waiting. Just blindly to wait. But if you know the purpose why you're waiting for, are you waiting for this password to be available? Are you waiting for this button to be clicked? There should be a condition. That time you can go for the other type of wait called explicit wait. You have to create an object for the explicit wait. Okay, I mean WebDriver wait. Now how that happens is, I can take this same class, the same code, explicit wait demo. So I don't need this line now, but instead of this, I would create a WebDriver wait object. Object for it, new of WebDriver wait. Coming from Selenium. And here default constructor is not there. You have to give a parameter. See the parameter. WebDriver, one is the input and second one is the duration. So WebDriver object is what? Driver. That's the input. And here give the duration. Duration class. For how long you want to apply a wait. Whether if I say 5 seconds. So this object is ready to apply a 5 seconds time. But where will it get applied for everywhere, wherever necessary? No, it is just an object created. If this line needs a wait, it will not get applied by default. You have to call that with a condition. It's not like implicit wait by default applying. You have to call this with a condition. Now, if you have to find this password, I'll put a condition. What is that condition? You can say object dot wait until some condition is true. Until method I use. What is the condition? Expected conditions dot. These are the different conditions you can use. Alerts. Alerts means like pop-ups. Whether you're looking for some alert presence. Attribute contains. Attributes means properties like name, ID. That attribute, which locator you're using, ID, name, containing what value. You're waiting for that. Or this is contains, this is to be. exactly to be. ID should be so and so only. Name should be so and so only. Okay. Number of elements. Okay. Element to be clickable at. Are you waiting for whether it should go and click on the login button? So this method I can use. Wait up till for some time so that it goes and clicks on some web element. You have to pass the web element as an input. If you have some frames, wait up till it switches to the frames. Now what is a frame? It is another HTML page. We'll see that ahead. If you want to wait up till your driver switches to the frame, because sometimes frame may take more time to switch. So that time you can apply these waits. Are you waiting for some invisibility of some web element? If you have a image, you are waiting for that image to disappear, invisibility. So first find the image, locate web element and pass the weight on it. Then number of elements to be. Number of elements to be means you're waiting for some count, whether that element to be lesser than, to be equal to something, 5 elements to be seen there, or 3 elements should be visible less than 3, more than something. You can use these methods. Presence of element. You're waiting for some element to be present on the screen. Wait for the time required for it. Text. You're waiting for some text to be visible. A title to be visible. URL should be matching. These are different conditions you can use. Okay. Now at this stage, you're waiting for passwords locator should be something, correct? So I can use attribute contains or attribute to be. Attribute to be, 3 inputs I have to pass. Which locator? What is that attribute? What is that value you're expecting? Locator means this part is a locator. By dot, whatever you use, this is called as a locator. You pass it as it is, no string, just as it is. So this is, you see the method definition. First should be locator. Second two are both strings. What is the attribute? What is the value? So here, these are 2 strings. So in that locator, which attribute I have used? ID I have used. So I'll give you use here ID. What was the value for the ID? Pass 1, 2, 3. So the meaning here is you're going to wait here for 5 seconds, maximum 5 seconds, okay? Maximum 5 seconds, so that this locator will have ID inside it and the value for that ID should be so and so. If within 5 seconds, if this became pass 1, 2, 3 on the web page, it will proceed ahead, finding the element, entering the data, so and so. After 5 seconds, still this is not found, then it will throw an error. Okay, it's working like the previous. But what if this value is found before 5 seconds? Immediately in 2 seconds, if this was found true, then without waiting anymore, it will find the element and proceed. Means it will not waste the time here. Like implicit wait, explicit wait. You understanding? Okay, so now here I can give maximum time also, 50 seconds also I can give. Because it will take the time as per this condition, how much is necessary from it. Before time, if the condition becomes true, it will proceed, resume the execution. But if requires more time, maximum whatever you gave the time, it will wait there. Looking for the condition, expecting to be true. So this is first the condition which I passed on the password. If the condition is true, then it will find the, as this locator was found, it will find the element with it and enter the data. Got it? Now the same similar condition I can apply for username also. Username, what is my locator? By email. ID, the value which I'm expecting to be there on the page is email. So here, immediately when page was launched, I found this locator and this was validly found. It will not apply any weight there. It just continues, find the element, pass the data. Here weight is required. So 5 seconds weight will get applied there. How much time it needs. And then this will become true on my website. So after 5 seconds, you see that your application is failing with the exception. So for 5 seconds, it's just waiting. Now it's thrown an error on the console stating that exception in the main method. If you see here, caused by no such element. Why it failed? There's a problem. Timeout exception. Time is up. So how much time it was waiting? It was looking for an element with pass 1, 2, 3. It did not find. Okay, it did not find. But how long it was waiting? 5 seconds. But 5 seconds, it was not just waiting. Every 500 milliseconds, it was verifying the condition. For example, you say that you're waiting for your friend. It doesn't mean that you just blindly sit for 5 minutes. Every 1 second, 2 seconds, you go and check for the arrival. That is called as a polling time. So this 5 seconds waiting is not just blindly happening. In this 5 seconds, every 500 milliseconds, it is doing a polling time. So this wait, okay, this wait has a polling time of, implicit wait has a polling time by default 500 milliseconds. This I cannot change in the implicit wait. Polling time is 500 milliseconds. Got it? So why this time up happened? The reason was the caused by no such element. Because the element with that property was not found, you waited and it failed. Got it? So as we saw that different conditions were there, even for log also you can apply some condition. Like expected conditions, attribute, frame, invisibility, number of elements you can apply. Because log button is only one there on the page, I can look for 3 log buttons. So I have to pass the locator and the number. Number is 3 log buttons I'm looking for. Locator is by.name log. If you find 3 login buttons, then find that login and do a click. That's your action. Now, if you want to proceed to log, first of all, your password should work. Then only you will come to log. So for working, so I add a right locator. I comment this one. It should be pass. Look for the right locator. Find the element with it and enter. So username password is working. Now the turn for log button. So as log button is only one found, it will take time of 5 seconds to wait and see if 3 logs comes. If not, then throws error. So now it failed, stating that main method timeout exception, expected condition failed. So what is our expected condition? Looking for 3 logins, but currently there is only one on the page. Waited for 5 seconds. Waited for 5 seconds with 500 milliseconds time interval. This is our exception. Now say that, okay, suddenly password, assume that for password, I did not add any exception. Okay, I have added exception for email and log button. For I did not apply any weight for the password and suddenly assume that password is failing. So there is no one to help the password here. because this is implicit weight. Okay, it is explicit weight. You are applying a condition. But if you have an implicit weight also here, this will come into picture wherever there are no conditions applied. If you are if you need a weight for password, as you did not add any condition, so by default, implicit weight will come into picture and 10 seconds gets applied over here. So in the project, you cannot predict everywhere where the weight comes into picture or necessary. So wherever the things get mixed up or missing happens, your implicit weight will come into picture. So you should include both the types of weights in the project, right? So from now onwards, wherever you need a weight pause, instead of thread.sleep, you can apply these type of weights. These are Selenium weights. Okay.
Time for another quick question. What does the web element interface represent in Selenium? Option 1, a browser window. Option 2, a web page. Option 3, an HTML element on a web page. Option 4, a test case. Next question. What is the main difference between implicit wait and explicit wait in Selenium? Option 1, implicit wait waits for a specific condition, while explicit wait waits for a fixed time. Option 2, implicit wait is applied globally, while explicit wait is applied to specific elements. Option 3, implicit wait cannot be interrupted, while explicit wait can. Option 3, implicit wait can be interrupted, while explicit wait cannot. Option 4, both waits serve the same purpose in Selenium. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
What is this access approach? You can create an XPath with the access approach. Access approach means these keywords I can use. Preceding, following, ancestor, these keywords we can use. And CrowPath is a plugin which you add to your browser and which helps us to create the XPath. CrowPath is a plugin for helping for XPath creation. Now going to the next module where we have how to work with this XPath access. Now XPath access, say that I have a target element and target element don't have stable properties or well-defined properties or attributes. Then to reach to the target element, you can take help of the neighborhood elements. Okay, neighborhood elements and its properties, and reach to the parent of it, child of it, different things. So you see here different pages are here. I'll just go to the last one. See, this is the hierarchy of your HTML code. You know, see, I want to reach to some elements and I have a property of this. Okay, I have a property of this, defined property of this. But my target is to reach the elements before this and assume that they don't have well-defined properties. Then how I can use the keyword, access keyword called preceding siblings. Siblings means there are many elements in the same layer or in the same level. But with the details of this element, I can reach the before elements of it with the keyword preceding siblings. I can reach the next elements in that same layer with following siblings. Inside this element, if you want to reach the first child of it or second child of it or next child of it, you have a keyword child. Means it will go deep into this target element. Got it? Now descendant is something, if you want to find the elements after this, whatever elements are there, I want to work with that. That is called descendant. Now this layer will have a parent, correct? This layer will have a parent. If you want to reach to that layer or to that web element, then you can use a keyword called parent. And if you want to know how many parents, grandparents are there, then you can use a keyword ancestor. Okay, all the ancestors. And whatever is there on top of your page, everything, maybe header section, everything, you can use preceding. And if you want to see the content below the page, like footer section, everything of your HTML, you can use a keyword following. Okay, so these are some of the keywords. So we'll see with an example how you can create this XPaths. Now you can take a sample application. Let us go for the Amazon, where I would search for some phones and let me be in the brands. Okay, these all are the brands. Now assume that this is my target element. Okay, this is my target element. So let me inspect it. So you see that is holding a label. It is a label which is inside one div. Okay, it is a label inside one div. And that div is a part of anchor tag, which is inside a span, and li. This way, li is a part of span. And you have many spans in that list, in that layer. Each span is for one of the option, one of the brand, right? Now here, let us go and hit one of the span. This is a span. If you see the properties of the span, it has a data ID, name, nothing much. ID, you can't take this ID. Okay, let me use this ID now. Let me get the path of it, crow path. Now you got the crow path. Just want to span. This is a content ID. This is the ID. Okay. Li having an ID. Let us check. /li, which is having an ID equals to the value. Okay. So I'm able to find this ID. Now this is one to reach this brand, the path I got. Now I want to find the elements before this target element. Okay, before element. So I can use a keyword preceding siblings, right? Following siblings, preceding siblings you have. So how to use it? / preceding siblings, double colon, and let me put an asterisk. Because if I have no idea about the siblings, asterisk just represents the tag, which is a preceding sibling. Preceding sibling. Spelling mistake was there, so it was in a red color. Enter. There are 0 elements. So immediately to this, you don't have. Let me start with span. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, which is under UL, and which is, I'll start from here, brand ID, brand refinements, because it's not able to get into the target element with span now. I'll start from this parent element. Go looking for a div which is having a property ID and the brand refinements is a value. From this, go to the UL. UL is immediate child. So /UL, and within the UL /span, and I'm writing the index. two elements are found. Okay. Span slash one element found. So that element is, you want to check which is that element which we have found. You can see the details here. The element which we have found, the details are here. It is a span having the ID content and our brand name. So this is the right element which we have found with this path. Now from here onwards, I want to find the before elements. So slash preceding sibling, double colon, and I want to just use an asterisk. Asterisk means I am not sure what are the preceding tag names. So I gave asterisk. So three elements are found. Those three elements are here. The first span, which is going for the product Realme. You can see Realme is there on the top element. Then second product is Samsung. Yes, Samsung is also there. And third product is OnePlus. So you got the three elements with this XPath access. Got it? Now, if you know the tag name of those elements, like for example, span, I can put span. I'm able to find those three spans with this path. Okay. So this is axis approach. Finding an XPath with axis. I'm using preceding siblings. Okay. Now, same thing, as you have preceding siblings, I can check it with following siblings to find the elements after this target remaining products. So I can use here following sibling, and three elements there after that. So Apple is the next one, and Readme and Nokia. So this is following elements. So as you got three elements, multiple elements, you can use driver find multiple elements and save them into a list and then work on it, whatever is it. This is just an XPath, right? Now, if I have to use it, you will be using this way only, driver find element, as it is multiple elements. Find elements by dot XPath, and inside the path, it is access path, right? Now these multiple elements, output is list of web element. Now from here onwards, the process is the same, like, finding the count, looping and everything. So only to get the elements, the XPath I'm creating inside this is access approach. Okay. Now let's see what are the other syntaxes you have. Preceding, following, okay, preceding siblings, following siblings. I want to know about the parent. So who is the parent of this target element? So I can say parent, and I'm not sure what is the tag number of the parents. I can use asterisk. One parent is there for this element. The span 4 for this part, you have one parent. That parent is, you see, a span. This is the parent. So if you see in the HTML also, you can understand it. These are the spans. The immediate parent to all this is this span. This is what is pointing. One parent you have. Obviously one parent only. Immediate parent it shows you. As I know the tag is span, you can check that. Instead of asterisk, I can say span. Yeah, it's working. If I say parent is div, I'm expecting parent to be div. No, div is not the immediate parent. So I got 0 element finding. Okay. Now there is something called child. So use child, and let me give an asterisk. So child means immediate child, it will try to show you. So immediate child to my span is Li. Okay. So as there is only one child. Maybe in this layer, if I have two childs, it will show you two elements because the tag name I'm finding is asterisk. Anything it can be. Okay. So this is to reach to the child list of elements. Okay. Now descendant. Descendant. 9 elements are there. Descendant means under this span, if you start digging this, how many tags are there inside it? It's saying 9 elements. And what are they? You can check them here. You can find them here down. Li is 1, span is 1, a anchor tag, then div, these are the label, input, I, span. Now you can cross verify in the HTML also. Now this is my target element span. Inside this 9 elements are there. First is Li, 1. When I open it, span 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, label. When I open the label, span is there, 6. And here down, where is that? Div, anchor tag, label. Label has to open up. Input, I, 7, 8, 8 and no, 6, no, 6. I don't know what was the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and this one 9. And after that, closing of anchor tag, span, Li, span. So total 9 elements are there nested inside each other. So descendant keyword will give you all the childs, subchilds under that target element. I said asterisk, so everything is visible. Now, if you want from that 9, which type of child, I want to know the child who is having a label. One element is there with label. Anchor tag, one element is there. This way, you can mention the hierarchy. Okay. Now, next is parent we have checked. Ancestor. Ancestors, 15 ancestors are there. Ancestor means to your target element, the parent, immediate parent, to that one more parent might be there, to that one more parent might be there, grandparent, great-grandparent, all. 15 elements are there. If you see the page, this is my target element. It is present in this area. So this will become a parent. That is inside in one more area. That is inside in another area. So this way there are many layers. So these are all are the 15 elements. So ancestors, all the ancestors you can find. If you want to know specific ancestor, you use the tag name accordingly. Now you have something called just preceding. Preceding will give you all the remaining things, not only ancestors, all the remaining things up till the header part of your page. Some 3000 plus elements are there. If you see everything on beyond that element, from here onwards, what all comes up, that all are preceding. Same way, reverse of that is following. Following will give all the below elements to that. From here onwards, down all the elements, down up till the footer, including the footer, all are comes as some 2000 plus. They are the following. Now, if you want to know how many elements are there below your target element, so this XPath will help you to know them. Fine. So these are the XPath access keywords. And syntax is also mentioned here. Now, if many elements are there, then you can use index. index is, like for example, with this you'll get all the preceding siblings, right? Before your target element. 3 siblings are there. Now out of that, I want the first one. Then you can use the index. You have 3 spans in that one. Then if I want out of 3, the last one, if I want last, okay, the last one is this 1 plus last minus 1. This way you can also go to a single element out of them, out of those multiple. So request everyone to join on time because you may miss something. Okay, please make sure you join the session on time. So, well, our next topic is working with alerts. Alerts are nothing but pop-ups. You may see pop-ups on few applications. In that pop-ups, some are mandatory pop-ups, some are optional. Okay, optional pop-ups means you no need to handle them or no need to say yes, cancel, okay, no need to say. They are optional. Best example is maybe when you're trying to log into some application, you get a pop-up to ask you want to save the password. We don't even really interact with it. We just be working with our application only. So that is optional pop-up. Save password option you get. There are some mandatory pop-ups like unless you handle it, you cannot work on the application. Suppose you're doing some payments and you entered the wrong card details and you get suddenly a pop-up. Okay, wrong invalid number provided. So unless you rectify it or you say okay, close, you cannot continue with your action. Those are mandatory pop-ups. And we are going to see the mandatory pop-ups, which we call them as alerts. Okay. And the and the optional one is called as notifications, which you can just ignore. And we need to handle these alerts. In these alerts, you have types: web alerts, window alerts. Both are coming from your website only. But web alerts, the alert is designed and generated by your web application. But window alert is generated by your web application only, but it doesn't belong to your website. It belongs to your operating system. Especially when you're doing some downloads and uploads, you see window alerts. And somewhere when you do a wrong transaction, wrong OTP entered or something, wrong card details entered, there you see a web alerts. We'll study both of them. Now first we can start with the web alerts. Both are mandatory alerts only, web and Windows. Now web alert is, you can take any application where you're doing some transaction and it stops you because of wrong details you entered or no details entered. So as an example, I would go for some booking site. Any booking site you can check also. Here I am using srtc.in. Let us take the application. Creating a class for web alert. And launch the application. Now, when I'm launching, we usually take this system set property and the object with URL. Now, when you are using Selenium version, this much Selenium instance is taking care of getting the driver, and you need to only give the Chrome driver. So this is a path of your Chrome driver, right? Since latest version of Selenium we are using, very latest one, something called Selenium 4.20, I believe. Selenium 4.20.0. Here they made some changes to the behavior of Selenium is even without WebDriver also I can launch the browser. You no need to give even the download of the WebDriver. This WebDriver, Chrome driver, Chrome driver. Because if the Chrome version changes of your machine, if my Chrome browser version changes, this driver will be useless. So without this system set property also, just by creating object and Selenium on its own will get the Chrome driver matching with our real browser and take care to open it. So without this line also, I can launch the browser only with the object of Chrome driver and the URL. So let us launch this website. If I run on the Chrome, you will have this website. Now, where is the alert? Now, alert over here, without entering any no details. Okay, I don't give any place, neither date, nothing. I just left everything empty and search for a bus. As I click on this web element, immediately I got an alert. See this pop-up kind of thing. This is my alert. The alert has some text explaining us what has happened. Please select start place. And it gave me an OK button so that the people should click OK and get rid of this alert and come back to the website. Means keeping this alert live, I cannot do anything on my application, nothing. You have no control on your application. You must handle it. Handle it means I have to click OK. Then I'm back to the application. That is called alert handling. And this alert is not from my operating system. This alert is designed by my website only and displayed on this. And some alerts may have OK button. Some alerts will also have cancel button also with it. Some alert may have a text box where you can enter some input, some token number, OTP or anything as an input also. The alert has text also. It depends on the application. Now to click on the OK, how can I inspect the OK button? No, I'm doing a right click. I'm no option of inspect. You cannot inspect what is there on the alert. Then how to interact? Selenium has methods for them. If you want to click on OK, you can call a method for it. If you want to click cancel, a method is there. Enter data, method is there. Because as you cannot inspect things on the alert, methods are available. You can get the text also with the method. Fine. So we'll do that. So first of all, I need to find this search bus, click, get the alert. Inspect it. So you see it is showing as a button. You can expand it. Button has an italic, means a sign where you find a search option on the button. That is a I form, I tag it is. And the text is there on the button, search for bus. So you can create XPath with this text tag name button, right? So let us do that. Now, see, all the time you don't need to use CrowPath. Assume that if your client is not allowing you to use any plugins CrowPath, how to write XPath and check that is unique or not. You can use Control F. You open the HTML, okay? Means as you get inspect, you'll get this HTML developer tool. Use Control F. Down you see a small text box is coming here with cancel beside it. Here in this text box, you can write the path, just like CrowPath only. This is not a plugin. This is an option of your developer tool. So you write your path now. You know the syntax : / tag name is button. It's jumping out. Button. See, as you type something, it is highlighting that content on the HTML with that color. Right? It is going to the button. But randomly, I don't want to go to any button. But button which is having a text or contains text, not exact text, contains simple bracket, text, and the text, search for us. And I just remove the spaces. You see immediately it went to the button and it is highlighting on the page also. And here you see one of one element. Means on this page, there is only one element with this path, and that is this. Okay. So this is my unique path. So I copy this X path and use in the script. Driver find element. I need to click on the button to see the pop-up. Let us do this. Up till here we will execute. It has to find the search for bus. Page is still loading. It found and clicked, and you see the alert is there. And the button is down here on the left corner. In case if the button is here on the right side, it may not get the click. You may get an error. The bus search for bus click is interrupted. Interrupted by whom? By the image. Because the image is over that button, it is hiding the button, and the click is not going to the button. This image, this ad is interrupting it. You may get that exception. Interrupted, click interrupted exception. That time what I should do? You should either remove this ad, delete it. You have to inspect this cross and say click, or you can maximize the screen, right? So working on this, how you do is, now after launching this, you can say maximize driver dot, you're managing, manage method dot, managing what? The window dot, and you have window class methods maximize. This is a statement to maximize the screen. Now, if I want to close this ad also, you inspect this cross sign from that application. It is showing a div with some ID. Find this element and click. So the ad gets closed and you are free to see the search button and get the click, right? So maximize, the ad is closed, clicked on the button and you can see the alert there. Now once alert comes, I have to click OK. Now clicking OK will not do just blindly, will validate this alert is correct alert or not, because for different things, different alerts may come. As I did not give starting place details, so it is saying please enter start place. If I enter start place and click search, missing end place, destination, then I may get another alert saying please enter destination details. So the text on the alert may be different, means different alerts you can come across. So before clicking OK, check whether that alert is the right one you're looking for or not. How? By validating this text on the alert. So how you get the text? Using a method of alert. But who will get us this text? Your driver should get. But driver is pointing to this website. How will it go to the alert? For this, driver need to switch from the website to the alert. You have to use one method called switch to. Switching is required. Then the driver will come here and get the text for you. Click OK, cancel, do whatever. So first step, you need to switch the driver. Driver dot, we have a method to do that. Switch to method. Switch to the target. Which target? Alert. Method is there alert, which gives you alert class reference. From that alert, what to do? After switching, what to do? You can accept. Accept is a method to click on OK. Dismiss is a method to click on cancel. Get text to get the text. Then send keys to pass input to some text box if we have. So these are 4 methods of alert class. Right now we want get text, which is giving us some string. These methods you should remember. Interview question would be there. What are the alert class methods? Get text, send keys, accept, dismiss. But before that, I have to use driver.switch to. Now this text you can validate, or I can print it also. Now validation is using if-else statement. So if the text present on the alert, if it is matching with my expected text, then you can say it is a valid alert. Valid alert. Okay, and click OK. If it is valid alert, then you want to click OK. So what is my expected text? To make it pass, I'll copy this text from here as it is along with the dot, everything. And you see, yes, my text is matching with this. It says valid and you want it to click on OK button. So to click OK, driver has to come here. So you can call driver dot switch to method dot alert dot accept. Accept method means now it is clicking on OK. Now, in case if you have cancel as well, means cancel will work if that alert is invalid. So I can add an else block, print your alert is invalid. Just I'm giving you, right now I don't have any cancel, okay, invalid, and switch the driver to the alert and click on dismiss. Dismiss is like clicking on cancel. Now, if you have some data before clicking OK, if it is a valid alert, you want to pass some input, then driver, one text box might be there in that case. Again, switch to the alert and you want to enter the input to the whatever the text box is there, right? So send keys is a method to pass some input. Okay, so right now we don't have anything, so I'm just commenting. If I run now, this text is valid, so it will click OK. Okay, now if the text is wrong, it will go to the else and say invalid and click cancel. Let us do that. I'm removing this dot and I run. You see that alert has just come and closed as well. Cancel is closing it. Means even though you don't have cancel option on the alert, how is it closing? The OK itself is taking the instruction of click. Okay, if you have only one button, accept method also will hit it, dismiss method also will hit it. If you have cancel separately, dismiss will hit the cancel, accept will hit the OK. Got it? That's the reason the alert is clicking on OK for this case. I hope this is clear now. This is web alert. Okay, so in the window web alert, these are the methods switch to which we already checked. Get text, everything. Now, what about this window alert? Window alert we see generally when you're trying to upload something and download some content. Okay, uploading and downloading. When you have, that time you can see this window alert. Now, for example, we can take some file to download, file to upload. Let us go with this Selenium div site. I'm going to the downloads. And when you just search here, I want to download this Selenium APIs. When I click on the link, it is asking me, do I need to download this? Right? It's asking me, do you want to download this and where you want to download this window which you see. This is called as a window alert. It is like a pop-up only came in the journey of download. I'm on the website. I was actually on the website. I did some action and it opened me a alert of my operating system. Why operating system? I could see the drives here, the folders, everything. So this is not coming or designed from my website. My website link is triggering something from my operating system. So this is a web alert, right? Now this is already a file is stacked of the download. I need to just click on save. Manually, if I'm doing, I have to click on save. If I have to do this with automation, how will your script go and click on save? With some keyboard actions you can do, from your keyboard. How? Enter key. If I click enter, that's clicking on selecting that highlighted option and the file is getting downloaded. See, some of you, when you are doing this example, you may see this window or pop-up, you may see, some of you may not see. Why am I able to see here? Because I have made my such settings to my browser actually. In the browser, I have done the settings to ask to show me this window when I'm downloading some content. I've enabled it. If you defaultly, it will be disabled. If it was disabled, what will happen? By default, when I click on the link, that file gets downloaded on the downloads folder without showing this. So if I write a script to click enter, whether you see this window or don't see the window, your script will run. Are you getting the point what I mean to say? So whether you may feel that, oh, when I was in session, I could see this window or pop-up. But when you are automating, you don't see any pop-up. The reason is the settings are done to your actual browser. Well, so now launch this website and find this link and get that alert. So this is for downloading example. The new URL. Now find the link. Now, if I want to find, this is an anchor tag. If you inspect, it is an anchor tag. Okay. But you see the text on this anchor tag is same as the other things. It's same. This is different. 25th April it is. But these all things are same. If I find with this text, 4 elements will be found for me, not the single one. Then I have to check now the HTML code and then decide how to get the unique path for it. This is an anchor tag, which is inside, a stable word is there in front of it, and which is inside that P, paragraph. And there are 3 P's, one for the change log, one for the Java doc, API documentation, one is for that image. Okay, div. Now this div and one more div is for top image. They are inside one div, and that is inside one more div. There are many divs here. Each div is for every technology. Okay, each div is for every technology. And these 4-5 divs are a part of another div. That div is a child of main tag. Main is a part of your HTML somewhere. So if I want to go to that link, you can write the path from here. Because I cannot start from div because this don't have a proper locators and values. So I can start from main and reach to the target element. Okay. So either you can write path with the Control F or the grow path. So main is the tag name. So / main. Inside the main, you have to go to the div, which is third div. So / div index 3. It went to the third div. Inside the third div, you have to go to Java. Java is, this is 1, 2, 3. Third one again. So / div 3. It went to this area. See, it has come. Inside this third one, you have immediate one div. So / div. Then inside this div, you have 2 divs. You have to go to the second one. Okay. So slash div index2. It went to that area. Inside this div, you have paragraphs, P's. Now, which one I should go for? This second one, second P. Okay, second P is having anchor tag. So I can say here slash P index2 anchor tag. It went to the link. This path I can use. But here is one more problem. What? Today is fine. Tomorrow this link comes down and this goes on top. Then also this path, you'll be finding link here. It will click on change log then. You want to find the link in this area wherever you have a word stable beside it. You can take help of this word. So a P tag having a text stable, under that whatever link is there, click. You understanding? You can design the path much better. Stable is a word, a text. Instead of saying P index position 2, I can say contains text stable inside that anchor tag. This is fine. And everyone understanding? Let me take this path and find the link and do the click for it. Now, once I get a click, I'll get the download. That window alert comes. Now I need to check that while running, will it come automatically or do I need to take care of the wait over here? We have to see that. Now this you cannot inspect. I'm doing a right click, you can't inspect because it is not the component of my website. It is from operating system. Other than website, using Selenium, you can't automate. So this part I cannot automate actually with Selenium. Then how to automate this or apply the instructions to click, save, cancel? There are different ways. One is using Java robot class you can do. Second one, auto ID you can use. Third one, image seculi, image identification you can use. Image identification means I have to take the screenshot of this save button, save somewhere and compare. My application save button and my save button are both same, size, pixel, everything. If matches, then only it will click on it. But that takes a lot of performance oriented it is. So securely we don't really use it, we try to avoid it. But how to really work with securely, we'll have one example at the end of our training. Okay. So securely will not use. Auto ID, yes. Auto ID means you have to find the auto ID jar files, add them to your project, write the script, and then run. So that is also dealing with lot of configuration. Best and easy, safe approach is my robot class of Java. Miss Java has a class called robot. You can create object for robot class and use its methods to interact with these web element and with these components of this operating system alert. Now we will do that. Create robot class. Now robot class object new. So nothing to download and install because Java is already existing. It's coming from package AWT package of Java and having an exception AWT. I'm just forwarding to main method. Now here in this you have methods. R dot. You can do some keyboard related activities, key press, key release, mouse related activities also in this. Now I have to give an enter instruction. Save button is already highlighted. We saw it manually. So I need to just provide enter key. So key press, enter key. So call the class key event. Key event is a predefined class. In that you have lot of virtual keys. For every keys of your keyboard, you have a virtual key. From this, I need to give the enter key. Enter keys here, virtual key, enter. Once I press the key, we have to release it, because if I don't release, sometimes that enter key will be kept pressed and carried forward with the remaining statements also. So after giving the key press, we need to release the key. Key release, same enter key need to be released. That's it. Now just we will see now. See, the script is only a 4 lines, you could see. It's not always the same. It depends on our application. Manually, you have to first explore it, understand, and then come with your script. See here, it immediately thrown an error. Now we'll see what is the error. It says element click interrupted exception. The click was interrupted. Whatever the point you this click at this point, you are not able to see that link at line number 18. This element, this is the application. See, this link was not fully visible. This got disturbed or interrupted. It did not click. As it did not click, no alert. Now what I should do to see its proper visibility, you can little bit manage the scrolling. Just bring it like this. I'm doing it manually. You have to do this with the script. Scrolling. Now I'm doing only Y coordinate scrolling. Y coordinate, not the X. Now, to see, some applications will scroll automatically on its own. Some applications don't. In such cases, you have to take it. Now, for scrolling, you don't have any special method in Selenium, but there is a method in JavaScript, not Java, JavaScripting. There is a method called scroll. I can call that method scroll of JavaScript and execute in my Selenium. You can do that. How? In Selenium, I have a class which helps to do that. So what is my class? Here I have to first scroll. So I have a class called JavaScript Executor. This is a class which runs the JavaScript. So where is the JavaScript? Where is the scrolling required? On this website pointed by driver. And this is a different class, and driver is of type different interface. Both are different. How they can work together, you can't. Now what I should do? I should convert the driver from this WebDriver into this class. Means typecasting I have to do. So I have to convert the driver into this class. Means now my driver is converted into this class. After conversion, you are asking to assign that to left side to a variable or to a reference. As it is a class, this will become object. So you're not getting a proper input. You can just do the wait for the input. Otherwise, you can just continue the next line writing. It will import that actually also. So this J class has a method to execute the script with a method called execute script. Here you give your JavaScript method to run. In JavaScript, I have a method called scroll and give XY direction. X no need to change. I can keep it to 0. And Y you have to change. So by just guessing, I'll say move by 200 coordinates downward. Downward means plus value 200. Means move downward Y direction. Minus means move upward. X here plus means move right side. Minus means move left side. So this method is a JavaScript method which I'm running in the Selenium using this class with the help of the Selenium method execute script. Okay. Not be resolved, it says. We will run this check. We'll run and check now. change to JavaScript. This S is smaller case. See, on this side I wrote small, this side it is left blank. So this gives you suggestion also. If I'm doing any mistake, it will, when I mouse over also, there you see what should be the class name. In that list you can see. I'll show you. I kept it capital. When I'm mouse overing, I'm not getting the import. You see, change to the class JavaScript executor coming from this package. See here, Java, S is smaller case, E capital. So from here also you can understand that I made a mistake here with capital. Okay. Let us do the execution now. You can also plan for maximizing also. Immediately thrown an error. I just want to get this scroll down. Let me move to 1000. Open the website and do the scrolling. We'll do one thing. We will put the implicit weight. But 10 seconds wait is a huge time. So it went 1000 is too much. The element is gone up. Change here to 6. Now see, you're not getting the alert, but it is doing a download. So I told that visibility of the alert or the operating system window is depending on the settings. Okay. But when by default the browser is opened, it will have its default settings of not showing that window. So, but it is doing a download. Got it? Now, instead of hard coding how many coordinates you want to move downward, upward, you have another method also. You know, you can set the visibility. Means I want to see maybe this link. I want to see the link, scroll up till here, or I want to see this, scroll up till there. Because by default, when it is doing, it is like this. You don't see the change log. So I can say scroll up till you see the change log. You can put this element as a reference. So to see the visibility, you can call here a method passing the arguments as a 0th argument. What is that? Scroll into view, which is true. You're looking for some true condition. What true? Looking for the change log element to be viewed on the screen. See how these methods are I'm taking. You can explore JavaScript methods for scrolling. If you search, you'll find some options. Okay. So what is this? This is I'm giving as a 0th argument. What is that 0th argument? I'm looking for a condition. I want to see something true. What is that something? This change log should be visible. Now, how will you get the change path? That itself is a web element. So you need to write the path, XPath, to find that change log. So that is right now available as index 3. I'm just putting index 3. In that index 3, there is an anchor tag. Okay, let me find the element with this. So you can write here directly also driver find element by dot XPath and provide the path over there. So the meaning is you're looking for this web element to be visible, view to be true. So scroll up till there. We'll check. We'll do the execution. So arguments scroll into view is not a function. It's saying it's a smaller case. Now it is doing a scroll. It went to see the change log and clicked on the link and the download happened. Okay. This is how you handle the window alerts. So we'll see another example in case if I'm uploading something, a file to upload. There again you get this window alert. But uploading file process is little different. You have to take the file name, keep it in a memory, and then paste it into that alert, and then to upload. Downloading is simple. Uploading is you have to call some special methods and classes for uploading. Next, let's check with how to upload a profile, any image, any document. If you are uploading, you can automate the uploading scenario. Now for uploading, you can take any website, taking a new class. So we can go for a application to upload a profile, Naukri. There are also different sites for checking the spelling, grammatical, content check. There also you upload a profile, right? Also, when you want to convert Word file into PDF, also you upload a file. So different scenarios are there. You can check with anything. So now this on this site, I want to go to register and enter all these text fields which are mandatory to register. When I select this option experience, you find the resume to upload, where it accepts the PDF docs file only. When I click on this button, you get a window alert. Here, this is the window alert, where I have to mention the file to upload. If I'm doing it manually, you can pick any Word file. I'll create one Word file. For example, I'm just selecting one file. Okay, as I click on this file name, the file exists in this field and I need to click on open so that it starts uploading. Okay, that extension is a wrong one. So what I have to do first, you need to launch this URL, click on register. So register is holding a title href class and which is in the form of anchor tag having a text register. But this A is a part of a div and div maybe we can check it directly. If it is identifying, you can, that's good. Register layer, it has also an ID, I believe. Yeah, ID is also there, register layer. Based on that, you're able to identify that element. Yeah, find the element and click. As we click, you will get a next screen where you have to, I'm not going to enter these fields, directly go and click on this experience option so that I could see this option. So clicking on this element, clicking on, it's an H2 and P tag, which is a part of div. And this div is a part of another div. Now, div having a class radio wrapper. From here we will start. Under this wrapper, go for the first div and in that the second one. Okay, you're here. Within the second div, I need to go to H2, which is having a text experienced. H2 text equals to, so see, This text having a single quotes in between, so it's an error over here. We can look for double quotes. We can keep double quotes because a single quotes is a part of the text. So you can give double quotes or single quotes. All the time I used to give single quotes. Now I changed to double quotes because single quotes is a part of your text. One element found. So get this path, find element, click. As you click on this, you will get the upload profile. So button with a class upload resume. Button having a text. Button contains a text, upload resume. And this would lead to the window alert as you click. This click will come to the window alert. Okay. Now let me keep one Word file. I would write the content file to upload. Save it to my desktop. And file name is sample. Sample is my file name. That's it. Now here on this application, so this file, see manually when I select the file, it comes over here. So how will I do this with a script? This file name, the path of this file name, you should copy it and save it into your system's memory. You understand? The file which you're planning to upload, you copy the path of the file and save it inside the system's memory. How to do that? What is the file path? You need to manually get the file path. Where is the file here? Properties. So this file name and the path, you keep it in the system memory. For that, you use a class called string selection. String selection object, new of string selection. And here you in a string form give the path and the file name with extension docs file. So import the class. It's coming from Java AWT package string selection. So what it is, it is just an object pointing to this file path. Now how to keep this file name inside the memory? You have to use a class called toolkit. Toolkit is a predefined class. Within the class, you have a method called get the default toolkit dot, and you have to get the system clipboard, means system's memory buffer, get system clipboard. And to that system's memory, you have to set that content using a method get set content with two inputs. What content, what is the object of that content, means your string selection object is, and who is the owner. The content pointer is in the form of S and owner is no one. So null I can provide. So with this line, what happens is the file location, the path, the object which you have S pointing to your file is stored inside the memory, system's memory. Now from that system's memory, you should get that file name. You should get that file name and return inside this text box. How it will get written? You have to paste it. You have to give an instruction of pasting. Now pasting, that is your keyboard activity, Control C, Control V. I can create here robot class object. Now using robot object to paste, we are key press Control V you have to give. So R dot key press control means key event dot control. And V character you must give. So R dot, we have a method here, send keys. Okay, if send keys are not there, I can use the same key press, and you also can find methods for characters as well. Here see D, A, B. So in this way, control V character. Here, virtual key V. So this is nothing but pasting. So that time your file name will come into this place, into the text box, as if like this. Once it appears here, your open is already highlighted. Just I can press enter, it will get uploaded. So when I click enter manually, it is uploading. So the same thing should happen now. So once pasted, you should release these keys. Okay, better to release the key. Key release, which key to release? Control key. Release it. Once after release, press the control key, enter key. So VK underscore, if you search, you will find it, enter. Similarly, key release, enter key also, I would release. So file will get uploaded now. So in interview, they ask this question, how you upload a file. So I'll be using a robot class, and these two lines they would be expecting as an answer. You should create an object for string selection pointing to the path of the file, and then use the default toolkit and give the reference of the file to get saved into the memory, and then paste it into the field. So it is going by default to the users folder. Okay, I'm doing it manually. Path is, let me run once again. Path is C drive, users, and from there it has to go to desktop. File name is not valid. B, where I've given B. It is not pointing to, it should go to the desktop. The path is, it's not taking this path. C drive, the file. Set content, system clipboard. Set content. Where this V file name is not valid. V where it is coming from. V is getting pasted. 1 second. Control V. But this is a key. Key press. Key release. Just I'm putting the delay. Okay, the file is getting uploaded. You see here? It's uploading. We'll run it once again. Okay. So it took the path, and you see the file is there. So remembering is this part. String selection class and toolkit, classes and methods. This is important for uploading related. So this is all about working with the alerts. Now you have one more type of locator is CSS selector, cascade style sheet. So in Selenium, you have overall 8 locators, right, to find the elements. So whenever you're finding an element by dot, these are class name, CSS, ID, link text. So all of them we have discussed except the CSS selector. So for CSS selector, the value which you have to find is little different. Using the elements attributes, using the syntax of JavaScript, you have to write it. So there is no any compulsory that a tester should follow this or use this locator. If a person is coming from a development background and he has a good sound knowledge in HTML, JavaScript, he can use this CSS for very well easily for finding the elements. If you are directly a tester, not a developer, and if you are good in writing ID, link text, tag name, XPath very well, then you can stick to this approach. Okay, without CSS, your wish. Whether you want to go for CSS or not, you can decide. So, but as a part of course, we'll see how to use the CSS, create CSS selector and use this attribute. Now, why exactly CSS selector is there? Sometimes, for example, if I'm inspecting this image, for example, this image is there. If I want to interact with this image, I'm working on Chrome. I have a proper locator. When I inspect, I have a locator. If I test the same application on on an IE browser, Firefox also the same image, when I inspect, it is having the same locator and value. So I can write a script, and that script can run on Chrome also and for also Firefox. And if I run the same script for IE browser, I get some challenge as saying that element, this image is not found. Why? If you inspect that application on IE browser, the value for that element has changed. On Chrome, it is something. On Firefox, it is same like Chrome, but for IE, it has been changed. So when such changes happen, you need to write the path depending on the JavaScript. Okay. So there this JavaScript or cascade style sheet will be used. Now for in cascade, when you're writing this cascade style sheet path, you can use these attributes. Tag name, yes, you have to inspect the element. Okay, you'll have some tag name. Using that tag name, I can create CSS selector. If you have ID, using this, I can create CSS. Class name, you can use. Attribute, see, you don't have anywhere name. In our normal finding element, name also I can use. But in CSS, you don't have name. Name is treated as one of the attribute. Like if you have type, name, href or text, those all are treated as attributes. Contains is a keyword where you want to check partial value of it. So you have something called starts with and also ends with. Ends with option is not there in XPath, but in CSS you have ends with also. So using these attributes only, this style, you can create CSS. Now how to use a tag name? When you inspect the element, you will have a tag like button, div, image, img or something. How to use it? The tag is referred with just the name. Just the name. My tag name is input. My tag name is img. Only this much you will write. Okay. For example, when you're inspecting the element, suppose if I'm inspecting this image, it is going to this div. Inside this one more div. Div. Here is the image. The image has no detail. Just you have to find this image based on the parents locators. Okay, so you cannot directly find an image. If you want to find it, when you write the path /img tag name, there are 7 images img tag on the page. Okay, so but with class name static list, we will check div having class one element. Inside this you have img. With the tag name, you can also, this is our normal XPath. You see in this list you have CSS selector. When I open the CSS selector, you see div dot something is there, space div dot something is there, text, then space div dot. What is this dots? Dots are representing the class, attribute class. Means there is a division which has a class and that value of the class is container. And one more div is there below it, a child. Child means a space will be there. Having a class content. One more child is there under that div, which is having a class left. So this way you're giving the path. Means if you see, you want to reach to image, but you're starting from container here, from here onwards. I'll draw it. From here you're starting. A div having a class container. So that is what mentioned here. Inside this div, you have a child div having class content. Space div dot content. Under this, you have a class left panel. Under this, you have a div. This div, nth child. Nth child, colon, nth child. Means you're giving the pointer. Where is it? Let me expand it. Nth child 1. Means you have many childs, from that go to the 1. Means it is going to this one. From there, you have a div with a class sticky component. You see here. In this, you have a subchild. You're not going to this div. You're going directly to the img. And subchild having div static list. Under this, you have an image. Got it? So this syntax I have to follow when I'm writing the CSS selector. So simple way, if I want to find the element, let me check this Google. Now Google is having img. If I write the CSS selector, just img, 11 elements are there. See, I'm not starting double slash, nothing. In CSS, you don't use single slash, double slashes. Directly the tag name. If I want to use this, how will I use? Write it in the form of a script. Launch the application first. CSS demo. Now with this tag name img, you're getting 11 elements. So driver dot find elements, multiple elements by dot CSS selector, and the inside double quotations give that selector. This is going to give you list of multiple elements. And from here onwards, you know the process. So this is how you have to use. So just tag name means no single quotes, no double quotes. You use the tag name directly. Okay. Now, if I want to find with ID, when I'm inspecting an element, if I have ID, how to use it? IDs are represented with hash sign. Here you see the syntax also. First you give the tag name of that element, immediately hash, and the value of that ID. So as an example, this way, input hash, input is a tag name, ID, and the value of it. And as an example, CSS selector, pass that text and the pass input to it. So go for some other application where I can have an ID. Email. Email has an ID. ID is equal to email, correct? So what is the tag name? No single slash, no double slash. Input hash sign is representing as an ID and the value. Enter. One element is found. So this is the path for ID. Okay, this is the path based on ID. Now if you have name, okay, class, assume you have, I'm taking this image. Image is having a class. Now how do you use a class? Class is represented with dot sign. So what is the tag name? img dot and the class. Maybe it will not find because this approach is not accepted here. You can create XPath, but you can take some other application having class. Let me check this. H2. This text is visible, label. H2 dot and the text, class value. Okay. So dot is for representing the attribute class. Now, other than ID, if some other property, if you have name or something, that is treated as attribute, attributes. If you're using an attribute, the syntax is tag name within square bracket, attribute name and the value of it. No @ sign, nothing. So for example, in this case, for password, you have a name. Name is equal to pass. So how I write it? Tag name is input. Within square bracket, name equals to the value directly. One element found. Only the syntax you need to know with practice and writing it, you will remember it. Even you can add multiple attributes also. Name and something else you're using to find the element. Okay. See here, as an example, multiple attributes. When both the attributes are true, you can find the element CSS and then path. Then starts with, you're looking for an element having a word starting with. So starts with sign is represented with this cap sign. Cap sign. So the syntax wise, suppose if you have a property attribute and that attribute starting word is IDENT. So this is our ID caps equals to that starting word. So in our case, maybe name is equal to, name is having a pass, right? But starting word is what? PA. So if I'm finding the element with word only PA, how do you say starts with? Name, cap sign starting with PA. Still you can find the element starting with. So, on the other hand, you have ends with. Ending is represented with $sign. In this case, PASS. SS are the ending characters. If you want to find the element with the ending $sign, whatever this is the attribute. Contains is asterisk, means if you're finding the element with the middle characters, like I want to find the element with AS. So AS is neither the start, neither the end, it is in between. So that time I can use asterisk, one element identified. So these are different syntaxes of creating the CSS selector. Okay. Now in the CSS selector, direct child, it means immediate child. How will you represent this arrow? Greater than sign indicates immediate child. For example, this div and this div are immediate child, right? This div is immediately under this. Means this div has two child, like one is input, one is div, but they both are immediate to it. So the relation between this div and this div is a direct child, which I can represent with this sign. So first div having this property, immediately you have next div under it. Subchild is a space. Subchild can be down anywhere. That is, for example, here. If I want to see the relation of this div with this one. So this div and this div are not direct child, they are subchild. Means you have middle some layer which I have skipped. So to set these relationship, you can use a space. Okay. Nth child based on index. Now nth child 1 means you have many childs there. From that you want to go to first child, second child, third child. Okay. Means siblings are there. In short, siblings are there. Means in one level, there are 3 elements, 4 elements. So how will you say a list holding many elements under it? So under the list, you want to go to the first list. So you have a keyword list colon nth child 1 means you will go to the first list. When you say nth child 2, you'll under UL, you'll go to the second list. Getting? So this indexes and this keyword you'll find in the CSS. As you have nth child, you can directly jump to the first child. Now first child you can use this also. Nth child 1 also will go to the first child. Also you have a special keyword first child, last child. And in between if you want to go, you have nth child. Right? Just finding the siblings. This is just to find the element, not really necessary. Check and find. Find anyways, you can right click and inspect. Yeah. So this is about CSS and working with robot class. We already worked with window alerts. That is the same slide it holds. You can do with Java robot class, auto ID, Selenium. Like Selenium, you have another set of files called Selenium, which can automate the Windows applications. Okay, Windows-based applications, you can automate, not web-based automation, we use Selenium. For Windows-based application, you can also use Selenium. That is again a separate configuration you have to do. But as compared to all of this, you have to do a configuration. Robot class is simple and straightforward to use, which we already used it. Where you can control the keyboard, mouse actions with their respective methods. Where you used strings class selection, default toolkit, key press, key release, all this. Fine. Here you see something called table. Now table, no need to be in the form of properly drawn table form. Even in this organized way also is a table, which you find on your web application. Now tables you see where you store transaction details, product details, sales details, anything. It can be in a table. In a table, you can have multiple rows, multiple columns. So this is all in a table. So if you see the backend HTML code of it, you will have a tag called table in the HTML. Table will have a table body. This is a down part is all the table body. Inside the table body, you have TR for the rows, table row. And inside a row, you have many columns, TDs. TDs means table columns. Okay. Inside the table column, you have actually the data store. So if you want to point to this data, you have to start from table, go to a row, go to a column. This is a part. From here, you extract the data from there. Maybe a link or anything it might be. Okay. So See, the table, not only these details it holds, even sometimes calendars are in the form of a table where you select the date. So table, automating a web table, automating a calendar, or automating a date picker where you pick a date is all same. Okay, it's all, the process is the same. So whatever might be, either web table, date picker, or calendar, the process is the same. So we'll take this example now. For date, you can see on this KSRTC site only, you have a date of departure and return, which is the dates are in the form of a table. See, just by looking at it, you cannot say this is a table only. You have to see the HTML code. So first launch this URL. And to see the calendar, I need to select this date of departure web element or date of return. Both are dates only. You have to click on it. So inspect date of departure field. It is an input tag with type, name, ID. So you find the element with ID or create XPath with ID. If I'm creating with XPath, here / tag name is input within square bracket @ID equals to single quotes the value. This is my XPath, and we click on it. As you click, you will find the calendar appearing. This is current month it shows. This site is a 1 month booking site. From 11th to 31st are available, and the next few days is on the next month. You have to inspect this arrow, next arrow. You'll be on the next month where you see 1 to 8 are there. So I go to the May month. You can select any date from 11 to 31st now. Once the date is over, this date will become disabled tomorrow. Okay, so I can select only the current date or the active dates, not the past. If I click on 15, it will select the 15th date for journey. Okay, so now I want to click directly on 15. So inspect it. It is showing as an anchor tag. Okay, it is an anchor tag. Where is this anchor tag? In a TD. See, when I move to the TD, that box is selected. Column, row column. This TD is a part, or there are many TDs in that row 12 to 18, all are TDs. Inside one row TR. And this way you have many rows. Okay, you have many rows. All rows are in a T body. And you have something called table head also. Header part is having a row. Inside the row, table head holds Sunday, Monday, and all those details. Correct? So table head and body are part of table. So the application may have many tables on that page or single. It may have its own properties also. So this table is inside a div ID UI date picker div. Got it? So now I can start from here, the path. From this div, go to the table. Okay. See, table and this div are the child of that. So I can go directly to the table. /table. It went to the table. From the table, I go to the table body, T body, /T body. Within the T body, you are going to a row 1, 2, 3 /tr 3. And within that row, TD index 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. Inside this TD, you have an anchor tag. One element found. Clear? So I can use this path to identify 15 and click. Okay, let us run this. Pages to load. But here we are selecting only one web element. In the sense 15 date only we are checking, testing here. Okay, it clicked on 15. You could see 15 is selected. Okay. Now what about the other dates then? You have to click on 15, 16, 11, 12 up till 31. Then only you can say it's working correctly. I cannot write those many lines like this. Better way is what? Get all the web elements from that calendar, all these active web elements, and run the for loop to click on them. So how to get all these elements? You have to write the path accordingly. Instead of one element, you need all. So you can remove these indexes. So index TD I removed means you got in that row 3, there are 7 elements. All these elements you got. Similarly, from all rows, if you want, remove the index. 21 elements are there, active dates. Why you're not getting these disabled dates? Because maybe their tag inside them is not anchor tag. If I remove anchor tag, only TD if I keep, all the cells you're getting, even empty, disabled, enabled, everything, all the cells of a table. But if you see specially what is the data inside the cell, is it anchor tag? So I say A. So the other things are not coming because they don't have a tag of A. Something else might be there. You can check. So these 21 elements you must find and run the loop. So driver dot find multiple elements by dot the X path, the path. Let's talk web element. So once you got all the 21 elements, you can check it. System out. The object of list dot size. That will give you the count. Now, if you want to go to every element, I can run the looping, right? And let me write the simple for loop. Okay. In this for loop, declare a reference variable. You start with the 0th element and E should stop once all elements are done. So I can use this size method result for the reference where to stop and keep incrementing the E, right? So now here what we should do is, when this is just a pointer, right? This is just a pointer. Where all the elements are, days are in this object. So you have to go to first element from that group using a method get. We already did this. Get index. Index is with E, whatever E0, E1, E2. So go to that element and click. After clicking on first date 11, then after some time you click on 12. So just give a weight. I'm giving manually a thread weight of 500 milliseconds. Well, so let us run the code. Observe the behavior. She is taking some time. You see the application. You got the calendar opened. 11 is selected. And then you got the error also. The error is 21 is the count of elements. No stale element exception. So stale element means the elements which you're expecting to see next is not there on the page or on the memory or the DOM. So if you see here on the real application also, after 11, I don't see the calendar. As the calendar is lost, it don't remember which is that next element it has to work with. So this website, as a click you give, the calendar disappears and the date which you selected comes to this field. If you want the calendar back to be in the loop, I have to again click on this area, bring the calendar, get all these elements again. Every time I have to get here. Click on 12. Calendar went away. To work with third element, again click here. Bring all the elements, find all the elements, click on third one. This way I have to repeat for n number of times. So within the for loop, you should click on the outer element, means this part should be repeated inside the for loop. Because to overcome that stale element exception. After clicking here, you have to find all the elements. So this line is necessary here. Find all the elements again. But already these elements are with us outside also. Why you have found outside? Just to know how many elements are there so that I can control the loop. For this purpose, I have found this. But inner elements which I am finding is for working with the data, actual dates, this yearly. Once you got the yearly, whether to click or something you do on the inner list. From this list, go to one of them, click, wait for some time. As next element is there, click on the outer box. Okay, click on the outer box. Calendar comes, find these elements again. Then go to the get of one. From it, click. So this code will be repeating now. This is just only to overcome that stale element exception. Stale element means, in short, it is a memory loss. It is forgetting the list of elements to work with. You see, first time calendar, second, third, fourth. It is doing a click up till last element. See, I disturbed it. The execution, I just tried to scroll it. So it just stopped. Okay. So if you want to print the text also, you can, before the click, you want to display the text of that element. System out. From that ELE, go to one of the element with get index with E and get the text of it. So that on the console, that date text will be printed. See, after every day selection, the text is also printed on the console and stops the loop at the last date, 31st. So this is all about table, web table, calendar. Maybe in your application, instead of this kind of view, You may have some sales report, product list, price list, transactions. So when you inspect, you'll find the structure, internal HTML coding, table, row, column in that way.
Here's another question to keep you on your toes. Which XPath axis is used to select all ancestors of the current node? Option 1, descendant. Option 2, child. Option 3, ancestor. Option 4, following sibling. Next question. In Selenium, how can you switch to an alert box to accepted? Option 1, driver.switch2.frame. Option 2, driver.switch2.alert.accept. Option 3, driver.get. Option 4, driver.navigation.to. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So we'll start with the next topic, that is knowing about actions class. Now actions is a class available in Selenium in interactions package. So that is a part of, belongs to the interaction package. Now, why exactly we need actions class and its methods? To perform some advanced user actions or activities. Like for example, if I check with Facebook, okay, on Facebook, I don't need actions class, but on this site, see, as I'm just bringing the mouse, as I bring the mouse, I could here, just after bringing the mouse, I could see some more web elements. When I bring the mouse to the accounts, you can see some more web elements. Maybe when you go to that web element inside this, you may find one more group of web elements. It depends on the application. So up till now, we discussed the WebDriver methods like click, web element methods like click on a web element, send data to the web element. That's it. Clear. Only three methods we've been using. After finding the element, we use only click, send keys, or clearing the data. But you don't have this kind of activity like bring the mouse on this element and go to the next element, and maybe you want to do a double click, right clicking. Okay. So these kind of activities are not there in our Selenium list or the WebDriver or the web element class. Or also I don't have something called dragging and dropping. You want to drag something and leave somewhere. Okay. So these kind of actions, if you want to perform on the applications, you must go for this actions class. So to do the actions class, first of all, you have to create an object for the actions class, and the actions class constructor will take the driver as a reference. Why? Because driver is pointing to your application, what you're launching, and you want to perform those advanced actions on this application. So you need to pass the pointer of the application as an input to your driver constructor, actions constructor. Okay. So as an example for actions class, we will create a class in our new package, maybe Amazon demo. Pass the new URL. And create object for actions class. A is capital. And object I can keep in a smaller case. Action, new of the class actions And as an input, I pass the driver object and import the actions class. It is there in the Selenium interaction package. The import took place. Now this object can call the methods from actions class. These are the different methods of actions class. Build, click on a web element, click and hold, context click. Context click means right clicking. Right click on a web element, double clicking, drag drop. Okay. You can also do keyboard actions. Means from my keyboard, if I want to give instructions through actions class, you can do like pressing the key means key down, releasing the key means key up. You can do the movement. You can bring the mouse movement also, like move by offset, move to a web element with coordinates. You can apply the weight, pause also over here. These are the different methods. You can also send the data. These are list of methods from actions class. Now, before doing calling any method, first you have to see what is your functionality. Now on this Amazon, let me go to this accounts. And from here, let us go to our wish list. After going to wish list, you can do single click, double click, right click as you want. Now single click and double click is behaving same way here. It will try to open my wish list. So first find all the elements which you will be using in that transaction. First element, then second element. If you need one more third element, you have to first find all the elements by the process of inspecting. So as you inspect, you got it as a span. Span is going to account list. Beside the span, you have div that is going to hello sign in. So span and div are part of your anchor tag. That is inside another layer. Now, what is this span holding? No, you can inspect this div also. Hello sign in or account list are both same. It's going to that region. So whichever element you want, you can find it. So when I open the span having a text, hello account and list. Okay, so I can find create XPath with this text. So when you're designing the path, you can use Control F also or the GrowPath plugin. / relative XPath we are designing. The tag name is span. Within the span, we are looking for a text equals to and the text. One element you got, and that's there on the page also. So exact text on that span, on that page is account and list. Now, if some partial text is there, you can use contains text locator, right? The path. So taking this, find the element first. And store this reference to a web element. Yeah, element 1 it is. Similarly, get the second element as well. Element 2. And that element 2 is like after going here, we want to go to wish list, inspect it. That also is holding a span. The text is your wish list. Let us say span having a text, your wish list. Yeah, that element is found. Find this path, use this path for finding the second element. So 2 elements are done. Now you have to perform what? Going to first element, your control should go to the first element, then to the second element and do a double click on it. Okay. So call this object action. dot. From this list of methods, to go to a particular web element, we have a method move by element. Already element you have found. So move to that element, and the element reference, the web element 1 and 2 which you have found is your input. Okay, so this method, first you have to go to the first element, then repeat going to the second element, dot. You have to call it continuously, the method. So going to the second element, element 2. After going to second element, what we have to do? A click or a double click. Double click. You have one more double click on a web element. See, now already you are on a web element, you're just saying double click. If you have to reach to the web element and then do a double click, this one you can use, next method. But already I'm on that target element finally, and just be there and do a double click. This is my sequence of methods, and while execution, it should execute in the same order, not shuffling the methods, correct? Before the run, to keep them in the same order, you have to call the build from actions class. Build it. After building, you need to execute it. For execution, the execution of these actions methods, we have to call all the time perform. Perform is compulsory to execute your actions methods. This sequence should be executed, so perform. That's it. Now execute your program. So it went to the wish list and did a double click, and it opened the list page, wish list page. Okay. So double click, even though you call the click method, it will perform the same action on this page, on this application. So if these methods are getting very lengthy, you can bring them like this also. Build and perform. Now build is required when I'm calling many actions or many methods one after another. If there is only one method, you don't need build. You can directly call perform on it. Build is only meaning is while executing, you keep the order of the method, sequence of methods as you have written here. That is called building. So if there is only one method, you can skip build and call perform directly. Or if you call build also, not a problem. Means it's only one method, execute that method in that order. Clear, everyone? Now, instead of double click, you can do right click also. We will just come into this. Dot. For right clicking, the method is context click. Wherever you are, do a context click. So it is doing a right click on your target list element, wish list. Okay. So, now moving to a web element, that web element coordinates also you can get it. Like for example, maybe I am using this Facebook. You see there is an image. When I move to the image, it has a rectangular box. Means it has some X and Y coordinate, correct? The position. If I want the coordinates of this image web element, first you have to find the image, inspect it, and then try to get its coordinates. Okay. So what I'll do is, after launching the Facebook, I need actions class also. Coordinates. Not only in actions class, you can use coordinates. Coordinates you can pull anywhere, any place. First find the image. So it is showing us the class. Create the path for it. Image class equals to the text. One element is identified. Find it. No need to click, just save it. Now this image XY position I need. So the image is your web element. So in the web element class, we have a method called getLocation. GetLocation, which gives the point class reference. Point is a class. So getLocation dot, from the point class, you see getX, getY. Method are there in the point class. So getX is going to give you a number. That's X value and Y value. So I'll call getX. That integer value, what you get, I can store in X. Same way, to get the Y, get location. Get Y. Okay. Now based on this X and Y numbers, I can do actions class. So because I want to go to that image, action dot move by offset. Move by offset X and Y value, which is in the form of X and Y. After going to image, see there is no point on clicking on it. Let us do a right click on it. Okay. So I'll say context click on it. Two methods you have right now. So you need to call the build method. If I don't call the build method, chances are there the methods may get shuffled while execution. So it will not perform the way you want. And finally, it performs. You see that it has made a right click on that image position. Okay. That is the X and Y coordinate you can retrieve. So any elements X, Y coordinate, you want coordinates, these are the methods. Get location, get X and Y. Okay. So you can find these methods, location methods. Double click, we have checked. Context click. Now drag and drop. Dragging and dropping means bring one web element and leave somewhere else. But this website don't allow us drag drop. But if you have some games application, gaming, you can do dragging dropping. But for practice purpose, we have here a website called jqueryui.com, which is completely a demo site for practice. Now here you can do different things. This is like a simulator, which can give you a provision of working on such buttons, check boxes, radio buttons, everything. So from this, I want to see the example of droppable. So it shows you this simulator where you can do dragging and dropping. So two elements are there. One is movable, one is constant. This is target and this is source. I can manually, when I do, I can pull this source and leave it on the target. If I leave them on target, immediately that's a drag drop happen. And to verify the action was successful, you can see the text is changed. Which you can use for validation purpose also. So this is dragging and dropping. This we have to do the automation. And one more thing, if you observe, this element cannot come out of this rectangular box. So we need to understand what is this area. Why is it not directly on the web page? If it is directly on the web page, it should come out, correct? It should be visible on the screen, on the main page. But it is not able to come out of this area. So this rectangular box is something different. Means there is no direct relation between the outer area and this inner area. So to know that, whenever you inspect, you have inspect option. Maybe along with the inspect option, you may find page source, view page source. Generally, you find view page source. Page source in the sense HTML code. The page HTML code. And with that page source, I can see one more option called frame source. Means there is something called frame, which is a web element, and see the source code of that frame. So while inspecting, if I see this option, you should be knowing the frame details, work on the frame first, and then the elements on the frame. Okay. Now, what is a frame? Frame is nothing but in simple language, another HTML page. Already one page is launched. Application is launched. That is one HTML page. On top of it, you are keeping one more HTML page. So that way there can be many HTML pages also on that application, depending on that app. So right now, there is outer page is one HTML. On that page, this rectangular area, which is called as a frame, through using the frame, I'm bringing one more HTML. Okay. So that is one way how you should identify there is a frame. If I see the Facebook, you have only page source, means there is no frame concept on this. You don't have anywhere frames. If I want to know, are there frames on this page, what I can do? I can just put /, tag name of the frame would be iframe. Tag name. Means, are there any frames on this page? No, 0 frames. Same thing if I check on this drag and drop, go and get the developer tool and say iframe. Are there any iframes on this page? It's showing 1. There is a frame then, and that is in the green color. So this is another way to identify. Or you first inspect the element, otherwise inspect the element and you see the neighborhood elements of it also. This is the inspected code. And you see the elements before this. This div is a part of body. Body head in one HTML. And that HTML is bought as a document. And the document is placed on a frame. And frame is a part of, you see again going ahead, one more HTML. Means there are overall 2 HTML pages placed over one another. So your driver is already pointing to this HTML header and the page. Now, if the driver has to come to this inner HTML page, which is, this is your inner HTML page, which is placed on the frame, means my driver need to switch to the frame. Got it? Yesterday you switched to the alert. Now I'm switching to the frame to work on the frame components, web elements. After switching to the frame, then I can find the elements on the frame, these two, and do the drag drop. Without switching to the frame, if you find the elements and run also, it will not perform the drag drop. Clear? So this example shows you how to work with frames also and how to do the actions class drag drop. Fine. Now frame, iframe, tag is iframe. What properties it holds? It can have just like any other element, ID, name, class, or some other properties. Now you see in this case, it has a class. It has a class attribute. So I can, using this class, create XPath and find the element first. So iframe is holding a class. You got one element, that is your frame. Use this, find the frame, which is a web element. Okay. So first of all, we need to launch the application. Drag drop. Now you get the frame. Just save it to a reference, web element. Frame is also a web element. I say frame element, ELE. Now driver need to switch to this frame. So call the switch method, driver dot switch to the target element. Switch to the frame. Last time we use alert. Now switch to the frame based on index, based on name of the frame. If you have name for that frame, you can use that. Now web element, I have actually found a web element for the frame. So pass that web element reference to this. Okay. Now what is this index used for? In case when you inspect the web element, the frame, you don't have ID, you don't have name, neither class, nothing is there for this tag iframe. Then how will you find this element? There index you can use, because when I searched for the frame, how many frames are there on the page? Only one. Means when I say switch to the frame, it will point to this only one. I can give index, switch to frame 0, like array. Because on the page, there can be many frames also. Assume that this widgets are on the frame position 0. This one is on the frame 1. Maybe these examples are on another frame, index is 2. So if your driver want to go to this one, drag drop, you have to say switch to the frame index 1. If it has to go to example, switch to the frame index 2. That is index position. But index position, we always try to avoid. Why? Because in future, if there is a change in the GUI, means if these two positions are exchanged, means examples are moved here and this is going on the right side, then index position 1 will point to examples, not to this drag drop. So your script you need to edit. Right? So that's the reason we avoid indexes and prefer to use the attributes of your tag. In the worst condition, if there are nothing, you can take access approach, means the parent element. Yesterday we saw the parent element, ancestors, siblings. That way you can see. If that is also not working, then you can go for index. That is called index position. Fine. So right now we have found the web element. So I'm passing the switch to the frame where the web element is the input. Once your driver is on the frame, now driver can identify these elements on it. Div having ID, draggable, get the two elements. The first element. And second element. Okay. Element 2. And inspect it. It is having ID droppable. So two elements you got. Now already you have action object. Use it and call the method drag drop. Source element, target element. We have both of them. So source is element 1, moving on target element 2. Only one method, no need of build, just call the perform. Perform. This is your execution. So you can find here the proper drag drop happened as the script you have written is working correctly. If you don't use driver switch, even though your elements located you called and drag drop will not be executed without this line. Okay, now you can do validation. The text on the target is changed. So I can do the validation after that if else, correct? If the text on the target, that is element 2. So get the text from element 2 using a method get text, which is a method from your web element. If that text is matching with the expected text, this is my expected. If yes, it is a valid alert. Correct? I can just say valid. And else fail. Fail to drag. This way. Not only this method, you have one more method for this drag drop, like drag and drop based on coordinates, the destination coordinates. Suppose if you have not found this destination target element and you're just giving some coordinates where the source should go. So give the source element and destination components I'm giving 77 and Y also 88. So go to this position and leave this source. So dot perform. So you find the movement has happened, but the text is not changed to drop. Means this is not a successful drop, and you can see here failed on the console. Because the coordinates which I gave here, this is not bringing the element to proper drop. Maybe little more you have to drag so that it is a proper drop. So the coordinates you must change. Okay. So this way, validation with the drag drop. If you're not clicking on a button to upload the document, if you're just bringing the file from your desktop into the website, that's a drag drop. But there you're interacting with the operating system, because the file which you're dragging is not inspected with a web element. You understanding? So in that situation, even though manually you see it, I'm dragging from operating system desktop into my website, but it's not possible to automate using drag drop. You must use for that the robot class only, interacting with the operating system and the web application. There you can't use actions class. The scenario looks like you matching with our this one drag drop, but there we can't. Yeah, you can perform some keyboard instructions through these actions. Now, keyboard are like what? Enter key, control, tab, shift, right or left, top, down, any characters like cut, copy, paste. These all things you can do with keyboard actions using keys class dot, and you'll find all the keys available there. So send keys is in one method available in actions class, which can take some instructions from your keyboard using the keys class. Now, for this, you can perform the keyboard, enter key, down key, up key, right, left. It's all possible. We will take a scenario of cut, copy, paste. Now for cutting means control, for copy is control C. For pasting, control V. Control key and V both. Okay. Now if you want to cut means control X you can do. So those kinds, if I have to select, before copying you have to select the content. To select means control A. So these kind of activities, actions you can do here. For example, on this username, assume that I have some input on the username field. The same value, I need to bring it to password and paste. So after entering the data, okay, after entering the data, how will you select it? Okay, suppose this data is already entered into the username and you asked me to select, copy this username. What I do? Just when I drag the mouse to username and say control A, what is happening? Everything on the page is selecting, not only username. I want only username. What I have to do first? I have to click there. Means my control is going to username and I say control A means it is selecting only the content from username. So minorly you have to observe your manual interaction and then write your script. This is not true everywhere on every application, but here this is the way you have to work on this Facebook. So click here first and then select control A. After selecting, copy it, control C. After copying, where I have to paste? On password. So you have to first go to password, click there and paste, control V. If you see, that is the same data. This way, copying and pasting we have to do. Got it? So let's see that as in one example. Keyboard demo, main method. Okay. So Chrome driver, Facebook, actions class is okay. First, I have to enter the data to username. So inspect the username and first enter the input. So it is having the locator ID and the value. this username, we have to initially enter the input. So just giving A as the input to the username. So the data is entered into the username field. Okay. Now to get this data, what I have to do? I have to click on this username first and then Control A for selecting. So for that, what? Actions class. So go to username and click. Move to username, web element is username. Going there, do a click. And then copying, selecting, Control A. Now, instead of two methods, I can do this step in one method. What is this? Going to username and clicking on it. Instead of this, we have a method, click on web element. Click on web element UNM. Means it is understood that first it has to go to the username and then click on it. This is the good method, right? So after clicking on this, Control A. So dot send keys, call the class keys dot, all these keywords, see, control and V character, Control A. So A means again, send keys A. So what does it happen? Control A happens. So I can just put this on next line. Control A. My control key is still pressed. So after selecting, I have to copy it. Control C. So my control key is still pressed. I can give the next instruction dot send keys as Control C. Means copying happened. It has copied. After copying is done, I can leave the control key. So key release, key up. Key down is over, key up. Sorry, here, not the send keys. Mistake. Key down. Call the key down. Key down, control key, send data A, send keys C, and here key up, releasing the control key. You have released the control key. After releasing the control key, what I should do? I should click on password and paste the value. Now, how will you reach to the password? What is the locator? I did not inspect it earlier. Now also you can inspect it by having ID is equal to pass. So how I can inspect now? You have to click on password. So I can call a method, click on web element, and the web element you find it here also. Driver dot find element by dot ID and the value pass. This also will accept. Earlier what you did, you took a reference variable. Now you are actually finding the element. Both are valid. So click on the password and paste the value. To paste the value, Control V. So Control key and V. Pasting is over. Now you can release the control key. So key up. Release the control key. After releasing, if you want to continue to click on button, login button. Okay, let us inspect the login button. Login button is having a name locator. So click on login. So dot, click on a web element. So find that web element now. By dot name and the value. So that's it. It got founded the element of button and click on it. So these methods you need to execute in the same order. So I'll call the build method and then a perform on it. Build and perform. Fine. So this is the execution. Let's see the result. So A is copied to password and login is clicked. You see the page is loading. So this is our result. So these are nothing but manually as we were doing, the steps are added over here. So this is all about actions class. Now all our web elements are over learning web elements. I mean the elements which you can find on the website are almost everything we have covered. Since drop down, radio buttons, same like radio buttons, check boxes. Only the appearance will change, but the writing the code is the same. The logic is the same. And frame we have checked, one is remaining. Window handling is remaining. That's last one. Window handling means when you, during running your script, if you see many windows coming up in that transaction or many tabs opening up, how to handle them. That is called window handling. We discussed alert handling, frame handling, and now window handling. Now to see the window handling, you need to take an example. Demo with the main method. Your WebDriver. Okay. Now I'm here, right? I'm clicking on new account. You can see a sign up. There you find different links below. As you click on the link, it opens that link details on a new tab. Whether the application is opening on a new tab or a new window, the process of automating is same. That is window handling or tab handling, it's same. Now, after opening this privacy page, if I want to open another link, means I need to go to the Facebook back, means that is a main window open, right? Main instance, parent window. So I need to switch from here, the driver to the parent window. And on the parent window, I open on terms. Again, one more child window came for terms. So overall 3 windows are there, 1 parent, 2 child. Now how my driver will switch across these windows and do some activity on respective page, you have to do that. Okay? So I have launched up till this sign up coming up. The code is ready. You find a create new account and sign up will be visible down. As you can see the sign up, find any link and click on it. So I have inspected the terms link. The term is having some ID. Okay. Now with this click, let me run up till here. So you see terms page is opened. Now, how do I go to the parent page now? From here, how do my driver should go to parent? Is it going based on this title name, Facebook? No, you cannot switch to the window with title name. I don't have that method. Then based on the window ID, every window which are opening or tab which is opening will have its a unique ID. When you say driver.open a website, immediately one window ID will be allocated to it. With that window ID, I can say switch from one window to another window. So when I'm launching here get URL, immediately if you want the window ID of it, you can use the driver and find a method there get window handle. Single window ID you get, which is open with the driver. Window ID is a string outcome, which is nothing but in a hexadecimal form you get. Main ID. Now let me see it. When I say hexadecimal, let us print and see. So you got your main window, parent window ID is in this variable. Now from at this point, how do I switch to parent? I can use this ID by calling driver.switch method. So in three places I use switch to method. One is alert handling, one is frame handling, other is window handling. So switch to alert, frames, down is window. And give the window ID as an input string input, which is in this variable right now. So with this line execution, your driver will go back to the Facebook. Now on this Facebook, I see one more link, inspect it, find it, and click on it. So that third window comes up. So with this code, you will find two child windows and one parent window is visible on the screen. Got it? So after this, if you want to continue, you can continue switching across them. Switching across them means you want to do some activity on the child one, some activity on the child two, some activity on the parent page. Then you can use driver switch. Now all the three windows, first of all, are opened like this, three windows. Now on this terms page, you can inspect any functionality, work with it, your plan. So for time being, I say print me the URL. If I'm on the child window, print the URL. If I'm on the parent page, give me the title. Okay. Later, this title and URL section, you can replace with some functionality on that page. But now I'm first checking the window reference, which I'm able to find with the driver. Is it a child or parent? If it is child, print the URL. If it is parent, with the driver, get the title. Now, how will it ensure that the driver is holding parent reference or child reference? Every window has window IDs, right? Let me grab all these three windows IDs and store them in a collection. Single window ID already I got. Now, if I want all the window IDs open in that steps of execution, you have another method like driver dot get window handles. So as an interview question, how do you handle windows in the sense? You can use the methods using a method get window handle and get window handles. You can pick the window IDs and then you can control them or work on them. So get window handles will pull multiple windows opened over there. All are strings and set is the interface which you have to save. Why set? Because all window IDs are compulsory unique. There is no chance or no space for storing duplicate window IDs. Earlier we worked with list. In list, you have a space scope for storing duplicates. One window ID twice. But here, only one window ID will be stored. So set, compulsory set. Set of the value in that is string. The object name, all windows. Import the set. Now set class methods, you know, like list only, you'll have set class methods, size and everything. Yes. So if I want to print how many windows are there or opened, the object dot, you have from set size method. Now, if you want to work one by one with each window, you can use for loop or for each loop. So let me pass the entire object as an input for each loop. Window reference, I'm taking variable as W. As the data in this object is string, this variable should be of type string. Now, one by one window will come to this reference. First, as you open parent, parent will come, then child 1, then child 2. I need to check whether this W is holding parent or child. So, you can use if else. If the value in W, which is string, if it is matching with another string, which string? When I open the first window, I already have that window ID. So, if the two variables are having the same text, means W is holding the parent window. Correct? That's my condition. So I can print it out. This is the code for the parent. So I want to print the title from that. So concat with your driver. Now you cannot say just driver dot get title. You need to actually whatever W is holding your driver to switch to it. So I can have to call a line driver dot switch to the window ID which is in W. Then you print the details of it. Else part. Else means it is a child. W is holding a child reference. Then again, switch to the child and print maybe the URL. Yeah, that's it. Now, why I'm printing is to see that really the switching has happened because the execution happens little fast. To slow down it, you can add a pause in the switching process. In the for each loop, you can add a delay as well. So all the three tabs should open. And then switching also happened, completed. So this is your window ID, the hexadecimal value. Once you say launch and get the window ID and print it. After that, you opened all the links and you asked for the size, total count, 3 windows are there. Then in the for each loop, you are ensuring whatever W is having, get switch to it and get the parent. So first you're getting the parent, it's a title. Second 2 times which W gets is the 2 childs, one after another. So 2 times this else block runs, switch to the each child and print this text. That's a URL. Okay. So you need to remember these methods. Get window handle, get window handles, which returns here string, set of strings. That's clear, team. So this is all about the web elements we find on the websites and how to work with them. Okay.
Here's another quick question. Which class in Selenium is used to perform advanced user interactions like mouse movements, clicks, and keyboard events? Option 1, Actions. Option 2, Web Element. Option 3, WebDriver. And Option 4, Java Executor. Next question. What is the primary role of the WebDriver interface in Selenium? Option 1, interacting with database systems. Option 2, controlling the browser and automating web applications. Option 3, writing test scripts. Option 4, managing alerts and pop-ups. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So the topics which we need to cover are the Selenium IDE, Sikuli, And one more topic is the grid. So understanding what is a grid. Grid is one of the component of a Selenium. If you check the Selenium div site, so you find a Selenium grid over here. So what does this do? It would test our application on multiple operating systems and browsers parallelly. Here we are not doing a parallel testing of the test cases. In TestNG, you can do that parallel test case run. But here we are running parallelly the entire project, entire application. Okay, so you know that once your complete project is done, then you can test it on all environments. So once your project is ready with your WebDriver, framework, everything, then later you can plan for grid testing. Now to test in the grid environment, you have to set that environment, configure that environment, like where you need multiple servers with different configuration. Like you see over here, these are the different machines. One machine, one server is configured for Mac, other for Windows, other for Linux or mobile devices connected. Because you want to test your project, which is lying on this system, on this server. Okay, entire project framework is here. And when I run the project on this system, the execution should happen on all these machines or servers parallelly. Why parallelly? To save time. Because assume that your project is going to take 5 days of duration to complete run. So 5 days over here, next 5 days over here. This way 20 days will be only just to check on all the environments. But if I set up the grid environment, in the 5 days, I can see the report of on all the 4 environments executed. This is a parallel run, parallel testing of your application. So, but project actual framework, entire project is on this machine. So that's a central machine you can call, main machine you can call, or a main master server you can call, or a hub machine. So this is a hub machine. And these are the other systems, other servers connected where the execution takes place are called as a nodes. So you find there are different nodes, multiple nodes are there with different configuration, and each node is connected to that hub. So how they are connected? As their servers, they have their own IP addresses and they would be running on certain port number. So using the IP addresses and port numbers, so hub and the node will be connected, or we need to configure them. Okay. So once they are correctly configured, then the instructions from hub will reach to the node and the execution happens over here. So to execute that project on the node, you need to have you need to have a relative browser, you need to have a Java on it so that the execution happens, right? So few required tools or softwares need to be installed on the nodes that need to be ready, and the project is on the hub machine. So this is a grid configuration. So only one hub will be there and multiple nodes. Nodes are the followers. They follow the instructions given by the hub machine. Well, so this is a grid environment. So you have just the details, what is meant by node, what is meant by hub. So right now, our environment, what we will do is, you have anyways your Eclipse. On the Eclipse, I'm going to write a small code of opening a browser and whichever application, whatever functionality you can write over here. Assume, see now we don't have in reality many servers right now connected. I need to execute on a single machine now. But how can I start the node and hub on a single machine? You can take help of multiple instances. You can open multiple instances. Means multiple references. One reference I can call as a hub. Another reference I can call as a node. First node, second node, third node you can open up. Means on a single machine, multiple references or instances I open. And one reference I treat it to a hub, and on Eclipse I'll write a small script and how to connect this node with the hub. As both are right now on one machine, IP address would be same, but port numbers would be different. So hub will be on port number something, node will be running on some port number. So using the port number, I need to connect these two instances. How to connect? You need the help of a server, grid server. So I would download this server from Selenium dev site, and using this server, I'll start the hub machine. I'll start the node. When they both start, they both gets connected. Communication is set. Okay, similarly, you can do the starting of the node 2 and get connected with the hub machine and even node 3. So multiple nodes you can start parallel. Okay, so then once after this code is written, where the execution happens? On this node. This node is remotely available node, correct? So my driver, instead of opening the Chrome on its own instance, I want to call the Chrome on the remote machine or the remote instance. So the object of Chrome driver should be calling the remotely available references. Okay, so we will write the code for that. Now this remote available node can work on any of the browser which it is holding, Chrome, Firefox, IE, anything it can run the application. But now for default, I'm taking the node is also ready with Chrome and hub machine having a code which is calling that Chrome available on the node. Okay, this is the configuration required. So we'll do step-by-step configuration now. First, what you need? You need a server, right? So to get the server, you can go to the Selenium dev site and there navigate to the downloads. And you find Selenium server for the grid. The version is 4.21.0. So when you just click on it, you'll get a jar file. So I already have this jar file. So it's available in, I kept it in the jar download. Here, Selenium server 4.21.0. It is a jar file, executable jar file. After extraction, when you click on it, you'll get this. Now, I need to start the hub machine, right? Once this is ready with this server, I need to start this hub machine. With the same server, I need to start the node also. So how to start? You have to open an instance. Instance means like I open a command prompt. For Mac users, you can get a terminal. Open the new terminal. Now, if I open the command prompt, I search type cmd, command prompt. Now see, command prompt is by default pointing to my C drive, but my server is on the G drive downloads. So I need to navigate, switch to this drive and to this path manually. I have to switch now. So if you don't want to do that work of switching by giving some commands, I can open the terminal pointing to this G drive to this place location directly. How? I just close it. Here, I need this file name. So I just let me copy it, the file name I need it. So wherever the file is existing, that path, type there, just select it, type cmd, enter. It opens a command prompt by default pointing to the location from where you have opened it. It's already to the jar download of the G drive. Now here, I need to start this instance as a hub. How? We have a command like java space -jar and that server name, which I copied. Okay, that server name, it is a jar file, .jar, and you want to run this as a hub. So hub, enter. This is the command to start the instance as working as a hub. So you find that connecting to some IP address, sockets created, bus is ready, just wait. Started the Selenium hub of this version on this port number. You see the port number 4444 is the port number. This is the port number on which the hub instance is running, and this is the IP address and the HTTP path. So I need this path later. So I keep the hub running. I open one more instance for the node. So just come here, CMD, because I need the server path location. So here again, Java space -jar, the server name. .jar, and this is going to act as a node. I'm not giving any port number for the node. If you know the port number, you can give the port number also. If you're not giving, by default, it will take whichever port is available. Now this node will be connecting to your hub. Sending the registration event means the Selenium is sending a request for the hub to connect. So that request will come here. Just if it is not, you just click enter. You see added one node. That node is coming from which IP address? Same IP address and port number 55. Your hub is running on 44 port number, node is running on 55 port number. Means right now both are in a communication stage. Okay, both are communicating. So I need to keep these two instances just like that. So hub and node are running now. Okay. Next part is what? We need to write a small script. Okay, on your Eclipse and call the remotely connected node for the execution. So to know more about this hub grid and everything, you can check this documentation also. It talks about all the grid configurations, everything. Starting with the grid. The commands which I just executed are also available here to see the version. Fine. So now, after starting it, we need to write a small code for connecting with the node and running on the node. For that, here you can find here. Anyways, now when you're creating an object, we generally create an object for WebDriver driver, new Chrome driver. Now we don't want to start Chrome on our hub machine. We want to start the Chrome on remotely available node. So create an object for the remote WebDriver. So this remote WebDriver takes two parameters. One is the URL class object. URL, new URL means this is the object of URL class. And then the object of Chrome options. So Chrome options is another class of Selenium where you can set your own settings for the Chrome to launch. So you can better create a new class in the Eclipse. It's taking as a main method, Java class. So let us create a Chrome options class to it. And to that Chrome options, whatever settings you want to do, you can do the settings. Which browser you want to open, what is the version of it. So import the Chrome options. from Selenium Chrome. Now to that object, you have a method called set the capabilities. You can do some settings. Set capabilities, set binaries also. You can do some path setting if you want to do, where you give the value in the form of two inputs, key and a value. So where right now browser name, platform, on which platform you want to run, or what is the browser. You can also give what is the browser name. Browser name Chrome. Browser version they took as 100. Let us see our browser. What is the version? So it is something 125.0 version it is. So I'll set the same version over here. Okay. And then you can create an object for calling a remotely available WebDriver. So here import your URL class from JavaNet and remote WebDriver. If it's not coming, you can import it. Now here, when you have to create an object for the URL class, where URL class constructor will take the IP address of your hub machine. So my hub instance is over here, and so you find the URL over here, http 168.0.13.4.4 port number. So you have to take this number according to your execution environment. I could take it as one string variable also if you want. String hub equals to, and pass this variable as an input to this constructor. Whatever is the path, that is the input to it. So this is your object for the URL class. Okay, now I think we can just check whether are you able to whether your node is able to call the Chrome browser or not. Okay, so let us just run this code. Okay, now I just minimize it and look on the hub and the node. Just you can trigger it, enter. The instruction should come from hub and get connected to the node. Session not created. These are the settings we have done. Chrome, browser name. See, there are two parameters. One is browser name, and here also you have something called browser name. Here is the capital. Now it was showing two keys with different keys and same value. This is the key browser name. It is the same one. 125.078. That's not the problem, but okay, now the node has been added. So node was not yet added node, but here you got a reply now. Just you can open a new command prompt instance and start the next node, and you can terminate this one. I don't know why, because it took long time to get responded. Not knowing the exact reason, but when you run the instruction, as you're getting here the input, this is not getting transferred to the node right now. It's taking a lot of time and you're getting timeout exception. Okay. So maybe when you try to execute, you may get the right execution. Your browser gets opened. Okay, team. So you just see that as a response, browser is coming up, and on that browser, whatever you're automating will keep executing. So I think that you can try executing on your system. Okay. So only the change, see, these browser capabilities are also optional. If you want to set them, you can do that. Otherwise, just create a Chrome option object and call the WebDriver, passing the IP address of your hub and the Chrome options. If you have done any settings, you can pass those settings. Settings will come here. If you have not done any settings, only the default options present to this will be applied to this driver. Okay. So normally we create object for this way. Now you're creating an object to call the remotely connected instance of the browser. Even you can go for the desired capabilities also. You can create object for desired capabilities and do some settings, which platform, which name, which version you can do. And ultimately you have to merge the desired capabilities object again with Chrome options. So instead of using desired capabilities again merging with Chrome options, here we have used directly Chrome options and set capabilities and did the settings in this way. It's one and the same, whichever approach you use. Okay. And this is the URL of your hub, which you have passed as an input and gave the capabilities Chrome options object as an input. Next point which you have is the Selenium ID. That is not really that important, you can say, because Selenium ID is not used in any project implementation. You may use complete is 98% is all this WebDriver web element, Selenium WebDriver, and the last 1-2% is about the Selenium grid. Selenium ID is not directly playing any role in the project, but for tester for himself, he can take help of this Selenium ID. In a scenarios where really you don't find any locator, suppose you have this text, if you want to reach to this text. So there are no proper locators and the locators are dynamically changing. There's no proper XPath approach also to reach Miss Parent, child also is not available. Then how do you go to this element? Then if you're really getting confused in that case, you can take help of the IDE and try to get the path to reach that element. Because Selenium IDE is completely recording the steps and giving you different options of reaching a particular element. Okay, so this is just a recorder and playback option where you can record only simple functionalities. Simple task, if you have simple requirements, they are easy to get recorded. Complex task cannot be recorded. So those are some of the drawbacks of the Selenium IDE. Complex functionalities cannot be recorded. So at any cost, you have to write that automation code on your own. But simple functionalities you can. So how is this IDE available? That is available in the form of a plugin. You can add this IDE in the form of a plugin to these browsers, Chrome, Firefox, Edge. On whichever browser you are planning to automate your application, to that browser you can add it. Where you find it, you can check in the downloads and Selenium IDE. It is a record and playback option. Whatever a user is interacting with the application open on your browser, everything gets recorded. So where you can use it for simple script generating, and if the tester wants to explore some functionalities, study what is the behavior of that functionality, he can do the recording and run multiple times. So as I want to add to the Chrome, so I can click on this Chrome option. So you can find this is your Selenium IDE, and you find here the option of install to Chrome. You just click on it, it gets installed. So for me, it is showing as a remove from Chrome because already it is been configured. You can see on the Chrome, this is the Selenium IDE already added. So you as well, after installing, if you don't see this icon on this list, no worries. You can just go to this extension and pin it. You'll find them visible. So pinning is like here, click on it, Selenium IDE, just pin it. You'll find the visibility. So what to be done? To start the Selenium IDE, I just click on this IDE. When you click on it, it will ask you some option like whether you want to create a new test case on a new project, open existing project, open entirely a new project, or close the IDE. So let's create a new project. I call this as a project 1. Okay. And this is the GUI of your Selenium IDE. So no need to go much, do any expertise on this, just for your knowledge as one of the topic, one of the component of IDE family. So we are learning it. Okay. So your more practice should be on the Selenium WebDriver. So this IDE shows project name, test name is the test cases are right now untitled. And here you can pass the URL. And down automatically the recording will start, and you'll find the commands of IDE getting tracked. Okay, we'll do one script recording. So for that, you need one application on which you want to do the testing. Let me take this URL. So I'll copy this base URL. I just minimize all my browsers. So give the base URL. Okay, I can just click on record. The starting and stop record is this button. Start, it will ask the base URL, facebook.com, start recording. You see that Facebook is opening on a browser, and that browser, because the plugin was added to Chrome, so it is opening Chrome with that URL. And you see a red text down blinking. It says that IDE is in the recording mode. So whatever you do on this application right now, everything will get recorded. And you come back to the IDE and say stop recording. Give the test case name, login. So login is my test case, and all these are the commands of Selenium ID, which got recorded. Now these are the Selenium ID commands. You can call them as Selenius commands also. They have some instruction like typing, okay, clicking, double click, some instructions are there. So first is open. Open the application. So open is a command. Where is the application? That's target is /miss. Whatever is in the base URL, that is what. If you want, you can provide this base URL over here. You cannot edit this line right away here, but you can select. The details are displayed below. You can edit here. Value means the input data. Set window size, click on username. Now see, username locator is recorded by default automatically. So it is picking ID is equal to email. You just clicked. Then on the same email, you're typing the data. Click on password, typing the data to password. Click on a button. Now see, button locator ID and its value, we always say this is not safe or unstable. Now, when I select it, you have different options. So you have different options for it. By default, it is showing us ID. For safer side, you can go with name, CSS, XPath, all this. So name is equal to login. This is the right locator I would choose. Now, if I want to execute this test case, just run the current test. It will perform the same steps as recorded. Done. So you find the log details also. Finally, test case login is successfully completed. Okay. And here you find execution option that only one test executed and that is passed, no failures. Go back to the test option. You can record second test case also. Now for just run, let's close that browser. When I say record, it is opening a Facebook. Maybe I click on the link and I stop the recording. Okay, it's got recorded here only. Let us delete it. We want a second test case. So click on add option. Test case 2. This test case 2 start the recording. The functionality is launched. Clicking on the recovery password and just stopping. This is my second test case. So where it is tracked with the link text. Okay. Now, if I want to run both the test cases, you have to create a test suite. To this test suite, I must add the test cases which you just created. So inside this test suite, 2 test cases are there. Select one of them and trigger to run all the test cases from there. With an option, run all tests in the test suite. So you'll find both the test cases are executed. So you can do validations here, like assertion, checking the title, if else you can do, but looping you can't do. Like as you do login for 10 people, 10 times execution, you can't do that. And also data-driven testing we can't do. Like data-driven means testing this requirement with multiple inputs because the inputs are hard-coded. You cannot get it from an external file over here. Okay, you must manually enter them and ask to run to your test case. So these kind of advanced interactions you cannot perform with this ID. Simple scripts only you can record. Got it? And both the test cases runs are here. 2 runs are there, 2 test cases. Both are passed. In the log you can see what all executed, what all failed. Failed will be in a red color and green tick mark is a successful run. So older ID was looking this way, old version of ID. So there's no need of it. And this is the new form of the IDE where you can start the recording, pause. You can do a lot of options. You can slow down the execution. Okay. You can apply the wait commands also in the IDE. These are the open, click. You can verify the title, assert the title, check whether the element is present or not. Okay, these are the commands. Type, click, assert. So limitations are you can run your script only on these browsers. You cannot do looping. Conditional statements are allowed here. In the new IDE, it is allowed, but older form only. Now in the new version, loops are not allowed. Okay. And data-driven kind of testing you can't do in the IDE. Writing, clear? And Sikuli is actually a type of jar file used to interact with your web element using image identification. As far as possible, we try to avoid Sikuli in the project because Sikuli will take a lot of performance factor into consideration. Your application will be slowed and your mouse also will be controlled by Sikuli. You cannot handle your mouse also movement until the project completes the run. Otherwise, your script will fail. Now, where I can use this? As I told, there are no locators for your element, no XPath access, nothing is working out. Then I can interact with that web element with the image. Like if you want to deal with this text box, email text box, assume no locator at all. Then I'll take the complete picture of this text box as it is and compare this image with the application launched image. If both images are same, then element will be found and tries to interact with that element. So image identifier. So pixel by pixel comparison will happen. If the text box is small also will not work or big also will not work. So your screenshots should be very perfect when you're working with Sikuli. Okay. So to work with Sikuli, you need to have the Sikuli set of jar files. You can get them from the sikuli.org site also. When I go to Sikuli, so here, what is Sikuli? Use of it. When Sikuli would be useful. How do I get the Sikuli? Sikuli can be downloaded from this launchpad. So I can just click on this launchpad. And you see, this is the current version of Sikuli 2.0.5. And these are the different files, Sikuli Excite for Windows, Mac, and Linux. But we don't want Sikuli Excite, we want Sikuli APIs. So this Sikuli API 2.0.5, where they are not specified for which operating system it is for. So you can use this for any machine. General it is. It is supporting all machines. If it is explicitly Windows means you can get this one for Mac, for Linux. So I can download this one. Just click on it. You'll get one jar file. Add this downloaded jar file to your project. Okay. So already I have this file. I'm configuring it to my project. Select your project, properties, Java build path. To the class path from add external jars. This one, Sikuli X API, this one, just I open it, add it, apply and close it. Once it is done, you can write a small program for Sikuli. First, you need to have an application, launched application, then interacting will take place. So now after this, to work with securely, you need objects of few classes, like as these web elements are present on the screen, the launched screen. So to interact with that screen, you need the object for the screen class. You need the object for the screen class. So create an object. Screen, you take it from the securely import. After this, as which object you are comparing, you need the object of that element. If I'm trying to compare email, you need the object of it. But before creating the object, you need to take the screenshot of it. So using snipping tool, click on new and take a very perfect image. Okay, this image you have to save it in some place. You may with image extension, it's already an image extension, give some name and save it. So just in a folder, you can give some username, password, some name to the image and just save it. Similarly, you can take the snippet of the password also, log button also, the complete screenshot, which is in the entire button area, and save all the images. After this, you need to interact, treat this every element, every image as one object. So how to create object? Using pattern class, you can refer to that image. So pattern, some object name, new pattern, and give the path of the image. So here I'm creating a pattern for p username, new of pattern, and the path of that image, which is a string. Now my images are stored. I have all the images, securely images folder. Okay, these are the images for log, password, username. So I take the image, check that properties. It is on the C drive folder and unm1.png. Okay, so this is one of the image. Create, import the pattern class. Take it from the securely. Similarly, you need the pattern for password. The password, same location, pwd is the file name. You can create for log button also. Now each pattern element, you have to interact with it. So pnm dot, you have certain methods like type, sorry, not pattern object, you have to call the screen object s dot type Because those elements are on the screen available. To interact with it, you have to call the screen object. So type here, you can see a method, type on the target element and what text to type. My target element is PU name. And the text to type is, suppose this is the username. Similarly, okay, import that exception. Means element failed to find that exception. So for password also, okay, let's do the run. So just wait for the browser to come up. Okay, now you find the browser is taking the control of the mouse. You find the mouse will be moving to username, password. Okay, there's an error. The exception says that find failed exception. So the path which I gave to find the username one is not exactly the same found on the application. Okay, I'll do one thing. Let me comment this username one. Let me check with password. Okay, you see password and log button clicking happened already, and you saw that mouse was moving to those elements because it's going to check the element based on the coordinates and the size of it. So once it found in this position the password, it types so and so data, then went to click on this position for the button. Okay, so this is your SQL and how you compare with the image. So when you check the slides, so after the SQL pattern objects, you can call click method, type method, double click. Okay, mouse movement actions are also there. Delay you can add. These all are the different methods available in the SQL. Because when you type s dot, you will find the list of methods. So whichever method suits in that scenario, you can call it. Yeah. So this is all about our complete course content. So here we are done with our course. Okay.
Here's a quick question to check your understanding so far. What is the main purpose of Selenium Grid? Option 1, to provide a record and playback tool for test automation. Option 2, to run tests on multiple browsers and machines in parallel. Option 3, to manage web elements in Selenium tests. Option 4, to write test scripts in multiple programming languages. Next question. What is the primary feature of SQL in test automation? Option 1, it uses HTML for test scripting. Option 2, it interacts with web elements based on their attributes. Option 3, it allows automation based on image recognition. And option 4, it requires extensive coding knowledge to use. Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So coming to the first question on the top Selenium interview questions set, it is what is automation testing? There is a very good chance all of your interviews, if not most of your interviews, will definitely start with this question, guys. So automation testing is a very simple process of actually automating a manual test process, right? Hence the name automation. So whenever we do AUT, right, application under testing, or let's say even system under testing, what we call as SUT, to automate this process of taking away the manual the manual aspect of it, or the manual labor that's involved in achieving test results, right? So that's all about what automation testing is. There's a lot of tools today, especially in the world of testing and its automation, where you can do a lot of things in an exponentially rapid manner when you compare it to manual testing. And since you're already here at this interview question set, there's a good chance you might know a little bit about automation testing, right? So on that note, I'm sure you're aware of the huge dent in the world that automation testing is putting out to be. Now, moving on to the second question, it states, is Selenium 2.0 different from 3.0? If so, how? Well, Selenium 2.0 and 3.0 has a very subtle difference in a way where Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver, right, since it was combined into a single tool, that eventually became to be known as Selenium 3.0. Selenium RC itself was called as Selenium 2.0 without having the WebDriver as a single integrated tool into it. And upon integration, it just became known. And upon integration, it came to be known as Selenium 3.0. So make sure to mention this in case you ask this question. Now, moving on to the third question, it states, mention some of the popular tools that are used for automation testing. Well, so if you're at this point in time, I'm sure you guys have put in a decent amount of work into understanding what automation testing is. But when it comes to answering this particular question, right, so make sure to talk a little bit about the tools that are available, and in case if you have had any hands-on experience with these tools, right, so please make sure to talk about that as well, because this at the end of the day will add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there are many tools that you can use. We can talk about the tools itself for hours together, right? So mentioning the top tools such as Selenium, Rational Robot, be it UFT, the Unified Functional Testing by HP, or be it the RFT, the Rational Functional Tester by IBM, and in fact there are many other tools as well. So make sure to note that in case if you have used it, please do talk about it as well. Now, coming to the fourth question, it states, what is locator and how will you locate an element in Selenium? Well, since the first part of the questions deals with what an locator actually is, well, it's pretty simple. A locator is actually used to find and match elements of a certain web page that we are trying to find and interact with at that particular point in time. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward concept when you look at it, but then when you try to understand about how we try to locate an element, or let's say what are the types of locators, right, that answering it that way, so mentioning all of that, right, it's going to add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there's lots of locators that we can use wherever we're trying to find interactions in between what's happening in the website. For example, there's ID, there's name, we have class, partial link, XPath, the CSS selector, of course, and then the link text as well. So instead of just saying what a locator is or how you can locate an element, it always adds value to just go one step beyond and show the interviewer that you do know Selenium in depth. But then hey, make sure to keep the answer concise and do not go overboard with an answer if you're straying away from the topic as well. On that note, question number 5 states, what are the test types that are supported by Selenium? Well, there are two types of testing that you can do with Selenium. That's functional testing and regression testing. Now, when we talk about functional testing, right, here all we're trying to do is we're verifying every single function of a software application to see if it's performing as it's supposed to do. As the name suggests, functional testing, it will give you an easier idea to remember it. So a lot of concepts involved here, but primarily we deal with black box testing, and we're not really looking in depth towards the code of the applications, right? So we have the functions, we pass some inputs to the functions, and we see if you're getting the right output. You will know what the outputs are for the required inputs. So as soon as you pass these inputs, you are supposed to get the outputs correctly. If you're not, there's a very good chance that your function is not working, right? So this is all about functional testing. And then when we talk about regression testing, we're trying to re-execute all of the partial test cases that we might have done, or let's say a partial selection of a test case that we have previously executed to make sure all the functionalities work fine or not. As the name suggests, regression involves either partly taking the test case or fully taking an already run test case and to eventually reevaluate it to make sure that you're adding that much depth into the testing process as well, right? So at the end of the day, all your requirement is to make sure that you have an accurate test case and to see that the accuracy is maintained throughout. So there are two types as we discussed. It's functional testing and regression testing. So make sure to mention that. Now, moving on to the 6th question, it says, what is XPath? Well, so think about this, right? So whenever you're trying to locate an element, or let's say even various elements across a site, you have to first find the element and then reference it with another element, or in fact find the reference of another element overall itself. So the concept behind this, right, the functioning of we finding elements and we finding an element with the reference to another element, etc., all of this happens by the use of XPath. DOM has been the standard, right? The document object model has been the standard way to actually navigate what we call as the HTML element tree. And XPath itself is a navigation tool, that does a very similar thing to what DOM does, but at the end of the day, we are considering its XML nature, its elemental form based on its XML path as well. So hence the name XPath. XPath stands for XML path as well, guys. So moving on to the 7th question, it states, what is the difference between a single slash and a double slash in XPath? Well, if your requirement is to create an absolute path, you'll be making use of a single slash, right? So in case if you have a requirement with the XPath which has a requirement for an absolute path, you'll go the single slash route. So what usually happens is you will start selection with the document's start node and then work your way up from there. But then in case if you do not have an absolute path, but let's say you have a relative path, right, then you'll be making use of a double slash. So this is a huge difference, and you really should keep this in mind. And whenever you're taking a relative path, you really don't have to start with the document's start node. So here, since the path is actually relative, you can start anywhere you want in the document, and that itself is a huge advantage in multiple cases as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to put the answer out in a concise way, as you see. Now, moving on to the 8th question, it states, why should I use Selenium for test automation? Well, this is another way of saying, can you state the advantages of Selenium for test automation, or let's say, can you talk about the benefits, features of Selenium and how it helps in automation testing, etc. So it's all the same question, right? So approaching this question, you should really consider talking about Selenium as a testing tool in terms of its benefits that it offers and how easy it is to use. See, the first point is that it's a free tool, it's an open source tool, which means that it's an amazing, it has an amazing community, it has a very large user base, and of course, even a small startup firm, right, all the way till a huge enterprise really would not have to put in a good amount of money to get started with it as well. Since it's open source, there's thousands of developers across the globe already developing it, and Selenium supports cross-browser compatibility, be it Firefox, be it Google Chrome, be it Microsoft Edge and everything. And in terms of platform compatibility, we have Windows, we have Linux, we have Mac OS, and a lot of other platforms as well. And when you talk about programming languages and scripting, of course, there is a huge support that Selenium offers, which definitely has a very big impact on today's world as well. And then when we think about repository developments and how Selenium supports distributed testing across multiple nodes or multiple machines in a network, right? This is where it really outshines many of the other open source tools, and in fact, some of the even paid tools as well. So in that regard, Selenium does a lot. And the common goal of Selenium is that you really don't have to put in a lot of work to see a lot of results in terms of testing as well. So that removes a lot of manual labor. It keeps your process very efficient, very effective. In terms of testers' time, in terms of the developers' time, and a lot more. Now, coming on to the 9th question, it states, does Selenium have any technical limitations? If so, what are those limitations? See, at the end of the day, any tool, any framework, any programming language will have a certain caveat that you really have to talk about, right? So Selenium itself has a few limitations when we talk about it. So Selenium is only used for web application testing, and I'm sure you already know that at this point of time. And if you have a requirement of, let's say, mobile applications or even desktop applications, at this point of time, you cannot test it with Selenium. And if you have CAPTCHA readers, if you have barcode readers, all of these cannot be evaluated by making use of Selenium as well. And let's say you have third-party tools like TestNG or JUnit that you really need to use a report. Most of the time you will have to learn all of these other third-party tools when you have to work with Selenium as well. So understanding that and using it alongside Selenium to generate your reports, right, that will take a little bit of a learning curve as well. So that will take some time and some money, definitely, right? So thinking about Selenium in general, even though there is a free tool, no ready vendor support is provided, because it's very difficult to have that kind of an architecture in an open source tool. But then of course, hey, when you think about it, the user base, the amount of help you can get from the communities is definitely overwhelming. So that itself, in my opinion, does not count as a limitation. But then if you have a requirement for compulsory vendor support, then of course you really have to talk about that as well. And then if you're working with Selenium, you really have to know programming languages, right? So you have to have some experience working with it. And at the end of the day, it depends on what web apps that you're testing out with Selenium as well. But having that as a requirement is a definite compulsion, in my opinion. So that again adds to the learning curve as well. So these are some of the top points that came across my mind whenever we talk about the limitations of Selenium. So make sure to mention at least 3 or 4 and see if you can elaborate on any of the limitations that you yourself faced while learning Selenium, or in fact while implementing something in Selenium as well. Moving on to the 10th question, it states, what is an object repository? An object repository is this entity which basically helps and allows the users to keep all of the web elements of, let's say, an application under test, or what we call as AUT, and their locator values in one single location, right? So an object repository basically allows users to accumulate all web elements of any sort of web application that we're talking about whenever we perform AUT, and let's say even their locator values as well, right? So you can have all of these in either one or more centralized location to make sure that we really do not hardcode them with the actual test scripts that we're using to perform and evaluate our test operations as well. So to do that, to bring all of these to a location where we can have more efficiency in the system, we make use of object repository. Now, moving on to the 11th question, it states, what are the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium? Well, I'm sure you already know what annotations are, right? So annotations are this syntactic metadata that we add to our Java source code, and all of these elements are actually annotated. Think about variables, think about parameters, packages, methods, classes, and more, right? Now, when you talk about the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium, you have about 7 that you really have to mention when you ask this question. It's test, it's before, it's after, ignore, before class, after class, and run with, right? So remembering these is it's very simple, because you will understand the usage of annotations and you will know how to use them, since there's a good chance you would have used one if not all of these as well. But then it is highly likely that you ask this question, so make sure to mention all of these types of the JUnit annotations that are present and used in Selenium as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it states, why do testers choose Selenium over QTP? Now, this is one way of, again, you trying to put out the advantages of Selenium, but this time in direct comparison with a QTP tool, right? So the first thing you have to mention is that Selenium is an open source tool, because QTP is a tool where you have to pay and pick it up, right? So in that regard, it's an advantage for Selenium and its users. Now, when you think about another characteristic of Selenium, you already know, and we already discussed about how it can only be used to test web applications, right? But then QTP can also be used to test client-server applications as well. So if there's a requirement for that, then clients should definitely look at QTP as well. And Selenium supports a wide variety of browsers, be it Firefox, Internet Explorer. Of course, Internet Explorer is now replaced by Edge and it's retired. We have Opera, we have Safari, and we have a lot of other operating systems alongside browsers that offer a good amount of compatibilities as well. And then when we have to talk about the languages that are supported by Selenium, you have Ruby, you have Perl, you have Python, and many other languages that you can work with in the case of Selenium. But then, hey, if you're making use of QTP, it will only support VB script or Visual Basic script. So guys, make sure to mention this point as well. It's very important that you mention about programming languages, about its open source nature, about its ability to handle web apps and client server application, and of course about its compatibility as well. Now, moving on to the 13th question, it says, what are the 4 elements that you have to pass in Selenium? So I'm sure you would have come across this question when you're preparing for your interview, or I'm sure that you yourself expect that this question would be asked, right? So the 4 parameters that you're the 4 parameters that have to be passed whenever you're talking about Selenium is the host, it's the port number, it's the browser, and it's definitely the URL, right? So you need these parameters compulsorily in case if you have to pass it through Selenium and then work with it later as well. So make sure to mention that. And hey, if you have your laptop right in front of you, it always adds a lot of value if you can show all of these practically by making use of an example as well. So with all the questions that we are going to discuss, wherever it is possible, please do show it out practically. That definitely adds a lot more weight to your interview application, and in fact your interview process as well. Now, moving on to the 14th question, it states, what is SOP, or the same origin policy, and how can we avoid this policy? Well, the same origin policy was put into place to make sure that the content of your site, can never be directly pulled, can never be directly accessed by any other website whenever someone makes use of a script. So, as per the policy, right, any code that gets loaded into a web browser can only be operated with that particular website's domain, right? I'm sure you already knew this. But then to avoid the same origin policy where you will have access to it, the proxy injection method is used. So what we're trying to do with the proxy injection method is that we have these Selenium servers that trick the browser, thinking that it is an actual real HTTP URL, and it'll pretend to be a client server HTTP proxy, which will actually sit as a bridge in between the application that we are talking about, and of course the browser, which has been the acting browser. And what we try to do is we mask the application under test by making use of a fictional URL and then pass it across. So to answer this question in a state view on how we can avoid it, we make use of the proxy injection method. Hence, I've highlighted it in the answer. It's a very important aspect of this question to make sure to answer it in a clear way. Coming to the 15th question, it states, what is a data-driven framework, right? So a data-driven framework in its aspect and its foundational concept is basically an approach that we take, when we have to go on to split our data set from the actual test code or the test case that we are talking about, right? So this particular framework is actually dependent totally on the input data. Now, when you think about input data, think about a variety of sources from where it can come, right? You can have it through any local database, you can have it through an offsite server, it can be hosted on a cloud platform, it can be a CSV file, Excel file, or anywhere that you get the data from. So having a framework that is totally dependent on this for the input data, and the support for it is there as well. So through this, what it allows us is that it will give you very easy control to see how much data needs to be tested and what level of depth that you really have to go to whenever you're working with your application and whenever you're trying to automate the process of testing it as well. Now, after understanding this, there's another framework that you really have to know about. It's the keyword-driven framework. So what is keyword-driven framework? One thing whenever you're asked this question is to make sure you talk about the data-driven testing framework a little bit, and then you talk about keyword-driven framework, right? Because the keyword-driven framework is actually a direct extension of the data-driven testing. So it's built on top of that. And here, instead of So here what we're trying to do is we're isolating the test data completely from the script, but we're also trying to keep that particular section of the code in an external data file to make sure that we really do not come across with any crosstalk or any sort of inefficiencies in testing as well. So the set of codes that we test, right, it's called as the keywords, and hence the name is actually driven from that. If you can look at the name, so keyword driven framework means the set of code that we have, we are actually calling it as a keyword, and these keywords denote the actual way, the actual work, what needs to be done and what action needs to be performed whenever we are testing the application as well. So through the keyword, we are driving the test framework, right? Hence, that's one of the good ways on how you can remember the answer to this question as well. And then moving on to the 17th question, it states, how will you upload So moving on to the 17th question, it says, how will you use Selenium to upload a file? Now, if you have a file which is in the same machine, if it's in a local network, or let's say even if it's in the map network drive, a NAS or whatever it is, right? It's extremely straightforward. All you really have to do is type in the actual path of it and upload it in the file upload control, and you are done. It is that straightforward. Now, when you think about an example, right, as I've always told you, if you have a laptop right in front of you, please do open it up, run Selenium, and make sure that you show how it's done as well. I have a very simple code snippet right in front of you where we're making use of the file upload control, and we've just provided a path. Here in our case, the file is actually in C drive. It's called as myfile.txt, and of course this will be very different in your case, but then do show it practically as we have discussed before. Now, so moving on to the 18th question, it states, what is the difference between get window handles and get window handle? The only S at the end is the difference, but then there is a lot more to it, as you will see. Now, we use get window handles, especially when we have to get all the addresses of whatever browsers we have opened up, and it returns all of these data, in set string. Now, when we talk about get window handle, right, here we're trying to get the address of only the current browser where we have the control in. And of course the return type is the generic string data type out here. But then depending on what your requirement is, do you want the output from all of the browsers, or do you want the output from the only main browser, the current browser where you have the control in, for your application under testing, right? So you really have to think about that, and depending on what the requirement is, you'll either make use of get window handles or get window handle as well. Coming on to the 19th question, it says, what is Selenium, and what are the 3 types of Selenium that are available? Selenium, as the name suggests, in fact, is the set of commands that we make use of Selenium whenever we're running any sort of test to test our applications out here, guys. So, talking about the types of Selenium, there are 3 types of Selenium. One are the actions, we have the actions, we have the accessors, and we have the assertions as well. Actions, as the name suggests, are used to perform operations, used to perform interactions with whatever target elements that we have that we need tested. And then we have the accessors, right? Accessors are used to store values into a variable, and I think you'll get the fair idea of why it's called as an accessor, right? And then we have assertions. Assertions are used as checkpoints everywhere in between whenever we go on to test applications to see if everything is all right as well. So these are the commands that will help you to put down checkpoints, to analyze and take it slow from one point to another whenever you're performing, say, a complex test case as well. So whenever you're asked about Selenium, make sure to talk about its command usage, make sure to talk about the 3 types: actions, assertions, and accessors, and it always adds value if you can explain about it in a clear and a concise way, rather than dragging it out, right? So it's a pretty straightforward concept. Now, coming on to the next question, it states, if I want to insert a breakpoint in the Selenium IDE, the integrated development environment, how can I do it? Well, it's extremely straightforward to insert a breakpoint, even though it seems very tricky, right? So all you have to do is you have to select the toggle breakpoint by right-clicking on the command in the Selenium IDE, and then there's a shortcut to it. The shortcut is the B key, so make sure to press B button on the keyboard and select the actual command, right? So if you want to add a breakpoint, you can do the same thing, but then if you have to if you really have to deselect the breakpoint, right, it's still the same thing. All you have to do is go toggle the breakpoint by right clicking on it and hitting B as well. So even though the question states on how you can insert it, go that extra mile to talk about how you can deselect it as well, right? All you have to do is click on it again to deselect it, guys. Now, coming on to the 21st question, it says, how do I launch the web browser by making use of WebDriver? Well, to make use of the WebDriver, it directly depends on what browser that you're running, right? There is 3 simple syntaxes that I've put in on your screen. We have WebDriver driver. So we have the WebDriver for the Firefox driver, we have the Internet Explorer driver, or the most used one, which is supposed to be the Chrome driver as well. So, this is a very simple, straightforward syntax that you can use to, launch the browser in any of the operating systems as well. So depending on that particular browser that you have a requirement for to put your applications under testing, make sure to mention these. But then, of course, guys, make sure to talk about the practical aspect and show it if possible as well. Now, coming on to the 22nd question, it says, what are the different types of weights that are available in WebDriver? Now, whenever we talk about weights, right, there's 2 very different types of weight you definitely have to talk about in the case of WebDriver. It's implicit weight and explicit weight. Implicit wait is in a sense where there is a set amount of time, let's say a waiting time that you define in between all the test scripts that have to execute, right? So in case if you have one entire test script, but then you really have to time it out in between each of the test steps and by giving it some time, right? This is where implicit test will come into the picture. You can put a timing of, let's say, somewhere around 30 seconds before each of the test steps move across and runs the entire script. So to run each of these steps in an order, you can have 30 seconds and wait and then test it and then move on to the next one as well. That's implicit wait. Now, coming on to explicit wait. So explicit waits are made use of whenever you have a condition, whenever you have an explicit or a particular condition where you have to halt the execution until that condition is met. Or let's say if the condition is is not met, we really don't have to wait there, right? We can add a condition saying if the condition is not met, then of course here is the maximum time allotted. You can wait until that point of time and of course then execute as well. So but then you really have to talk about two things when you talk about explicit wait. One is that the execution will halt if the condition is met, and the execution will halt if the condition is not met, but we have the maximum time that has been elapsed as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between implicit and explicit wait whenever we talk about WebDriver. Coming to the 23rd question, it states, how do I handle an iframe in WebDriver as well? So I'm sure you know what an iframe is, right? So an iframe actually stands for an inline frame, which is used to insert any other document into our current HTML working document as well. To select an iframe by the ID, you have the driver.switch2.frame that you'll be using with the name of the ID. And then if you have to use the tag name, of course, we're going to use the by.tagname feature. And then, whenever we have to talk about using the indexes or the indices, as we use frame of index, and we're going to switch to that as well. And then when you're talking about using the name of the frame, of course we can use that. And then whenever you're talking about selecting the parent window as well, of course we're going to make use of the default content for that. So take a second, pause it on this question, do take a note of all of these in case if you're not very familiar with how a frame gets handled in WebDriver in a variety of way, by making use of its ID, by making use of its tag name, indices, name of the frame, and of course the parent window as well. Now, with that, we can move on to the 24th question that says, how do I set the test case priority in TestNG, right? So first of all, whenever you're working with TestNG, you really have to understand the basic functionality of the code, right? So we have to import the package first of all, and we'll have a class. In class, we're going to set the priority, right? So line number 4 states at test priority is equal to 0, at test priority equal to 1, priority equal to 2. These lines are the inline cases that we're trying to say. These are the lines where we're trying to say inline on how and what method should get what priority, right? So method 1 will execute first because it has a priority 0, and then we have the test method 2 that will run because the priority of it is 1, and then the method 3 will run because priority is 2. But understand that priorities start from 0, it being the highest priority, and of course as the number goes up, the priority level goes down. So the execution that you see for that particular code on your screen is the execution of method 1 first, then we have method 2, and of course then we have method 3. Now, coming on to the 25th question, it states, what are the different types of test automation frameworks that are available? This again is a very simple question. It's a very straightforward question, and you really don't have to explain a lot when you're asked about this. Since you're asked the different types of it, make sure to mention the types of it. And of course, if you've made use of all of these types of test automation frameworks, do talk about your experience there, because that adds a lot of value. Now, coming to the answer, you have module-based testing frameworks, you have behavior-driven, you have hybrid testing frameworks, you have the keyword-driven testing frameworks, you have the data-driven, you have library architecture testing frameworks, and you have a lot of others as well, right? But then it always adds value if you at least mention 4 or let's say 5. I've mentioned the 6 testing frameworks, on the screen, but then make sure you at least have 4 or 5 down, so that you have something to talk about it, and a one-line description of each of them in case if you have used it, or in case if you have come across about it, or if you know it will add a lot of value to your candidature as well. So make sure to talk about that. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it states describe the differences between Selenium and QTP, right? So we already handled this particular question once, but then it is very vital that you really know the difference, because this question is asked, let's say, in 99% of the interviews, guys. So Selenium is an open source tool, quick test professional, or QTP as we call it, as a licensed tool. You have to pay for it. With Selenium, we can only test web applications, while QTP supports both web and Windows based and mobile based applications. Selenium supports Java, C#, Ruby, Python, Perl, and many other languages as well. But then QTP only supports VB script, and in case we're talking about the object repository, right? So we have to maintain it and create it separately, and we have to do it entirely ourselves in case of Selenium. But then with the help of QTP does this automatically. It creates it and maintains it for us as well. Since we have already run through this question once, I'm just giving you a quick reminder to make sure that you actually take a note of this without fail, guys. Now, coming on to the 27th question, it states in Selenium, what are breakpoints and what are start points? As the name itself suggests, breakpoints are used to stall or break that particular execution at that point of time. So whenever there is a breakpoint that has occurred, or whenever there is the execution that comes to a breakpoint, it means that the program will stop there, and you can test and see if your code is working properly or not, and then move to the next set of steps in your code as well. And then when we talk about start points again are the points where we have to start the execution as well. So why would we require start points if we can just add breakpoints and move on, right? But then start points are required whenever we have to test any sort of scripts from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, instead of testing it again from the start manually all the time, right? So if you have a requirement of testing it from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, the usage of a start point will definitely add a lot of value there as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between breakpoints and start points, so make sure to mention that. Now, coming on to the 28th question, it states mention the need for session handling while working with Selenium. Well, one very important thing is that whenever we work with Selenium, no matter what we're trying to do, we require session handling, right? So what usually happens in the working of Selenium is that we have the WebDriver, and this WebDriver has to interact with the browser at every single point in time to execute all of the commands that are that we give, right? So here is a scenario where we require session handling. Let's say before the current execution completes, someone else might start an execution of another script on the same machine, on the same type of browser, right? Now this will cause a lot of redundancy. To make sure that we do not arrive at this particular deadlock where we're trying to perform a similar execution of a different script, but then it's the same machine, it's the same browser, we really have to make use of session handling, because this will give complete control to the WebDriver of whatever is happening to the browser, and it serves as a bridge for us to use it as well. Now, coming on to the 29th question, it states mention the types of listeners that are present in TestNG. Well, there are 12 types of listeners in TestNG, and if it's completely understandable if you cannot name all 12, but then I highly recommend you name at least 6 of them, right? So you have the annotation you have the iAnnotation transformer, iConfigurable, iConfiguration listener, iExecution listener, iHookable, invoke method listener, you have invoke method listener 2, method interceptor, the iReporter, the iSuit listener, and of course we have the iTest listener as well. If you can name all 12, it's an amazing thing, and if you can name all 6, trust me, that will definitely do the job as well. But then try to push to name all 12 listeners that are present in TestNG. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, how can we handle Windows-based pop-ups with Selenium? This is a very tricky question, and this is asked a lot. You already know this, right? Selenium cannot handle Windows-based applications. It's only used to test web applications. So make sure to mention that as it is. Say no, it cannot support the testing of Windows-based applications or mobile-based applications. But then if you really have to test Windows-based pop-ups, then you will require third-party intervention as well. Third-party tools such as the robot class, or you have the auto IT, which can be used in cases where we have to make use of Windows-based pop-ups alongside Selenium to test this in case of a web application as well. So for that, you cannot directly do it with Selenium, and of course with third-party tools you can do it, but then mention the name of the third-party tools that you'll be using alongside Selenium to achieve the handling of web-based pop-ups as well. Moving on to the 31st question, it states, for the database testing in Selenium WebDriver, what API is required, right? This is a very simple question, a straightforward question, but then I've seen a lot of people answer this wrong. So make sure to answer it correctly. It's very simple. You require the JDBC API. In the Selenium WebDriver, basically we make use of the Java database connectivity, or in short, it's called as the JDBC API, and it is used to run all of our SQL commands for us, SQL statements for us in a very simple and a straightforward way. Guys, the answer to this is JDBC. If you can talk one or two sentences about the JDBC API, it'll help, but then make sure to talk about how it is used as well. Moving on to the next question, it states, how can you identify an object in Selenium? So to identify an object in Selenium, let's say to find an object in Selenium, right, we make use of the is element present. It's a string locator that is provided by Selenium, and what it does is it takes the locator as the argument, and if the locator is particularly found, it returns a boolean value saying it found the value. So you can use the boolean return value as an assertion to see if your locator that you've put in as the argument to is element present is found in your it's found in your test case or not. So the is element present is used to find any sort of object in Selenium. Make sure to mention that. Moving on to the 33rd question, it states, mention the use of XPath in Selenium testing. We already talked about XPath at the start of this particular video, right? It's a way of how we define web elements. It's pretty similar to the document object model, but then in the case of XPath, what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify all of our elements in a very dynamic way. But then, since we're talking about XPath, you really have to mention about the two types of XPath that are present. We have the absolute XPath, and of course, we have the relative XPath as well. And we've already discussed absolute and relative XPath in the previous questions. So in case if you've jumped ahead, make sure to revisit those questions and check it out as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what are the important components of Selenium? Well, as a person interviewing for a Selenium tester's role, you have to know all the components, guys. You have four main components. You have the Selenium Grid, you have Selenium RC, which is the remote control, you have Selenium WebDriver, and of course the entire IDE, which is the Selenium Integrated Development Environment as well. These four form to be the basic architecture, the basic foundation upon which you can do everything in Selenium, right? I mean, of course, there are other third-party components as well, but then what is indigenous and what is native to Selenium is what the question is about. So make sure to answer it that way. Now, moving on to the 35th question, it states, can WebDriver test mobile applications? Another test question, another tricky question regarding mobile apps, right? You cannot test mobile applications in Selenium. You cannot test Windows-based applications directly with Selenium, right? So the answer is very straightforward. It's a no, because Selenium is not built to do this, right? So WebDriver was built as a tool where you can test web applications only. It was not built for mobile application testing, or in fact, it was not built for Windows-based application testing as well. So make sure to mention it as is. This is a very simple and straightforward question, which definitely has a simple yes or no answer to it as well. Moving on to the 36th question, it states, how does Selenium Grid work? Well, a Selenium Grid is basically used to create a suite where we're trying to work with all of the forwarding test cases that we have to the hub, or let's say even back from the hub as well. And the test cases from here are directly redirected to, and then the test cases from here, right, we're trying to redirect it through the WebDriver and get them to execute in the browser as well. So what the test suite basically does is that it will make sure we can run all of our codes and tests in parallel. That is the most important use case of Selenium Grid, guys. So make sure to mention that as well. So all we're trying to do is we're trying to push the test cases through our WebDriver. Our WebDriver will execute them in the browser, and we can have multiple test cases execute and run them in parallel as well. Now with this, we can check out the 37th question that says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? One thing is certain. This question is a very, very frequently asked question in case if you are having any sort of experience. Well, it can be asked to you in case if you're a fresher as well, because we're living in a world where people are upskilling themselves on their own through certification programs, right? More on that in the next couple of questions. But then when you talk about it, if you have any experiences, please talk about how you've tried to solve a problem, right? So Selenium is all about finding problems and either you solving them or finding a team that will solve them for you. So talk about the how approach rather than the what approach in terms of experience, especially in Selenium, right? Elaborate on what techniques you have used, what tools you have used, what third-party attachments that you have made use of in your Selenium learning career, how you learned Selenium as well. But then at the end of the day, right, make sure to not bloat a lot about your experience in case if you have not made use of any tool, because that might lead to further questions asked on that particular tool or technique, and this definitely will work against you in case if you cannot answer that as well, right? So keep it very clear and keep it concise in terms of answering this question as well. And then another question can be asked saying, why are you applying for the Selenium role in our company, right? So this question has a very simple and a straightforward way through which you have to answer it. The interviewer expects you to convince them on why you need the job. So talk about how proficient you are in your subject, how well you can handle all the concepts when it comes to automation of testing with especially large amounts of data, variety of data, and how you might have the capabilities of building a rock solid testing pipeline as well. You just have to convince the interviewer by stating a couple of reasons of how you stand apart from the general crowd in terms of applying for their company. They might be a startup company, they might be a mid-sized company, or let's say they can be a huge trillion-dollar company that you're applying for. But then before you step into the interview, make sure to understand the job description in all of its detail. If the human resource actually gave you a call, if the hiring manager actually gave you a call prior to the interview, make sure to ask about job description in detail as well. It always helps if you understand the detail of the company, their motto, what their vision and mission is, and what problem they are trying to solve, and see how you can fit well in their architecture as well, right? So it'll always work in your favor if you can put in an equal amount of work to understand about the company that you're applying for, guys. So make sure to please put in some effort there alongside your actual interview preparation as well. Coming to the 39th question, it states, what is your plan after joining the Selenium testing role? Here, one important thing, even before I tell you how to answer this, is keep it very concise, keep it very clear, because I'm sure you can talk 20 minutes about this particular answer. But then, the interviewer might have heard hundreds of answers to this exact question, right? All you're trying to do is you're trying to bring yourself to the table. You're trying to see how well you can present yourself in terms of how simply you can explain what you're trying to do, what your career goals are, and how you plan to fit right into their role, right? Always talk about how you are a team player, and what your interpersonal skills are, and what your skills are to your basic love with data. So you really have to talk about all of that, and then talk about how you plan to better fit yourself into the company first, understand what pipeline and architecture they have, and probably how you can improvise it in the coming days of your employment there as well. So if you answer it this way, right, it definitely has a very rock solid impression that you will create in the mind of the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the last question on these top interview questions set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process in Selenium? Well, one thing you really do have to notice whenever we talk about certification programs, right? Not only do they add a lot of knowledge to you, not only do they add a lot of value to your life, give you exposure to test cases, give you exposure to learning from experts across the world, give you access to communities and whatnot, right? As a person who's learning it, you are going to win thoroughly with a certification program. But then what the interviewer is concerned with this particular answer that you have to talk about is how well you show in terms of career advancements, right? Let's say you do have certification programs that you have completed in Selenium. What it tries to tell the interviewer is that you have put in a considerable amount of time and effort into learning something either that you have wanted to learn in the past, or either something that you really have as a career goal, or it can be a brand new thing. You can be a Python developer who wants to learn Selenium now. You can be a web developer who wants to work on Selenium now. So in all of those cases, you're trying to showcase yourself as a strong aspirer to learn new things on your own and to upskill yourself as well. So it will generally portray a picture of you being an effective learner, and that you have the capability to pick up concepts, pick up new things, work on real life projects through these top certification programs, and in fact implement them as well. See, with any IT concept in the world that you can think about is put into place to solve a problem. So in case you're asked this question, right, do talk about it in that approach. Do not talk about what the problem is, talk about how you solved the problem, right? So the same applies for certification as well. Of course, please do state what all certifications you have, how much amount of time, effort and money you have put into learning them in a clear and concise way. But at the end of it, what adds value is when you tell the interviewer how and what you took away from the program, right? So you would have given real life use cases, industry level projects that you will have to solve in your certification program. Please do talk about that, because that at the end of the day will add value to you as a learner and to the person who's on the other side of your table right now taking your interview as well. So that definitely means a lot to both of you guys. It's a win-win situation, right? So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for your Selenium interviews. I am sure with these questions you have a clear picture of how you're supposed to attack these questions and how you can answer them in a very clear and a concise way, without it and adding unnecessary points as well. But then make sure to follow all the guidelines in the video, and I'm sure you guys are going to ace all of your interviews. So with that, I wish you all the very best, and I'm more than excited to see you on the next one.